Oh boy.
Would you look at that?
Yeah. Hello. Welcome.
It is time for the stream.
Yes. We are live, but you are not.
But the chat's
We're
live
all
this-
dead.
The chat's live this time, luckily.
Yeah, chat's working. Hello, everybody.
See that.
Welcome to the Robot Rampage League. It is officially the second half of the season. How are we all doing this week? Lots of our usual suspects in the chat.
Here to see Robot Carnage in virtual form.
Yes.
Unlike the IRL form that we saw this past week. What the fuck?
Oh my goodness. BattleBots is on TV again.
Yeah.
Everybody should go watch it on Discovery Plus and Discovery Channel.
You will not be disappointed by the first episode of Robot
Holy
Champions.
shit, the first episode of BattleBots Champions was wild. I have never seen a more destructive run ever, a more violent run.
It was like watching DSL tournaments.
Yeah, it was just brutal as hell. Hopefully the league this week is half as good.
Yes.
At least half
See
as
if we have something to at least try to compete with that.
Like, I thought we were out doing BattleBots with, like, fuck-tuppling the number of hours of robot combat we're broadcasting compared to them, but then they're just like, oh yeah, BattleBots Champions, it's better than everything. Ah, welcome everybody. Vimming Ain't Easy asks if a BattleBots review is incoming. I'm probably not going to do any review videos of BattleBots Champions until after the RRL season, just because I don't have the time. Most of the rest of my week is taken up managing the league, so excuse me, probably not going to be doing that. Well,
I think we should get into the nonsense we are about to see this week.
yeah.
So there's some very topical fights and matches popping.
What do we got?
So first of all, we have multi-bot chaos this week.
Yes,
We're going to have a
multi-bots are great.
multi-bot match. Dunning and Kruger against Leslie and Gale when Kinetic and Pinwheel Pulsars meet up. That's going to be chaotic as hell, because 3 of them are overhead spinners.
Yeah, and one of them's a flipper, and all of them can be immobilized by being flipped over.
Yeah, and they all have very exposed wheels, so that could go great. We're going to have a Season 1 rematch in the first half. Orlando's taking on the Rebels. They only fought once last season, and they tied 6-6.
And you know, both teams aren't doing great this season.
Yeah, we'll see if
So-
how the revamped rosters do against each other. I still think Orlando might have the edge there. We also have 2 undefeated robots remaining, RRL and Transfusion. Both of them are going to be in the second half.
Both of them are flippers.
Both of them are flippers, one rear hinged, one front hinged. RRL is going to be taking on Falcon Punch, which that could be interesting depending on how they match up.
Hard-hitting robot, no ground game. Who knows?
And Transfusion is taking on Koshek in what's going to be our feature match of the stream, Night Vale up against the NYC Pride. Both are
Yeah.
battling for the 4th spot in Division 3 right now. They're only a couple points off of each other. It's also a sibling rivalry match.
Yeah, that's
Because-
my team against my sister's team.
Yes, that can only go well.
Well, I'm sporting my Transfusion
Yes.
shirt this week. Sporting my Pride team, so
Hoping to see Transfusion kick ass.
yeah, hoping to stay undefeated. Because it's like 60% of NYC's points.
Yeah, pretty much. And then our feature fight, our one-on-one that's going to be great, is Death Penalty up against 787B. Death Penalty is 7-1 and kills the shit out of everything, as we know.
Yes.
But 787B is the ideal design to take it out. 4-wheel drive flipper.
If it can get in there quick enough.
If it can get in there quick enough. I'm very interested to see how that goes.
So chat, which matches, which fights are you excited to see in the stream coming up? Helen says Gale's going to get revenge.
It could be interesting.
Liam points out Orlando's had a few good weeks recently. They're on
Yeah, they have.
bit of a roll.
Yeah, they're in 3rd in their division right now. Which, while they're probably not going to make a whole lot of ground, they're at least in a playoff spot.
Mr. Circuit did not realize the feature match this week was Night Vale and NYC. Would you like to explain why?
Because a bunch of people were predicting what the feature match was going to be, so I changed it.
Yep.
Had to troll them.
We do a little bit of trolling here.
There are some other top quality, like main event level matches coming up, though. So
Yes, absolutely. So, before we get into this week, let's see what happened last week, because I wasn't here and I need to update on this.
Oh boy, was it a week, let me tell you.
How about you talk about it?
So here are our only 5 judge decisions. I believe that is our fewest of the season. Most notably, Heart Attack and Smashy in the rematch was heavily one-sided. Tycho was able to beat VSSV, which is very fascinating, because that was mostly a microwave fight sandwiched between like 2 minutes of action. And then Network and Dainsleif had one of the closest fights ever.
That was a challenging fight to judge, for sure.
I do believe that is Dainsleif's 2nd win of the season. I think 2nd in a row, actually.
Yeah.
So good
Go
for
for it,
the
Dainsleif.
underweight, lightweight.
Yeah. Standings time. So, the playoff picture is starting to look a little bit clearer now that we're in the second half of the season. We have the Jubilife City Jigglypuffs, as usual, leading Division 1 by not the widest of margins.
Not quite. That's still striking distance for the Pulsars.
They have a massive number of fight wins, but they're not getting the points for it.
No, not really.
Down there, 4th and 5th, there's not a whole lot of points separating playoffs from not playoffs, but the bottom 3 teams are starting to fall behind a lot. So this is probably 2 or 3 teams fighting for that final spot.
Yeah.
In Division 1. Division 2, the Pelagic Wanderers had an excellent week. They're out ahead by 7 points. A pretty decent lead.
I believe they're also the overall leader right now.
Yes, with a very nice points total. Playoff picture is looking a little bit clearer. Kind of the same way, 5 teams for 4 spots.
Pretty much, yeah.
But I mean, if the Rebels have a good week against Orlando here.
Yeah, they can pop in there too. Make it close, and there's 3 Season 1 teams all right there on the bubble in Division 2.
Yeah. Heavy Metal, not in a playoff spot at the moment.
They lost 4 straight matches. Could be 5 now.
They used to be number 1.
They're facing teams that are good. That's what happens.
That's what happens. Speaking of teams that are good, Division 3 is wide open.
Yeah.
There's no clear leaders here. They're just kind of all mediocre.
Yeah, honestly, even the teams that are 6th, 7th, even 8th, like they have a good week or 2 and they're right up in there.
Yeah, exactly.
So, although despite how wide open Division 3 is, Sinister has yet to be any position besides first this season.
I know, it's odd.
And they also have the lowest total for any division leader by a lot.
Yeah. Division 4, we have Pink Chaos taking over the lead from the Moscow Mantines after the Mantines spent a number of weeks at number 1. And Sanctuary and the Lads fighting over that final playoff spot with Permanganate kind of
Not far behind.
watching from the sidelines. 6 teams for 4 spots. We could have a pretty close playoff spots here in Division 4.
Even Plan Z at 10 points behind Permanganate, that's still manageable if they get some big numbers.
Yeah.
And considering how they started with getting maybe 4 points in 3 weeks, that would be a huge turnaround for Plan Z.
We have a lot of weeks left to go before the playoffs. If you're still unaware, playoffs are the top 4 in each division, and they go in stepladder format. So 4th faces 3rd, the winner of that faces 2nd, the winner of that faces 1st. So the seeding ends up mattering quite a lot in the number of fights in the playoffs and which teams get in, which teams get out. So let's find out how things go this week.
Yeah, we'll see what teams can take advantage and shake up the standings a little bit.
Before we begin, as usual, we would like to thank our Patreon stream sponsors. This is a $10 a month tier on Patreon to support the Robot Rampage League, help us keep the lights on here, help us pay the internet bill and such. Everybody in white is paying $10 a month. The gold names are paying the top tier, $15 a month, for details about all of our robot builds, which we are going to have some more stuff being posted very soon.
Yeah, you're still working on that Robo Nerd build, right?
Yeah, I have a Robo Nerd robot that I'm building. I was just over at your place yesterday working on it. And we're going to be bringing the heavyweight over there to work on soon.
Yeah.
So
Finally have the funds and the time to work on it.
yes. So if there's ever a time to upgrade to the $15 a month tier, you're going to want to do that soon. We have a lot of stuff coming out for that. So it is time for virtual robot madness.
It's time for the carnage to begin. And you know how we roll here. As always, we're going to start with Team Syndicate.
Yes.
The mob opens up every week for us. I also want to say the mob has moved up and down in the standings every single week. Like, they're constantly jumping what position they are.
And the mob is facing the Resurrectionists.
Boy.
People being resurrected is kind of the nightmare of the mob.
Yeah, they're facing their mortal enemies here.
They don't want people being resurrected.
They don't want their enemies coming back.
Although it would be awfully hard for zombies to walk in cement shoes.
Yeah, that is weird.
Okay, chat, here we go. First match of the stream, we have Whammy representing the Tennessean Syndicate. It is a sit and spin robot with spikes out on these long poles, sits in place and spins and does damage. It's facing Dainsleif. It is a small two-wheel drive rammer with two spikes in a V shape on the front end. Fast robots are kind of the weakness of sit and spinners.
Yes.
So what do we expect to happen here, chat?
Oddly enough, Whammy only took its second loss of the season last week against a rammer. And said rammer was able to get those spike setups off pretty quickly. So, could Dainsleif do the same?
If it gets in behind those Y extenders on Whammy, absolutely.
Whammy's actually been, like, disgustingly good this season. It's got, what is that, 16 points? And won, like, 6 straight fights. It's actually been pretty impressive.
One of those sneaky good robots. It's not spectacular, but it's good.
Gets the job done, as you would like with the mob.
Exactly. Okay, chat.
Holy shit, is it thundering outside?
There's thunder, yeah.
Oh, thunder.
It's been a very British morning today.
Yeah, it's been raining all morning. We got storms now. So if the stream goes out, that may or may not be due to YouTube.
Could
this
be
time.
Stormlab rolling up like, hey, where are we?
Yeah, exactly. This is Stormlab upset that they're not in the league. Okay, here we go. First fight of the stream. So Dainsleif came out and made contact and got kind of swatted away by Whammy. It doesn't seem to have the pace to really get in there, but it
got
has
one of the extenders off.
gotten the extender. It got past the spikes.
That's
And now
what I was
Whammy
hoping
is
for.
down to one set of spikes
both
and
of
down
them.
to none of them.
Oh no.
So Dainsleif using those angled spike strips quite well.
Just at the right angle to poke around the Y connector on Whammy's extenders and get it.
Yep, it didn't need to be particularly fast. It just needed to get in the right spot. Although Whammy has the drive power advantage.
But it doesn't have the weapon power at this point.
It doesn't have the control either. Without those stabilizing arms. Dainsleif, the only one with damaging components remaining, so all of these attacks that Whammy is trying to make are hurting Whammy.
Whammy's actually got to be careful because those little sides that poke out the front and back, if it gets stuck on that, it gets high-centered, it can't move.
Yes, although I suppose it has better chance of getting down than...
Careful, bud. Don't do what Brickface did. Come on.
Yeah, no dumb ring-outs like last season. Look at the front end of Whammy getting caved in as Dainsleif attacks one of the wheels.
You can definitely tell the right side of Dainsleif is messed up from the sit and spinner, but...
Oh,
Ooh, and it got
so
the grinder
Whammy's
down.
going to put Dainsleif into the grinder. Look at the
Taking a
damage
huge amount of damage.
being
And
done
lost
to
a wheel.
Dainsleif. Okay, so Dainsleif has lost the left side wheel. Has it lost the right side wheel? No, the right side wheel is barely still attached.
Can Dainsleif break the count, though? I don't know if it has the drive power.
It might not.
I think it just
Okay,
barely
it
did.
just wiggled its way out of the grinder zone. So a fantastic charge by Whammy has crippled Dainsleif here. And Whammy is, I think they're just trying to draw another count here.
Yeah, Dainsleif is barely mobile, and it doesn't have the most battery power, so it's not going to be able to move with the singular wheel very well.
But the count, not really coming.
Oh, no, Dainsleif was able to break it again, but... Whammy understandably not going in because of the weaponry in the front there.
Yeah, this is one of the few times that the robot is down all of its weapons and trying not to KO itself on the opponent. Trying to draw that count out. Although Dainsleif probably has just enough to get the count broken. Has it?
I don't think it has. It's getting close.
No, that
Oh,
is
no,
a
it didn't.
TKO.
That is a
Dainsleif did not
TKO.
break the count.
That is a very narrow win for Whammy.
Yes.
That was looking very bad for a long time.
But strategic. Opting not to go in and keep attacking and KOing itself like we've seen a lot of other robots do.
Mm-hmm.
Helen says Dainsleif is a badass.
Dainsleif is a badass for being underweight for lightweight. It put up a fight. Like, that was actually looking pretty good.
We go to the middleweights.
Oh god.
Speaking of rammers, the Tennessee and Syndicate have Exceptionally Gifted. It is a four-wheel drive fast rammer with a battering ram of axe heads on the front. It is facing the Resurrectionist Trishula, which has 4 spikes on a piston ram. It's a piston stabbing robot. Both of these robots are invertible. Exceptionally Gifted certainly has the drive power and the weapon power advantage here. But Trishula has been oddly good at taking down robots with better weapon power.
Yeah, Trishula is sneakily good for the Resurrectionists. The only thing is, I don't think the battering ram on Exceptionally is an ideal weapon type for Trishula to fight.
Yeah.
I don't know how this is going to go.
Chat, what do we think is going to happen here? Surprising number have Trishula's back here. Quora says you be looking like a Starbucks pumpkin spice girl today.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
That is the appropriate response to that.
Instead of Starbucks, I have mysterious red liquid.
See, the thing is you're not wearing Uggs boots.
Yeah, why would I fucking do
So,
that? I'm just a metalhead with a cold head.
yes. All right. Here we go. Middleweight time. Ooh, Trishula straight into the wheels of Exceptionally Gifted. And now going head to head with those weapons, and the greater weapon power of Exceptionally Gifted is really showing here. It's absolutely smashed apart the weapon of Trishula.
Very quickly through Trishula's weaponry.
And now Trishula is just that weaponless box.
Oh,
What a KO
shit.
shot. 25 seconds.
Man, when Exceptionally lines up those axe heads, they just one-tap everything.
Yep, it's... Look at the damage numbers that it's done.
Jeez. 6,825 seconds is impressive for a middleweight.
Absolutely. Exceptionally Gifted is a powerful robot if it doesn't face a wedge.
Yes.
Get a wedge under it and it has a bad time. So it's heavyweights time, and Syndicate is leading by 5-0.
And they're going to one of their top point scorers here.
Yes. So the Syndicate has Relentless Heartburn, the double vertical spinner with the wedgelets on the front. The Avalon Resurrectionists have Phalanx with the double rear-hinged flippers. Relentless Heartburn, not invertible.
It is not invertible. It can be tipped over fairly easily. But it does have a pretty underrated ground game, to be honest. So, like, we've seen it take on other flippers this season, and Heartburn had no problem.
Yeah. So,
you know-
chat. Expectations for Relentless Heartburn versus Phalanx. Phalanx is certainly outgunned here in terms of weapon power.
Honestly, all it takes is getting under it once to flip it over.
Yeah, that's all it's going to take. And then just leaving it alone.
Yeah. Relentless Heartburn has to be relentless.
A lot of chat is on Phalanx's side. Let's see if the flipper can get some points back for the Resurrectionists. So the wedgelets have gotten Relentless Heartburn underneath the pontoon wedges of Phalanx. It has ripped off one of the... Whoa, okay.
Yeah,
So-
it looked like Phalanx's right side flipper was lined up perfectly with the motor of the left side,
Yes.
right side spinner.
So one of the spinners have come off of Relentless Heartburn, and only a single spike has come off of Phalanx. It's been pushed back into the wall, but the broken off spinners protecting Phalanx from the grinder. Although Relentless Heartburn is being relentless in its pursuit of pushing Phalanx into the grinder, but now it's had the tables turned, and it's Phalanx who has Relentless Heartburn against the grinder.
Ooh, but Relentless was able to spin right around and put
They're
it back
just
to the grinder.
swapping sides of who is attacking who with the grinder here. I think a wheel has come off of Phalanx now.
Yeah, Phalanx lost its left rear wheel and its left side flipping arm now.
And it's struggling to get away.
What
Oh
the?
no!
Relentless Heartburn, it backed up too quickly and fell over on the wall.
Oh!
You fool! What have you done?
Self-induced error by Relentless Heartburn has knocked itself over. Phalanx is trying to show some aggression here, but I don't think that's going to matter. Relentless Heartburn is going to be... It's not been
yet.
Counted out for some reason, and Phalanx is going to try and encourage it over to the grinder to make sure it suffers.
There's a count on it now.
Yeah, I hear the count now, and Relentless Heartburn is...
Oh, it just moved because of the disc on the floor.
Yes, Phalanx has pushed it into the grinder to remove a wheel in kind. They've both taken similar levels of damage here. And
Actually,
Phalanx exercising aggression.
That severed disc from Relentless Heartburn is actually stopping the current disc from spinning, so it's actually completely
so I think this is probably going to be a TKO here. It is. Phalanx with the TKO.
All because Relentless Heartburn backed up too quickly to break a count. You fool.
Sometimes you can encourage your opponents to beat themselves. If you keep them under pressure, you can create an unforced error. Or a forced error. Either way works. And you can get a win out of it. Helen says Phalanx is relentless antacid.
Sure, why not? But interestingly, that's a 5-2 match right now. Avalon has a shot to tie the match with a KO.
Well, I think a KO is going to be tough for both of these robots here. Imagine if that was the fight that broke Relentless Heartburn's undefeated streak.
I mean, that's kind of what Twin Gyre's streak being broken was like. Got flipped over and just...
Alright. Well, one fight remains in this opening match. We have one father for the Tennessean Syndicate with the double horizontal spinners, one on top, one below, very similar to Rotator from BattleBots. The Avalon Resurrectionists field Excalibur with the double vertical spinners, very similar to Heavy Metal Noise from BattleBots.
Yeah.
Two very cool looking robots here with kind of similar weapons in different directions. So chat, predictions for Excalibur versus One Father. And like you said, Excalibur needs a knockout here to tie the match.
Yeah, unfortunately, Excalibur is one of our winless robots on the season. While One Father has been rather underperforming for the season, I'm not sure Excalibur has quite the weaponry to cut through its weapons.
One Father does have a lot of defense around the sides too, and we've seen it torn up by a lot of robots, but Excalibur's going to have to get through a lot to get to that chassis and get it
Yeah, and like just the way that Excalibur's weapon works, I'm not sure it's going to be able to do that in an efficient manner. This could be a very drawn-out fight.
Remember to like the stream if you enjoy it, says Motmot. Remember to like the stream even if you don't enjoy it.
Yeah, just give it a like so we can boost the algorithm.
Yes, just algorithm the heck out of this stream so that we can...
We need a robot named Algorithm now.
Yes.
Just a YouTube logo on the top.
And the meme of it will run away from everything.
Yes, yes.
Okay, let's get this final fight started. Both robots getting their weapons up to speed. One Father being repelled by Excalibur and pushed over towards the grinder here.
Excalibur doing a good job getting One Father to a grinder quickly.
Yeah, trying to use the arena to its advantage, but One Father is making his way out of that corner.
Kind of just dueling weapons.
Yeah, at the moment, Excalibur's not able to get through the front end of One Father, and now blades are coming off of Excalibur. The weaponry a little bit more fragile on Excalibur than it is on One Father.
Looks like the whole right side disc on Excalibur is broken off.
Yeah, Excalibur kind of being the one controlling the pace at the moment, despite the weaponry coming apart. Being too aggressive, maybe?
Possibly.
Looks like One Father is cutting away those support wheels underneath.
Yeah, it looks like, Excalibur's lost all of its blades now.
Yeah, and now One Father's going in for the
Oh, the
chassis.
control board hits now. I didn't realize it racked up that quickly.
Yeah, that is a knockout in 1:03 seconds.
Well then. One Father used a very patient approach, de-weapon the opponent and then go in for the kill.
Yeah, and it racked up a heck of a lot of damage in the process.
Sheesh. So oddly enough, we were looking at DPS numbers during the week. One Father was 10th overall in the super heavyweights in DPS, even though it was 2 and 6 at the time.
It can dish out the damage, just can't win with it. DPS does not equal wins.
Yeah.
At least not all the time.
I want to say, like, all of the ones, like, at the top of the leaderboard only had, like, 2 or 3 wins.
Didn't Fire Prince lead DPS at one point in the heavyweights?
It was in, like, the top 3, and it was, like, 0 and 5.
Yeah. So that is a 8-2 win for the Tennessean Syndicate.
Good start for the mob.
Absolutely. That'll help them out in their race for the playoffs.
Yeah, with the bonus point, that would put him at 70, which is just above Collegiate, so they're at least close to them going into their match later.
So now we move closer to the bottom of the standings.
Oh, yes. Delicious tank bowl.
We have the Angry Penguin Robotics team facing the Anthracite Colliers here. Both of these teams struggling this season, so one of them's going to get a match win here.
Yeah, for sure.
Unless they draw.
Unless they draw.
Which would be tragic.
Sheesh.
But they'll at least get some fight wins out of it, hopefully. So, we have PogChamp, the two-wheel drive fast rammer for Angry Penguin Robotics. And for the Anthracite Colliers, Quick Pick with the kind of dustpan-shaped chassis and the overhead spike axe. Chat, predictions for this one. I think PogChamp's going to fit inside that dustpan quite easily.
I think it will as well, but Quick Pick does have a lot of exposed chassis.
Yes.
And unless it kills PogChamp quickly, it's going to get killed first. I think so. Or, I mean, PogChamp's wheels might be wide enough to go up the pontoon, so if wheel physics take over...
We've seen wheel physics cause a lot of problems for robots getting caught in other robots before, so... Not one to fly. Put penguin emojis in the chat. Yes, penguins do not fly. That is how that works. Not do I put a U tree shirt on?
I was just watching one of his videos before we started. Funny.
Neat. We need to get him to do videos on Robot Rampage League.
Oh god, I can just imagine him tearing into certain battle bots.
The Hater's Guide to the Robot Rampage League.
Fuck, that would be amazing.
Okay, let's start match number 2. PogChamp comes out aggressive and straight into one of the pontoons.
Doesn't quite fit into the pontoons, though.
And that is allowing Quick Pick to avoid taking a lot of damage from those spikes. So PogChamp being repelled by the chassis pontoons here as Quick Pick encourages it over into a grinder zone and into the grinder.
Left side wheel of PogChamp definitely took some grinding damage.
Yes, and now PogChamp's chassis takes some axe damage as well. Using those pontoon wedges to great effect, Quick Pick is here as PogChamp tries to get some space.
Quick Pick's got to be careful to not lose its pick with the spikes in the way there.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what PogChamp was trying to do, was put the spikes up into play. And now Quick Pick is just the wedge.
Those pontoons are still very good at repelling PogChamp's rams.
Yeah, PogChamp has the drive power advantage, but it doesn't work so well if your wheels are off the floor. So we're a minute in, and the weaponless robot against a Rambot. PogChamp flips itself over going up one of the wedges.
I do believe PogChamp's spikes are lower when it's upright like this, so it could get into the chassis of Quick Pick a little bit easier.
It does appear to be a little bit of chassis damage to some of the pontoons, but not a great deal as PogChamp retreats once again. Having trouble steering, PogChamp is, as Quick Pick really gets a good scoop under it this time.
All the way under it now. Full-on dustpan style.
Not
there.
able to get it over to the grinder, which is really what Quick Pick wants to do in order to continue to take control of this fight.
About a minute left. We'll see if these two can do anything.
Yeah, it's a lot of pushing because neither of them is really able to take control of the other.
It really just takes one of them to get into a grinder to do anything here.
Pretty much, the grinders could absolutely end this fight if they can make use of them. Although it seems that Quick Pick's running out of battery power here.
I think PogChamp might be okay on power right now, but still not looking that quick right now.
Yeah, and Quick Pick trying to encourage PogChamp over to a grinder, trying to get it to go over the top. Right now holding it against the wall to exercise control. Got less than 20 seconds left, so most likely a judge's decision is coming up here. As Quick Pick, with its limited battery power, is trying to exercise control to run out this fight. And we go to the judges.
That's going to be a tough one to call, to be honest.
Yeah, control versus damage is always tough to call.
And, it's hard to tell which of the two is going to get aggression out of that, too.
And unfortunately, for the teams at the bottom, one of them is only getting 1 point.
Only going to get 1 point out of that, unfortunately.
They need points, and neither team is getting good points out of this one.
Well, there's 7 points between the two of them. Angry Penguin being one of the lower points, so...
Helen says they want it to be Quick Pick's fight. Don't know.
We'll see what the judges say.
Yeah, it's damage control, strategy, and aggression, and a small amount of spectacle. So, only one of those categories is damage.
Yeah.
So who knows how it's going to go. Well, we are going to go to the middleweights, and Angry Penguin Robotics has Stanley. Vertical spinner down the center of the robot, 2 big disc wheels. It's very reminiscent of Huge from BattleBots. The Anthracite Colliers have Tumbler, which is kind of a tuna can full body spinner. Has armor plates, it has spikes, defense and offense. It's like Mauler if it was less self-destructive.
Yes, indeed.
Chat, predictions for Stanley versus Tumbler here.
Well, unfortunately for Stanley, it is winless, but having a rough time. And unfortunately, a horizontal spinner does not bode well for those wheels.
Yeah, unlike real life, you can't make the wheels indestructible.
Yeah, can't pull out the 2-inch thick HDPE.
Yeah. Tumbler catching a break this week. Don't speak too soon.
I mean, we'll see. That's what we said about Whammy against Dainsleaf, and that almost went the other way.
I mean, the Colliers have had the worst luck of the season so far.
Yeah.
Having, like, all the best teams in their first half, so... Let's see how the middleweights go. As both robots get their weapons up to speed and come in to attack each other, with Stanley kind of being repelled a little bit by Tumbler here, mainly taking shots to the wheels. Not really able to get its own vertical spinner into play here. Although I think it landed a shot there. Stanley could absolutely take the disc off the top of Tumbler.
Could.
We've seen that happen before.
I think it's a good purchase on it. It could just take the whole tuna can off.
Although look at the chassis damage that's racking up on Stanley now.
Tumbler being very patient.
Something Tumbler's very good at is being patient and just going in with its weapons as it can. There's the control board hit on Stanley. And now Tumbler being more aggressive and going in there for the kill. Stanley continues to repel these attacks with its wheels, mainly. But Tumbler gets the knockout in 55 seconds. And the Colliers take the match lead with 3 points.
There's only Tumbler's second win, but both have been KOs, so gets the points when it wins at least.
Yeah. Points is crucial when you're near the bottom of the standings. Well then. This fight, I don't know how this fight's going to go. Angry Penguin Robotics has E-Girl power in the heavyweights. It is a dual rear hinged flipper. It has kind of spikes to stop robots from going all the way over the robot, so it can keep the wedgelets underneath and get a good flip on them. It's facing Jackhammer from the Anthracite Colliers with 2 sets of spikes on piston rams. Jackhammer's slow but relentless.
It is.
Certainly has the weapon power advantage here, and it's invertible. But it's also been unlucky in a lot of fights.
Yeah, and it's not the fastest for a 4-wheel drive bot either.
Yeah.
My only thought is because its wheels are enclosed, that's 3 more faces of the robot that don't have any wheels touching, so if E-Girl just gets it propped up on the wall...
Absolutely. That could be an easy TKO for E-Girl power if it gets it on its side. So, chat. Predictions for E-Girl power and Jackhammer. Not often that people are trying to predict what an E-Girl is going to do with a Jackhammer.
Yeah, you usually don't have to predict what's happening there. Might be the wrong website for that.
Yes, absolutely. Chat seems to be on the Jackhammer side. So, Cora says, thanks, I hate it.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Let's get the fight underway. See if Angry Penguin can get some points back.
Ooh,
E-Girl power with a
right under Jackhammer.
Good flip to start. Jackhammer, of course, totally invertible. And underneath those flipping arms now and stabbing away at the chassis of E-Girl power.
That's very bad for those flipping arms.
Who's not able to get the flipping arms away and underneath Jackhammer. So taking chassis damage here as it's trying to press Jackhammer into the wall. Probably needs to do with backing up and getting those flipping arms reset. Look at the chassis damage that it's taking. It just continues to aggressively press Jackhammer into the wall, and Jackhammer presses back.
One of the flipping arms is now off of E-Girl.
Yes.
The flipping part of it.
So, E-Girl power taking damage despite having the flipping arms out of the way. So it continues to just try to aggressively pin Jackhammer, and Jackhammer just content to just stab away because E-Girl power is not really doing anything of harm to it.
Oh, it's control board that's now an E-Girl.
Yes, E-Girl continuing to take damage, and Jackhammer just, again, content to just stab away at it. As E-Girl pushes Jackhammer back into the wall once again. Smoke coming out of the interior of the Wedge robot. The damage really piling up from those piston spikes.
Both the flippers are now off.
Yes, the last of the flipping wedges are off. One of the flipping arms is off altogether, and there's the knockout. 94 seconds. The Colliers win the match.
It's at least 6 points for the Colliers at this point.
Yep, and there's a judge's decision pending somewhere. So there's only 3 points left here, and that's a 4th, so Angry Penguin cannot win.
Yep.
That is a win for the Colliers. How about that?
I see Robert Bull has made it to the stream.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with KJ in chat here and ask Motmot to cut it out. Because we have a super heavyweight fight to do. This is Pingu's Death Machine on the Angry Penguin Robotics team. It is a horizontal spinner. It is 2 overhead battle axes. Dual modes of attack. The battle axes are surprisingly effective in combat. It is facing Big Boar from the Colliers. It is a vertical drill spinner with spinning drills on the drill.
Yes.
Very cool weapon setup. Good wedge. Very big robot.
Very big indeed.
Chat, how do we think this one's going to go between these two big, awkward robots?
So I foresee a problem here for Big Boar.
What's that?
Because it lost to Smashy McSmashface in week 1.
Mm-hmm.
Because it stalemated with that, and Smashy just had the reach to catch those pontoon wedges on the side.
Yeah.
If Pingu loses its spinner, I think the Axe will be in range to do the same thing. And in that case, it'll be who kills who first.
Yeah, and the axes are set up on the sides where those pontoons would line up, so could be an overhead battering from Pingu.
We've also seen Big Boar be surprisingly controlling, given it has such high weaponry.
Yes. Well, chat seems to think Big Boar is going to take down the Death Machine. So let's see how this match ends. Can the Colliers get more points? Both spinners up to speed. Ooh, Pingu misfired.
Oh, no.
Ended up on top of the drill and is taking a tremendous amount of damage to the underside of the robot now. Swinging those axes away, trying to get free, and it is just not helping. Just flailing away on Big Boar's wedge.
Big Boar's being relentless and staying underneath as well.
Yep. Ah,
that was physics. That was physics, yep.
That was physics that flipped Pingu over. That wasn't the drill, unfortunately.
Unlucky. That's a restart. As you know, here with the Robot Rampage League, we cap all restarts at 5 until we take it off stream if they do not behave.
Yes.
Ooh, wow, it immediately sniped the spinner on.
Spinner came straight off, but
those axes are doing work.
Yeah, the whole bunch of nonsense just happened all at once. The drill is doing work on the front of Pingu. Pingu's doing work with the axes on the pontoons of Big Boar. And then physics got upset about it.
Alright, that was a very fascinating fight.
Restart 2. The physics bombs in this game do not make things fair all the time, and so we often have to restart because of stuff like that.
Alright, that's now 3. 2 more until these two get put into timeout.
Yeah. The weapon stayed on Pingu this time. Took a lot of damage. And Big Boar has wedged underneath Pingu's Death Machine and is drilling away at the underside. PDM swinging those axes away, trying to get away and get free.
Big Boar has left it stranded over by a grinder.
Yes, Big Boar trying to use the grinder as well to its advantage here. The
Undercutter's now gone.
Spinners come flying off, a wheels come off. Physics is not happy, but I think Big Boar gets the knockout in time.
35 seconds. Took a bit of time, but we got there in the end.
And that is at least 9 points for the Colliers, who were hurting for points.
Yeah, that'll at least boost them up to over 30, so while they're still quite a bit behind 5th place, that is for bragging rights.
9 points is a good points day.
That's a good points day.
I think the playoffs last season, the cutoff was right around like 6 points-ish per week. So that's moving them up. Alan says, was it my imagination or did PDM make a sad newt noise at one point? No, that was us.
It was definitely us that made newt noises.
Right, next match.
Oh boy, we are moving to an absolute death match here.
No, we're not.
Oh, indeed, we're actually not. Shit.
We are crashing the game.
Love doing that. Love this game.
Thank you, Unfinished, Unstable Robot Arena 2 for your physics problems and game crashes. So, also thank you to our Patreon stream sponsors for sponsoring the game crashes that occur. Once again, $10 a month to be a stream sponsor on Patreon. You can pay as much as you want to support us on Patreon, but $10 a month gets you on our crash page here. And you can support the league and the channel in that way. Second match crash. Yes, it's always the second match that does it. What are you drinking, you said in the chat?
It's mysterious red liquid.
How many enemies did you need to make that whole bottle?
Not enough.
It depends on how well you squeeze them out.
We have a human juicer who is curious.
Let's not, Aaron, let's not take that thought any farther. You're getting into OnlyFans territory with that comment.
It's a Sunday.
Helen asks if you're secretly a vampire. No.
Well, I do like the dark, but no.
Sunday is my only fan day.
Sheesh.
I am your only fan,
Yay, there's some respect. You
Aaron.
said
Liam says your voice sounds better this week. Yes, because you're not sick anymore.
Yay! Yes, I have gotten over my illness, whatever it was.
Right, so that nonsense out of the way. Robot fighting time, guys. That's why we're here. We have the Kinetic creatures taking on the Pinwheel Pulsars. Both are two pretty heavy-hitting teams. Kinetic creatures comes in with Network with the two horizontal saw blade spinners. We classify saw blade spinners differently than the rest of the spinners here in the Robot Rampage League because they do steady grinding damage over time. They don't generally do big monster hits. Network, not known for its KOs, but still known for racking up a lot of damage points.
Yes.
It's facing Nightmare Fuel from the Pinwheel Pulsars with two side-hinged axes which start in the center and swing outwards. They've been compared to pinball bumpers.
Yes.
Does a lot of damage.
It is the most damaging lightweight. 5 points total.
So, chaps, Nightmare Fuel or Network? Who you got?
So, I do believe network saws are wide enough to stalemate with the pontoons and Nightmare Fuel. However, if they don't go in evenly, the saws are going to go straight in between that gap, and network saws motors are dust. So
You know, I think the saws are lower than the axes anyway.
the saws are, but the motors are not.
Yeah, so it could be a bad time for Network saw blades here.
That'd be very tactical.
Well, chat seems to think Nightmare Fuel has the advantage here, it seems. So let's get it started. Here we go.
They did match up evenly at first, but now they slotted right in, and instead we are getting a restart.
Yeah, Nightmare Fuel yeeted into the corner.
Oh boy, this could be a bit of a time.
Well, we were true about all of the things that we said, apparently. As Network comes in and starts taking shots to those motors, one of them's off right away, and Physics threw them into the wall and flipped Network over.
Yep. It's already 2.
We don't restart every physics problem, only the ones that affect the strategic balance of the fight. Flipping a robot over does affect the strategic balance, as we see Network slotting in there and taking shots to those saw blade motors. Again, once again, the left side motor comes off, the right side motor comes off, they're all off.
They're okay
bouncing,
so far.
but they're not. It's not affecting the strategic balance, so we're going to let it go, and they get away from that spot on the floor as Nightmare Fuel
Pins Network to the wall.
Yeah, and is just slashing away with those side axes for the KO.
26 seconds. Unsurprising indeed. Nightmare Fuel adds to its most damaging damage total.
Yep. At one point, Network was the most damaging.
Yeah, it had a massive points day after getting a KO, but took a couple losses after that.
Well, losing is certainly not helping it here. Middleweights. Nightmare says, yeeting a robot out of reality is really effective strategy. Why don't IRL teams use it?
Because if it goes through reality, it also goes through the battle box, and that's illegal.
Yeah, you're not allowed to launch stuff out
like,
of the box.
If you get anything out of the arena, it has to go through the floor.
Yeah.
I don't care that it's brand new, it has to go through the floor.
You know, Deep Six tried really hard.
Deep Six tries every time.
Well, we have a similar robot to try the same thing here. We have Siege for the Kinetic creatures with the big vertical bar spinner. It is facing the Pinwheel Pulsars robot Vika. It is an AI mode that the game calls a whipper. It has stationary weapons out to the side, and the whole robot steers back and forth to bring them into play. It's the only whipper in the league. It has a lot of weapon power it can bring to bear.
Yes, it can.
Most importantly, Vika's weapons are very good at getting exposed wheels on the sides.
Yes, it is incredibly good at oscillating right around the sides of the robots and opening up the wheels. And even with the ramp plates in the front, I think Siege is going to have a bad time with those wheels.
Yeah, Siege isn't great at protecting its wheels, is it?
Yeah, and typically the strat for beating Vika is using a wedge. Siege doesn't really have one.
No. Chat, predictions for Siege versus Vika, please. KJ says Siege drives so erratically it could take itself out without Vika's input.
You know, I actually just thought of that. Siege is known for throwing itself around when it gets inverted. It could theoretically climb over the top of Vika with its spinner and catch the back of those extenders on the weapon.
Yeah.
Don't expect it to happen.
We've seen
but it's
robots
possible.
get around behind Vika before.
Yeah, and Vika takes a while to turn when something gets behind it.
Well, there is a chance for Siege, so let's see if that plays out or if the chat on Vika's side turns out to be true. Siege fell over on the opening attack.
It climbed over Vika, for sure. Got damage to the chassis.
Yeah, Vika with a big dent in the front. Siege is throwing its wheels around trying to self-right. It has almost done so.
Slightly parked on the spinner, okay.
As Vika comes into attack. Not able to get around to the side yet. Kind of bouncing off the front of Siege.
Yeah, those ram plates are actually repelling Vika decently.
Oh, but Siege reversed into the weapons of Vika. I think
Both ram
Vika's...
plates are now gone.
Yeah, it's gotten through the front armor, but Vika's driven into the wall.
Siege
And
wasn't able
now
to capitalize.
Siege has Vika back near a grinder. It's been knocked over and
Briefly fell
righted
over.
itself. And
Ooh,
it
an
got
opening.
behind, but Siege
Fell
threw
over
itself
instead.
upwards again. That imbalance caused by that vertical spinner.
There's at least one wheel off of Siege now.
Yeah, Vika's gotten one of the wheels at last, without those ram plates in the way.
But
Siege, why? There's so much torque, it just lifts itself off the
it was
floor.
just able to break the count that it had on it, but
Yeah, and
it's not going to
Vika's
help it here.
going at the last remaining wheel, but Siege is landing hits to Vika when it tries to do so.
Siege is on control board hits, though. Oh, and Vika killed it just by running into it, okay.
Yep, that is a knockout.
Took 75 seconds, but it got there in the end.
Siege did its best, but when you're that unstable...
Yeah, that was surprisingly close. I expected Vika to just take both wheels off in like 10 seconds.
Siege was trying to use its instability as its strength there to avoid losing its
Yeah.
wheels.
Gave it a shot.
Sometimes dumb strategies are not so dumb.
Yep.
And then sometimes they are.
Oh, boy. It is time for
Yeah.
chaos, my friends.
It is so difficult to commentate these fights, but we're going to do our best.
Got the Dunning-Kruger Club up against Lesbian and the Gay.
If you think you understand what is going on here, you don't really understand what's going
No.
on here. First rule of Dunning-Kruger Club, you don't know you're in Dunning-Kruger
Yeah,
Club.
we are about to enter the Dunning-Kruger Club, my friends.
We are all a top mount stupid here. Okay. The Kinetic creatures field a multibot in the heavyweights, Dunning and Kruger, two basically mirrored overhead bar spinners. The Pinwheel Pulsars also field a multibot in the heavyweights. They have Leslie, the 360-degree overhead spinner, and Gale, the rear hinge flipper.
Front hinge flipper.
Front hinge flipper.
Front hinge flipper.
I always get them wrong. So Leslie is bloodthirsty as hell.
Yes, typically kills the shit out of Gale, actually.
Yeah, Leslie attacks everything that moves, but Gale is really good at stranding other robots off the floor.
Yeah.
So, chat, expectations, predictions, what do you think is going to happen here?
The main difference between these two pairs, it typically would be Gale sliding underneath a robot and Leslie attacking the robot while it's up there, even though it doesn't really happen. Whereas the other two, one of them distracts the robot while the other spinner comes in from behind. That's not going to be as easy against a flipper rather than something else.
Yeah.
And especially since they're most likely going to go one-on-one here. I'm not really sure which pair is going to come out on top of that.
I think whichever team, whichever multibot, knocks one of the others away and then double teams the other one
Yeah.
is probably going to have the advantage in this one.
And I do suppose there's three uninvertible robots and one that can self-right here.
Yes.
So, could very easily see just three Beyblades flip over at the same time.
Well, chat, I think they're on Leslie and Gale's side, but mostly they're just predicting,
Just carnage.
Here we go. Let's see what happens. As expected, they're pairing off.
Leslie's going for Kruger. Dunning and Gale have stalemated. Okay.
Yeah, wedge stalemate there while Leslie and Kruger are touching tips.
Sort of killing the shit out of each other while the others are just stalemating.
Yeah, Leslie with the bloodthirsty attacks. They're getting a little bit under
Not really sure which of those two
Dunning's
is winning
weapon.
battle. It looks like Kruger's weaponry is coming off first, but now Leslie's is as well.
Yeah, Leslie is losing the components on her weapon there. Kruger's also losing components as Leslie is
think Kruger's lost most of
unstable.
them now.
Gale's coming over to try to help, and
Ended up on top of the wedges of Kruger. Okay.
yeah, and Dunning is stranded on all the debris,
Oh,
so
no.
Dunning can't help out here.
The torque from Leslie's spinner's not letting it turn around to...
Yeah,
get into
Leslie's
play
struggling to move with that unbalanced spinner. Kruger is doing its best to avoid going up the wedge.
Dunning's stuck on something. I think it's Leslie's weaponry that came off there.
Oh, so Gale flipped Kruger over and it's pushing it into Leslie to try to knock out Kruger here. Fantastic strategy by Gale and Leslie.
Dunning only just now got off the debris.
Yeah, Dunning's going to try and take out the wounded Leslie as Gale de-weapons Kruger.
Leslie flopping around with its imbalanced spinner.
Yeah, and Gale's taking a wheel off of Kruger at this point.
Oh no, but Dunning hit Kruger up there and it led Gale to get a hit on it. But now Dunning's going to the wheel of Gale.
Kruger is almost KO'd at this point. It's on control board hits, and Dunning is unable to get under Leslie, or unable to get under Gale at all. Gale's taking chassis damage to that right side, but Dunning cannot capitalize as it gets pushed into the wall by Gale and is now suffering from those front-hinged spiked flippers.
Notably here, especially, Kinetic needs to kill both Leslie and Gale to get the 3 points to stay in the match. And I'm not sure Dunning's going to be able to do it on its own here.
Not sure either team's going to be able to do it. As
Dunning just reversed into Leslie to get some hits.
yeah, Dunning's trying to take out Leslie.
I think I got a couple of hits on it there.
Got a control board hit on Leslie as Leslie throws itself
Flops
back
around
upside
the wall.
down again. I think Kruger is technically still.
I
in.
think Kruger might be dead. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Dunning trying to get Leslie out. It has.
It has, so now
it's down to Gale and Dunning with 30 seconds remaining.
No, I do believe actually Kruger might still be half alive.
It's technically not been counted out
I hear
yet.
a count on it right now, though.
Gale trying to get under the side of Dunning. It's pushed it into the wall and lifted into the air. But they're back to a wedge stalemate with 10 seconds to go. How are the judges going to judge this?
Who even knows? But we're about to find out.
As Gale pushes Dunning into the wall as time expires. What a surprise! The multi-bot versus multi-bot fight went to the judges. Okay, I'll take one calculator, you take the other calculator.
Just figure it out ourselves, yeah.
Okay, this one's battery isn't working.
Fine, I'll just do both.
See if my phone has a calculator I can pull up. So who'd you just calculate?
Leslie Gale.
Okay. That is 62, 65 for Dunning and Kruger, and 80,
Oh, wow.
78 for Leslie and Gale.
Yep.
Okay. Well, that was messy.
As expected, we were expecting chaos, and that's more or less what we got.
And, because that went to the judges, the Pinwheel Pulsars win the match.
Indeed.
They have 6 points, and there's less than 6 points remaining now.
It's honestly a good thing that happened for them, because if Kinetic did get a KO there, they would be bringing their death machine up right now.
Yes.
But we'll see if that death machine can even win.
This is that featured 1v1 that you pointed out earlier.
Yeah. Death penalties killed just about everything in its path, but 787B is the right design to beat it.
Here we go. Death penalty for kinetic creature 787B for the Pinwheel Pulsars. Death penalty is a very wide sit and spin robot. It spins in place with flails and all kinds of swords and damaging weapons on the outside. Gets up to speed very quickly and is very deadly. The Pinwheel Pulsars robot is a rear hinged flipper, lots of spiked flipping arms. Also very deadly when it gets under other robots. Chat is on 787B's side. Interestingly, 787B does not have any side protection.
It doesn't, which, if Death Penalty gets up to speed, that's going to be very bad.
Yes.
But 787B is the perfect design for sliding right underneath Death Penalty.
Fast, aggressive wedge, yes.
Yeah.
So it's going to come down to how aggressive
Yeah,
787B is.
this entire fight comes down to the first 10 seconds.
Pretty much.
Although we have seen Death Penalty come from behind against robots with similar setups, like managed to beat Hello World, which is even more ideal in my opinion.
Yeah. So, yeah, if 787B boggles the opening charge.
That could be it.
All right, here we go. Two of the heavy hitters in the super heavyweights. 787B got
Got underneath it.
Death Penalty up in the air and has thrown it up on top of the wall briefly, and it's keeping it off of the floor. But it's tossed Death Penalty behind it now, and
Death Penalty almost got the space to get to speed, but now it's lost a wheel,
yes,
and that's one of its forward-moving wheels, so it's not going to be able to move very well.
more wheels coming off of Death Penalty as
Spikes now.
787B continues to attack from underneath and keep it stationary.
Death Penalty only has one flail setup remaining.
Yes, and it's kind of stranded, currently upside down. Taking
board hits
control
now.
board hits, and 787B tearing Death
Tearing it
Penalty to
apart.
pieces here. Bounced it
Briefly
off the
up on
top
the
of the wall, but got a
Huge.
big toss to
Huge,
get the knockout.
majestic knockout shot.
That was exactly what 787B needed to do to win that fight. And the Pulsars come away with a big win. At least 9 points, maybe a shutout,
Yep.
depending on that judge's decision.
Not bode well for Kinetic, who's trying to stay in the playoff race right now.
No, that is not what they wanted to see. Speaking of playoff race,
Yes. This is another one of our heavy-hitting matches.
the Pelagic Wanderers leading their division against the Levantine Alliance.
He was in
Second
place,
in their
right
division.
behind him.
So, the Pelagic Wanderers bring Carcinized with the two side axes, one a sword, one a spike strip. Surprisingly deadly in the lightweights. The Levantine Alliance has VSSV, which is an angled vertical spinner. It started out the league being extremely efficient
Yeah.
at winning fights, and then it's kind of been on a slump.
It's kind of turned into a very sucky spinning vert.
Yes. So, chat. Predictions for Carcinized versus VSSV, please.
I'm not sure, in the event these two go head-to-head, I'm not sure Carcinized has the reach to get to the SSV's chassis without getting hit with a spinner. But it does have that front protection, so this could be very close.
Yeah, and we've seen VSSV, if it loses one of those stabilizers, just all over the place.
Yeah.
And those are kind of in the perfect spot to be attacked by Carcinized.
Yeah.
So, chat is crabbing at the moment, it looks like. Vimming ain't easy hears us say Collegiate Wanderers instead of Pelagic Wanderers. I don't like to pronounce my P's super hard because then you get like these big bursts of sound in the microphone.
Try that a lot.
And my pop filter is only so effective at filtering that out. May I assume the mysterious clear liquid is just ordinary water? No, it is H2SO4.
Yes.
So here we go. Let's get this fight underway. As Carcinized comes in. Oh, it got lifted over
Yes.
by VSSV, and now it has the vertical spinner attacking it from the rear.
Very hard for Carcinized to turn around, too.
Yes, with those swinging weapons. It's taken a tremendous amount of damage from VSSV here. as it gets flipped over once again, and no, it's still going.
So I got one more hit to go.
It's trying to get those weapons into play, trying to get those front spikes into play, but 29-second efficient knockout from VSSV once again.
So VSSV broke its 4-fight losing streak. Started out 4-0, and immediately went 0-4 after that.
It is a robot of two.
Very bipolar robot.
Very bipolar, yes. Robot of two poles.
Sounds about on brand for who built it.
Pretty much. Alright, middleweight time. We have for the Pelagic Wanderers Breach. It is a rear-hinged flipper, protected wheels. Very cool looking robot.
Very good.
Very effective robot. It's facing Rosewater, also a rear-hinged flipper, but it has a piston stabbing spike as well. It's been a surprisingly effective combination. Exposed wheels.
Yes.
Chat, predictions for Breach versus Rosewater, please.
So as we know, these flipper fights are always a toss-up. But in this particular toss-up, Rosewater, I think, has the highest potential to do damage when it's in control versus Breach.
Yeah.
Because if Breach is in control, Rosewater has its exposed wheels to at least catch like a wall or whatever and maybe get back sorted. Breach doesn't have that option, it pretty much has to self-right.
Yeah, and Rosewater's proven that when it gets a robot upended, even if it's not currently flipping them, it can still do damage with that piston.
Yeah, and
spike.
it's more uses its flippers to unsettle the opponent and use the piston to kill it.
Yeah, it's very effective weapon combination on Rosewater. So chat is split between these two, but Cool Runner is predicting a lot of air miles.
It's possible we could get some majestic tosses here.
I wish we could mod the game to have a way to track how much distance robots have gone through the air.
Yeah. You know who would win that by a mile? Hive.
One glitch where it just goes out of existence. 17,000 meters.
Oh, that'd be so good.
Okay, here we go. Middleweight time with Levantine up by 3. Breach goes up the wedge.
Rosewater won the ground game to start.
Yes, and it's pushing Breach back into the grinder, and
just putting it right on top of it.
Breach is unable to get down while it is stranded up there.
Rosewater's got to be careful, though. It's shooting its piston into the grinder.
Yes, and Breach is taking a tremendous amount of damage from the grinder itself.
Ooh. Fortunately, I hear a count.
Breach is trying to get down. I'm not sure if it'll be able to.
No, Rosewater's impeding it quite heavily.
Yeah,
Yep.
That is a pin.
Which is a restart.
Which we restart because you're not allowed to hold a robot until the count ends the fight. So we try it again. Breach gets underneath Rosewater and gets Rosewater upended. And it's keeping Rosewater off of the floor, but it has misfired its flipping arms, and now
Rosewater took advantage.
Rosewater is underneath.
That's the big difference. Is Rosewater is able to use its wheels to kind of right itself, and Breach has to use the flippers to self-right.
Yes, and now they take turns with Breach underneath, getting some good deep flips on Rosewater, who can run inverted. That is not something that Breach is capable of doing, although Breach does have that spike flipping arm doing damage to Rosewater's top end while Rosewater is stabbing away at Breach.
Ooh, but Rosewater is able to get underneath and kind of full-body flip.
Oh,
Breach
and
over.
Breach ran itself into the grinder briefly. Rosewater tried to attack, and it's put itself in a bad position on top of Breach at the moment. Rosewater drives kind of sideways on its side. Something those big exposed wheels help it to be able to do, but it is stabbing away with that piston spike. Both of these robots taking a lot of damage, but Breach, I think the chassis has taken more.
For sure. Still a very even matchup overall.
Breach is trying to get Rosewater to the wall. It's gotten it stranded on top of it. Breach, known for getting ring outs, and it's getting Rosewater close to that wall repeatedly. It's definitely possible.
Rosewater's still very efficient with using that piston to get some chassis damage.
Yeah, and it's
And now
finally
it's
gotten
gotten
back
underneath
under
again.
Breach and gotten Breach upside down. Although once again, Breach underneath Rosewater.
Rosewater misfired his flippers and gave Breach an opportunity.
Yes, so this is more Breach's fight than it is Rosewater's.
Rosewater has lost a flipper to that spike strip flipper on Breach.
Yes. But still stabbing away with that piston. As Breach tosses Rosewater behind it.
Both these robots are really run out of battery power now.
Yeah, they're struggling. They've been using the burst motors use more battery power than any other motor in the game, and they're really struggling with battery power at this stage with 45 seconds to go.
Rosewater's still got that air power for the piston going.
Yep. As Breach is continuing to exercise its control and aggression against Rosewater here.
Rosewater doesn't have the battery power to retract that flipper now.
Correct, but it has the air power to stab at Breach's chassis here. There's smoke coming out of both robots at this point. Both taking a lot of chassis damage. And now Breach is the one struggling with retracting its weaponry.
Breach lost one flipper now.
Let's push Rosewater to the grinder zone, and 10 seconds to go. Both robots still swinging away at each other. And this one is going to go to the judges. That was a hell of a fight.
Fantastic. Fight of the week candidate, no doubt. Breach is fantastic at getting these good fights going. I'm not sure it's won any of them yet, but it is put on some
extremely similar damage numbers from both robots. Man, how do you even judge that?
Man, that's gonna be. I could see that being a tied judge's decision, honestly.
It's possible we could have one. Chats, who do you think won? Who would you give the judge's decision win there?
Wow.
Do we have whale and rose emojis in chat for YouTube?
I don't think we do.
If we do, they wouldn't show up on Streamlabs anyway.
KJ's saying it might be Breach.
We'll be saying the audience won because it was a hell of a fight.
Yeah, they did.
Absolutely. That was one of the best fights we've seen. One of the best 3-minute fights we've seen in a long time. Both robots beat the crap out of each other. Yeah, there's the emojis.
Oh yeah, they found it.
Yeah, use the emote that you think won. Rose for Rosewater, whale for Breach. We're going to try to get our heavyweight fight set up here. We have the Pelagic Wanderers with Twin Gyre, 2 angled spinners. They're both horizontal and vertical by our classification because of the angle that they're on. It's fighting Almudamir, which is a big overhead horizontal spinner similar to Perfect Phoenix and such from BattleBots. Chat is fairly split on who they think won the last fight.
Understandably so. Unfortunately, this one looks a little bit more one-sided.
Who you got for the heavyweights, chat?
Since we've proven,
they say Twin Gyre.
Twin Gyre is very good at defending its motors. Because it looks like, oh, it's no problem, just go around. Yeah, you can't. Like, we've seen a lot of robots with weapons that go to the side that can't get anywhere close. So,
well, chat says Twin Gyre.
It is one of the best heavyweights.
Absolutely. Here we go. Can Almudamir push another judge's decision? As its weapon immediately starts getting ripped up by Twin Gyre, who kind of gets stranded on that front wedge. Twin Gyre once again kind of bouncing its weaponry around on the top of Almudamir.
Just kind of oscillating side to side, letting the spinners do their work.
And ripping the spinner apart on Almudamir, damaging the chassis.
There's the whole spinner right there.
Almudamir has the wedge. Does it have the drive power to push Twin Gyre around? Does not appear so.
Almudamir has the chassis remaining. Look at the front of it.
Absolutely. Almudamir being crushed by the spinners on Twin Gyre here.
Twin Gyre having a bit of trouble now that it's on top of the wedge.
Yeah, it ends up on that wedge. It doesn't have a ground game, Twin Gyre. trying to flail those spinners into play. Now Mudamir just trying to get any kind of distance it can. Although it's got a deep wedge underneath Twingyre here and is pushing it a little bit.
Very patiently pushing.
Twingyre able to get free and get those weapons into play again for some control board hits.
Another one now.
This is likely to be a knockout with all of that smoke pouring out of Mudamir here.
Mudamir's absolutely flattened from those horizontal.
Yeah, 90
angled
seconds
spinners.
have gone by. Can Twingyre get the knockout? It can.
does. Took 94 seconds, but Twingyre got it in the end.
And so now, the match is within 1 point. Both teams have 3 points, and somebody has a judge's decision.
Indeed, somebody does. It's going to come down to a very brutal super heavyweight match.
Oh my gosh, this is going to be brutal.
I'm going to have to switch to team match because
Yeah.
we get the only super heavyweight multi-bot here.
It is time for the Sharks.
Sharks have arrived.
Sharks versus Scorpions. Episode of Animal Face Off. Alright, chats. To close out this match and decide the winner, we have Sharpsnout and Bluntnose on the Pelagic Wanderers, both with an overhead axe weapon. Sharpsnout is kind of more of a club. Bluntnose is kind of more of a war pick. They've been surprisingly effective at swarming
Indeed.
with their feeding frenzy strategy. They're facing Androctonus on Levantine Alliance with the two very heavily damaging side axes and the overhead kind of scorpion tail axe. Androctonus puts out a lot of damage very quickly, and it's very wide and difficult to get around.
Yes. But there's a lot of exposed chassis when you do get around it.
Yes. What do you think is going to happen in this fight, chat?
Interesting thing to note with Sharpsnout and Bluntnose. Most of the multi-bots are a bit of a wild card. Like, pretty much everyone we have in here is right around an even rec or maybe one loss or one win more. Sharpsnout and Bluntnose are 6-2. They are very effective for a multi-bot cluster. And they're in the super heavyweights, which has significantly more weaponry.
Yes. Like I said, that feeding frenzy strategy that they use has been very effective.
And even when they lose their axes, like, they're like Sharpsnout's a fantastic wedge. Bluntnose can get some damage in with those ram plates if it rams.
Yep. Chat is split. Cannot decide between scorpions and sharks. I mean, they're both cool.
They are pretty cool. This is like, kind of like when Warhead took on Sharkoprian, was it?
Yes.
We had a dragon against a shark, now we have a shark against a scorpion. Two sharks against a scorpion, I should say.
Well, let's see if the little sharks have what it takes.
Here we go. Ooh. Okay, so it is Bluntnose landing the shots to the top of Androctonus, who's been pinned to the wall by Sharpsnout. Sharpsnout taking a lot of damage to that to the side of the chassis from those swinging side axes.
Yeah, I think Sharpsnout's already been KO'd. It has.
Yes, Sharpsnout's been the big muscle of the multi-bot pair, and Bluntnose is kind of using its body as
Cover, almost.
yeah, as protection here from the weaponry of Androctonus, who's just ripping poor Sharpsnout to pieces even more. Oh, so Bluntnose going after the overhead weapon of Androctonus here, trying to get the scorpion tail off. It's not done so, and
It's lost a wheel as a result.
it's losing wheels to those side axes. Went after the wrong weapon here. Not able to deal with the just firepower advantage that Androctonus had, and it's gotten the last wheel off of Bluntnose, and the Sharks are immobile. It's going to go for 3 points because points matter.
They're going to, though.
It's not. It's going to take the 2
Androctonus
points.
is backed off.
Okay.
So because Bluntnose likely is not going to get KO'd here, that's only going to be 2 points for Androctonus.
Yep.
That is
Both multi-bot components need to be control board knocked out in order to get the 3 knockout points. So this is a TKO officially for Androctonus. And despite the Sharks doing more damage in points, they conclusively lost. And that wins the match for the Levantine Alliance.
Does indeed.
Because they have 5 points, and if the judge's decision goes their way, they have 6. And Pelagics only got 3 so far. So, them's the breaks.
It's actually going to be huge for Levantine because with the Syndicate getting 9 points, I think actually Syndicate just moved into second as a result. Because they were only 1 point behind the Wanderers, who obviously got more than that, so they should at least still be on top. But still, those standings at the top in Division 2 are very tight.
Yep. Change the standings. Yeah, Levantine could be on top in the standings now. We'll have to see how it goes.
I don't believe so. Levantine was 7 points down on the Wanderers, so with only 5 or 6 there, they'd still be behind regardless.
Well, with a bonus point.
Well, even with the bonus point, that would put them at 68-69, and both Syndicate and Wanderers are ahead of that now. They're in the 70s. So I do believe Levantine, yeah, Liam pointing it out now.
All right. Next match time.
Indeed.
Second place Robotics from Zionsville, Indiana is taking on Heavy Metal Robotics from Nashville.
Indeed.
You're repping Heavy Metal this week,
As always.
as
In
always.
spirit.
All you have is band shirts, basically.
Pretty much.
Or you have 1 bowling shirt.
Maybe 2.
So second place has Unknown X, the overhead claw axe weapon on the Wedge robots. Heavy Metal Robotics has Voidwalker with the 360-degree spinner. Chat, what do we expect between Voidwalker and Unknown X?
This could be a deceptive match here for chat, because Unknown X has been pretty poor this season, but its only win was taking a similar robot to Voidwalker to the judges by just being a good wedge.
Yep.
Voidwalker doesn't like wedges or getting flipped over.
Correct. So it's going to come down to, can Unknown X use its drive power to get under Voidwalker?
It's remotely possible.
Chat very much thinks this is Voidwalker's victory.
I have my doubts.
Mr. Circuit says Unknown X has to get that claw onto those weapon extenders, which it absolutely could do.
It definitely could. I think just the ground game is the key for Unknown X here.
Well, let's see if that plays out that way.
Or if the exposed versus protected wheels matter, as Voidwalker takes a big hit to
Unknown X immediately caught one.
Unknown X and loses a spike. Unknown X going after those exposed wheels on Voidwalker and keeping Voidwalker stopped. Unknown X is taking a lot of chassis damage, but it's absorbing the hits so it can get in tight and play close range with Voidwalker. Unfortunately, it's accelerated too hard and ended up on top of Voidwalker here. Voidwalker's able to get its weapon up to speed and land a lot more hits to Unknown X here. He's on control board hits now. Unknown X just has not been able to use that strategy that it's trying so hard to use and get the...
Now it's lost the claw.
It's trying to get the wheels off, but it just could not. And Heavy Metal has the 3 points.
That was relatively close. I also did hear from that. It sounds like Unknown X does not have very strong armor.
Quite possibly.
That sounded like plastic armor to my ears.
I don't have my volume turned up too much, so I couldn't hear the hits, but that's possible. And now it is middleweights time. Okay, second place has Yeetus with the 4 rear-hinged flippers. Heavy Metal Robotics has Immortal Corruptor with a giant vertical disc spinner. Does not like being flipped over.
Does not.
What do we think's going to happen in this one, chat? I think Immortal Corruptor's going to get flipped over.
That seems reasonable, but I could see Yeetus potentially wheeling slightly and going right up those fork wedges on Immortal Corruptor. Even though I don't think the spinner can do a whole lot with it, it could be a little bit more drawn out than just tossing Immortal Corruptor around.
We have seen vertical spinners flip other robots over.
Possible.
But yeah, chat seems to think that Yeetus has this, so
Reasonable.
Let's see if second place gets some points back.
Yeetus not able to get under Immortal Corruptor at first.
Now it has.
Gotten it to the wall. Immortal Corruptor landing some hits to the front end as Yeetus throws it into the grinder. Kind of holding Immortal Corruptor against the wall. So trying to draw out a count. It is.
Fortunately, it's not backing away.
No, this is going to count as a pin because Immortal Corruptor has a wheel and a working weapon on the floor.
Yeah, it is able to kind of flail around when it's upside down in that position. So.
Yeah, so that is Yeetus holding it in place.
We're going to have to restart.
And we go again. Oh my goodness, what a toss by Yeetus. Although Immortal Corruptor landed disc first on top of it. But Yeetus right back underneath. That disc is actually kind of helping to keep Immortal Corruptor in the ring, which is unusual. Normally, vertical spinners pull themselves out of the ring.
One of the rear kind of ramp plate stabilizers on Immortal Corruptor is now off.
Yeah, and Yeetus has thrown Immortal Corruptor into the grinder. Although if it's not careful, Yeetus could take off its own wheels with the grinder. We've seen that with other robots in the past.
Control board hits now on Immortal
Yeah,
Corruptor.
Yeetus with those spike flipping arms is really getting into Immortal Corruptor, but it's ended up on top of the wedgelets. And is, well, it's stalling Immortal Corruptor's weapon at the moment. And Immortal Corruptor breaks away and then has one of its wedgelets ripped right off.
Another control board hit there.
Yep, and that's going to be a knockout for Yeetus. And we're all tied up. Going into the heavies. Okay. Aegis Deletus. Yes.
Thank you, second place, for deleting Immortal Corruptor from my memory.
Heavy Metal always has one robot on the team that's just like, why are you here?
Yeah.
It's not Vacuity this season.
Shockingly, no.
Second place, Robotics has Rumblebee in the heavyweights. Kind of an axie front hinge flipper type of setup on Rumblebee. Heavy Metal Robotics has Vacuity with an updated axe, and it is winning.
Has been winning. I think it actually has the best win-loss record on Heavy Metal at the moment.
Yep.
Fortunately, not looking too hot in this fight.
Vacuity doesn't like being flipped over, but it is a very defensive robot, and Rumblebee's kind of a very defensive robot too. This could be a long fight. Chat, what are we expecting to happen?
The bigger issue here is that Rumblebee has kind of fork wedges in the front, whereas Vacuity just has those armored pontoons, which, while they are very defensive, not good as a ground game.
Yeah, but the fork wedges on Rumblebee are narrow and in the middle, where Vacuity has that big gaping chasm in its chassis.
It does, but if it fires to axe, that might prop those up off the floor a little
That's
bit.
true. Chat is mostly on Vacuity's side.
And again, we have doubted Vacuity many times over the last 2 seasons, and it usually proves us wrong.
Let's see if Vacuity surprises us yet again.
A wedge stalemate briefly. Vacuity going up the wedge, but stabbing away with that spiked axe. Rumblebee stabbing away with the axes, knocking the weaponry.
Both
or
have
the,
lost ramp plates each,
yeah, the
but
defensive armor off of Vacuity, but Vacuity's weapon is
stuck on
not
the floor
able
and
to
can't
retract because of the wall. So Rumblebee using its drive power to its advantage here, and has just demolished the chassis of Vacuity as a result. And now Vacuity
It's stalemating with the wedges.
stalemating the wedge and going after Rumblebee's chassis now that's exposed. But
Looks like Rumblebee's gonna get the
Rumblebee
KO
has
again.
gotten the knockout. That strategic pin helped it out. It's able to keep Vacuity's weapon from retracting fully. And so it could not fire.
That's 6 points to second place. They can no longer lose this match.
Yes, the best heavy metal can do is a draw.
That was a good back and forth axe fight to a degree.
Not looking forward to Code Silver's responses to this. Okay. Chat. Here we go for this final fight. Second place leading by 3. They have Supernova in the super heavyweights, the undercutter horizontal spinner, a lot of defensive work around the robot. It's fighting Aqua Dementia with the multiple spiked side hinged flipper. One of the best robots last season, not doing great this season.
Yeah, it was similar to VSSV. Started 4-0, then lost 4 straight.
Yeah. Chat seems to think Aqua Dementia's got the advantage here.
I'm going to make a bold prediction. Aqua Dementia is going to time a flip so well that Supernova is going to go over the wall for a ring out and only get 2 points.
And that would lose Heavy Metal
That
the
would
match.
lose him the match.
Let's see if that happens. Can Heavy Metal get the knockout that they need to draw even? Wow, the disc came off on the
Immediately
very
took the
first
disc off.
attack as Supernova has been flipped over by Aqua Dementia and thrown on top of the grinder. Aqua Dementia taking a little bit of grinder damage, but more or less none the worse for wear. It continues to knock pieces off of Supernova and get it against the wall.
Both wheels
All
are
the
off.
wheels are off. It's propped up on the wall, and Aqua Dementia, you need
Gotta go in for the
3
kill. You gonna
points. You
leave
gotta
it?
go in for the kill.
You fool.
They're gonna take the TKO and lose the match. Oh, Aqua Dementia, why?
You dumbass.
Maybe it's trying to rack up its TKO stats for a move to another team one day. I don't know. Second place wins 6-5 because Aqua Dementia would not go in for the kill.
Oh,
You hate to see it.
you hate to see it.
But, I mean, Aqua Dementia broke its losing streak, so...
I mean, yeah, I suppose, but oh well.
Alright, I need to go use the bathroom, and that means you're on your own for this next
Lame. Whatever, I'll set
match.
it up.
Yeah. Ugh. I gotta avoid tripping over all my wires.
Oh, it's part
Like
of the
that.
books.
Good luck.
All right. We're on to match 6, folks. And it's going to be a bloodbath. We're going to have the Halifax Supernovas and the Jubilife City Jigglypuffs. All right, well, we appear to have a bit of a mirror match here. Halifax has a Tycho, which is a front hinge flipper with a singular spike strip in the middle. Pretty good ground game with the burst wedge in the front, but lots of exposed chassis and wheels on the side. Jubilife City has Y2K, which is also a front hinge flipper, but this one has a Bushido sort instead of a spike strip. Has a much bigger snapper mounted wedge and more drive power than Tycho does. So while this is a Spider-Man pointing at himself meme, there are some differences in the two that might influence the outcome. Quite a few people going for Y2K. I think Tycho is the lower wedge and better weapons as Zester. It's possible. Y2K, despite having a very efficient ground game and a pretty good weapon, it hasn't gotten any KOs yet. Like, it's won 7 fights and only gotten 11 points total. Whereas Tycho, while it has gotten a few TKOs, it has gotten a couple KOs and does a little bit more damage than Y2K does. So, on that basis, it might have the edge, but Y2K does have better drive power, so if it gets under Tycho, it's going to be in control. I have just realized, because they kind of have that that T-shaped chassis, they could just stalemate on the side and just sit in microwave for a while. Kind of hoping that doesn't happen. That'd be very annoying. I'm also waiting for this jabroni to get back before we start. Just so he doesn't walk back in mid-fight. Who's gonna break the news to Psycho? I don't know what you're talking about, Hellrazers. So notably in this match, Jubilife has won 17 consecutive fights. They're taking the approach of just one-tapping everything in their way and just winning as they want. But we'll see if Halifax could even possibly break that, because Y2K plays the biggest ground game out of any team in the league by far. The microwave prediction helm. Yeah, it's could be a little annoying. And he's taking his sweet time, huh? That was another bingo square for me. Thank you, Aaron. I think Y2K was the one who stole the Colliers' luck, but they won this week, so I don't know. You know what's possible? The crazy thing with Jubilife is all of their robots are 7-1, and they're winning practically everything, but they're not scoring super high damaging stuff. Like, they're not getting KOs frequently, so still not they're slightly underperforming despite being one of the best teams. It's weird. You know what? This jabroni's taking too long, so we're gonna get it started. He gets to miss out, and I don't. Alright, they meet in the middle, and Y2K immediately slides under Tycho, no problem. Tycho is trying to self-right, and has been able to and slide under Y2K in return. Y2K is taking a lot of damage to the underside of the chassis, for sure. Already smoking from the hits from Tycho. Tycho's weapon is definitely more potent than Y2K's. They have now slid to the side of each other and have locked into what we call a microwave. Fantastic. A+ content. Oh, no, they actually broke it. I'm surprised. And this time Y2K has gotten under Tycho and is throwing it around. Tycho briefly got caught on the wall, but has slid back underneath Y2K. Got a couple more hits on it. We are once again warming up the food. Pretty back and forth match so far. Oh, they actually broke it this time. That's nice. Once again, Tycho slides up Y2K's wedge. And they kind of met in like a T-shape. That was fucking weird. Although now Tycho has removed the burst wedge off of Y2K and inverted it up against the wall. Are they going to leave it upside down for the count by chance? I don't know if Y2K can self-right from that position. It does. But Y2K is going in for the kill now. Sorry, Tycho's going in for the kill, I should say. Who knew this? The winner of the Spider-Man pointing at himself meme is indeed Spider-Man. Oh. Y2K just self-righted in time, but Tycho has punished it by knocking it out in 104 seconds. What we were saying before, that Tycho had the better, more damaging weapon. It does indeed, as it turns out. That is shockingly 3 points to the Supernovas and the end of Jubilife's undefeated, or unbeaten streak there. 17 straight wins has come to an end. Oh, there you are, you little fuck.
Yeah.
That took your sweet time.
That sounded like a great fight.
It was a good back and forth, if a little slow for a lightweight, but you know, it happens.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Cables and wires and things. One of these days, I'm gonna get up and I'm just gonna like knock out power to the whole room.
Yeah, I have to tiptoe out of here. It's awful.
We'll have to do a video like showing how we set all this up one day.
Yeah.
It's makeshift.
Yeah, it really is. Ah, Mini Duck is joining the stream. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Don't do that, Soupy. Whack Mike in the head with your spinner.
Okay. My voice is not doing great because it turns out that's what happens when you drink H2SO4.
Happens, you know.
But, you know. It's just so tasty. We're on to fight number 2.
Here indeed. Time for the middleweights to prove their worth.
Yes. So, middleweight time. There is Kepler for the Supernovas, side hinged flippers that come out from the center. Very destructive robot for a flipper.
It is indeed.
It's facing Polybius from the Jubilife City Jigglypuffs. It is classified as a rammer. It specializes in ramming itself underneath the opponent and stranding them on top of the wedge and doing grinding damage underneath with those spikes up top. Very good at controlling fights. Very aggressive. Very good at using the grinders as well.
Indeed, it's a very good control bot.
Chat, Kepler, the side hitch flipper versus Polybius, the rammer. Who you got?
The main key here is that Polybius has snapper-mounted wedgelets on the side, and I believe they will line up perfectly with Kepler's pontoon chassis. So if they meet up evenly, Polybius will have the advantage, but if they meet up unevenly, who knows?
Well, Kepler has spiked flipping arms that could take him right off.
Could do a lot of damage, but it also does require getting underneath it first.
This is true.
Polybius,
Ground game, very important.
Polybius doesn't like things getting to its side.
Chad has Polybius as their winner.
Reasonable. Jubilife does win a lot. I think it'd be hilarious if Polybius got sent to space.
Well, let's see if a Supernova can do that. Two robots come out, and Polybius immediately underneath Kepler,
Slides
who's
right
gotten
under it.
away, but Polybius fast enough to catch back up and wedge underneath Kepler again. Slam Kepler into the wall. It's trying to use its flipping arms to right itself and get off of Polybius, but it's... Oh, what a ram into the grinder that was.
Kepler lost a wheel, too.
Yes, that was a fantastic ram by Polybius to disable Kepler, and the grinder has killed it outright.
27 seconds. A retaliatory 3 points.
Fantastic knockout by a control bot using the arena grinders. And Mouse has vanished.
Oh yeah, that went somewhere. Oh, it's over here.
How? It went backwards.
It bounced, silly.
Okay. The match is tied. We go to the heavies. No, we don't.
We don't indeed.
We get to look at our wonderful Patreon supporters once again. Thank you, Patreon stream sponsors, for sponsoring this crash of Robot Arena 2 and helping us keep the lights on here. This is a $10 a month tier over on Patreon. You can support us on Patreon at whatever amount that you want. $1 a month if you wanted. But $10 a month and up gets you on the sponsors page here. The gold names at $15 a month get you all of our robot building nonsense that we're going on with.
Just see the bullshit that's up here.
Yes, the robots we built that are up there. We're going to be working on the heavyweight soon.
Yeah, we actually have time to.
So if there's ever a time to switch to the $15 a month tier, now would be it. And speaking of heavies,
We'll do the
we have
heavyweights in
another
this match.
heavyweight fight.
Also funny that the game crashed during the Jubilife match when all of their robots are themed after like viruses and such.
Yeah,
I see you, Maz,
he planned that.
corrupting the league.
So in the heavyweights, we have Progenitor on the Supernovas team. 4 rear-hinged flippers, no damaging components. It's a pure flipper, as we call it. A lot of flipping power in it. It's facing I Love You, which is a huge double vertical disc spinner, long pontoon wedges out the front. Both of these robots are about equal at their ring out ability.
Pretty much, even though I believe Progenitor's only gotten 1. I Love You's gotten 3, which is tied for the league lead at the moment, and it did so over a multi-bot of all things. That was impressive. Once again, this is quite the ground game battle.
Yes, chat, your predictions seem to be for I Love You. I love all of you too, chat. Thank you.
Oh, fantastic.
I would love Maz more if he would actually be in chat during these streams.
Yeah, but it's also like midnight where he lives, so
You know, I mean,
it's reasonable.
If Razor259 can stay up and watch.
It's reasonable, yeah.
So here we go for the heavyweight points in this tied match. Which team's going to break the tie?
Whoa!
Wow,
what a
I
quick
Love You went
toss.
straight up the wedge. Got thrown
Huge toss again.
way far into the air, and Progenitor is going
Gonna
to
get a
get the
ring
ring
out
out on the
over
ring
I
out
Love
leader.
You.
11-second ring out
Wow,
from
that is
Progenitor.
shocking. I had no faith for Progenitor in that. What the hell? All right. That shows you what a pure flipper can do when it gets the right purchase. It can toss stuff very quickly.
So the Supernovas, as a team, lead the league in ring outs.
They do. I think that's their 7th now.
For a reason.
Yeah. They know how to get stuff out of the arena.
Well, that may have been their undoing.
Well, that's also only the 2nd loss I Love You's taken. And it's to a pure flipper that's done like 0 damage all season.
Well, I mean, Progenitor needed to end that fight quickly, or it was going to take a lot of damage.
It had to do that.
So, the Supernovas are leading by 2 points, which means it's possible for the Jigglypuffs to win the match still with a knockout here. The Supernovas bring Event Horizon, which is a piston flipper. This is a different kind of flipper, the way that the game works, we're using the piston components. It's missing some of the laws of physics with these components. They have very little power going out, but they have a tremendous amount of power retracting. So pistons behave strangely.
Yeah.
We made flippers out of them somehow. The Jigglypuffs have Hello World, which is a double horizontal spinner mounted high up a wedge. It is a classic style of horizontal spinner for the game called a juggler, which gets a robot on top of the spinners and just grinds away.
Yeah.
Hello World is very aggressive, very powerful. Can it stand up to Event Horizon?
Well, interesting note. Polybius, Jubilife's middleweight, was built off of an ancient GTM machine from back in the day that was also named Event Horizon. The GTM is coming back to haunt the Jigglypuffs at this point.
So it seems.
Blackspurt has made it to chat. Welcome, my friend.
What am I hearing? Oh, Aaron's got noise playing.
Oh, we can hear your audio.
I'm sorry, that's me. Sorry.
I was just like, is that coming from my computer or not?
Whatever it is very funny. Aaron's losing her shit.
Yeah. You need to put that on Twitter for us to watch later, Aaron.
Oh my god.
Okay, chat. Event Horizon or Hello World? Blackbird, you have missed some pretty good fights so far.
That's some pretty top, high-end fights so far.
Absolutely. Definitely worth going back and watching all of it.
A lot of people are going for Event Horizon just for the upset. I can see that.
Yeah.
It's distinctly possible.
How many bringouts does Event Horizon have?
3. It's tied for the league with the lead with I Love You. So
Can it break that?
the Uda champions are here.
I get a bingo square if the league leader is a piston flipper.
God.
Here we go. Both robots meet in the middle, and they kind of stalemate each other.
Bizarre.
But Event Horizon got spun around and has now been attacked from the side by
yeah,
Hello World, who's taken wheels off of
going
it
all
with
for the
those
wheels.
horizontal spinners, not allowing Event Horizon to get down.
Kind of the problem with Event Horizon. Such a large chassis, you can't really move that well. And
I think all of the wheels have come off of it.
they have is Hello World gonna back up? It does.
It does back
Not
up.
gonna matter because there's no
and
wheels on it.
There's nothing left for the drive on Event Horizon, and that is going to be a quick TKO. And that is going to
a
tie. This is a draw.
Oof. 5-5 draw for Jubilife.
We're not able to get that grinder to KO Event Horizon like they tried. Well then, not a whole lot of draws this season.
I believe Jubilife has gotten 2 draws and 7 wins, so that actually broke their match win streak, I believe. I'll have to check if that's the record for the league or not.
They've never lost a match, have they?
No, that would have been
They're
their first
still-
loss. They didn't get it.
I think this might be the record for the longest stretch without a defeat.
That's what it's looking like.
At now 9 weeks.
Yeah, that would be 9, but the previous record was 8. So
Yeah, so that sets the record for the longest undefeated streak in matches. For the Jubilife team, just consistently setting RRL records.
Yep.
Speaking of teams that set RRL records, but in the opposite direction.
oh yeah, quite.
Okay, chats. We're on to our next match, which is the Orlando Commandos versus the Robot Rebels. This is a rematch from last season.
Indeed.
Both teams with slightly revamped rosters, and both teams kind of struggling so far this season. So, the Orlando Commandos on the lightweights have more airtime. It is also a piston flipper. It is facing the Robot Rebels Overclock, which is a piston poker. It stabs things. Overclock's invertible. Chat's predictions for Overclock and more airtime, please.
Well, knowing how airtime from last season performed against Overclock, not looking too hot for the sequel.
No, chat seems to think the same thing. Let's see how it goes. They meet in the middle, and more airtime got a flip, but it has flipped itself now, and Overclock is trying to stab away at it as it was vulnerable.
And now it's kind of gotten to the side of the piston. It's going at the wheel. It has the reach.
And it's broken the flipper right off the end of
Yep.
more airtime.
There's the piston as well.
So more airtime de-weaponed by the weaponry of Overclock, who's just crushing in the front end of more airtime now. Oh,
Got
a
on the left
big
side wheel.
shot. Puts more airtime knocked out.
36 seconds.
And the Rebels have 3 points to start.
As usual, a very quick 3 points to the opponent of Orlando. Where have we seen that before, huh?
Well, the Rebels, they could use the points. They've been moving up the standings a little bit.
Gotten better, but they're really all or nothing. They either get lots of KOs and high scoring, or they get completely swept.
Well, they're not getting swept, so
Could be a
shout
good
out
sign.
for the Rebels.
That would be hilarious revenge for them.
Absolutely. So the middleweights, the Orlando Commandos bring Barbecue. It is a sit and spin robot, defensive plates, offensive spikes, kind of a good balance between offense and defense for the sit and spinner. The Robot Rebels have Woodrow Kilson. It is a hammer saw blades on a hammer arm, literal hammer saw. I named it after Jevin Woodrow of the World of Woodrow YouTube channel. specifically because he hates the term hammer saw, so now he has one named after him. Chat, predictions for Barbecue versus Woodrow Kilson, please.
I see one weapon type flaw going on here for Woodrow. Woodrow really relies on pinning robots in place and going to town with a hammer saw. And it's hard to pin a robot when it's spinning.
Yes.
So...
Woodrow, however, has surprised us with how much damage the hammer saw can do.
yeah, that hammer saw can do a lot of damage.
It's possible to go over the top and get Barbecue's wheels.
That's reasonable. Those are very large, chunky wheels.
And a few people in chat seem to think Woodrow Kilson has a shot here, so... let's see how that turns out. If the Rebels are on a shutout streak here, or if Barbecue can rip off those front stabilizers.
Ooh, Woodrow got a big hit at the start.
Absolutely a big shot, but Barbecue is knocking Woodrow to the side and deflecting it and going after those wheels.
I think Barbecue got a shot on the hammer saw the first time it came down, too. They're already smoking.
Yeah, and it's...
ooh, already ripped one off on that mistimed hit.
and a wheel's come off, so Woodrow Kilson is stuck at the moment.
Apparently it is stuck. It is not moving at all.
Barbecue kind of moved a little bit. Woodrow Kilson's got to break the count here, or it's going to be TKO'd. It has gotten free.
Barbecue broke its own count and goes back in now.
And Woodrow lands another shot, but how many more shots can it take?
Ooh, it's got Barbecue pinned
they've
now.
locked up with the stabilizers,
no.
and Woodrow Kilson is just pounding away at Barbecue. Look
Huge
at the
amount of
damage that Barbecue took, but now that
got the
last
hammer
hammer
saw.
saw has come off. But Barbecue, being a sit and spinner, not able to really go in for the kill. Got the last wheel, though.
Has, though.
So that is Woodrow Kilson effectively out of this fight. And Barbecue is most likely going to take a TKO win here unless physics gets unhappy.
Indeed.
There's the count out, and we will see what the official time is.
84 seconds for Barbecue.
Yes, Barbecue with the TKO.
Notably only 2 points, so the Rebels are still leading, however. Fourth TKO for Barbecue.
That was almost an amazing comeback for Woodrow Kilson.
That was very close, yeah.
I mean, look at the shape of Barbecue.
Yeah. Barbecue's on a 6-fight win streak. That's not bad. I know Q from last season was one of the lead scorers on Orlando, but the sequel is doing just as well, it looks like.
Wood got smoked, says Blackbird.
I'm sure Jevin, if we ever sent this to him, he'd watch the fight and be like, yep, you deserve that, you're a hammer saw.
Probably. Liam says highlight fight.
Sure, why not? Just so we can ping Jevin about being in a video.
Yes, absolutely. Heavyweight time. The Orlando Commandos have hot mess. It is a mess. It's kind of a stilt bot. Full body vertical drum spinners that go around the whole chassis of the robot that's way off of the floor. It's fighting Jaws of Death from the Robot Rebels with the two spiked club side axes. Jaws of Death has a little bit of front protection this season. Hot Mess falls over a lot. Neither of them have particularly clean or exciting wins, but chat, who do we think will beat the other?
So notably here, Jaws doesn't have a whole lot of top armor as it's designed to be invertible, and Hot Mess tends to fall over forwards, which would put those drum spinners into the top of Jaws.
Yes.
However, if Jaws gets anywhere but the front of Hot Mess, those wheels and motors are just wide open for the taking.
Absolutely, and they might still be anyway because Jaws of Death can get reach.
Yeah, I can get reach too. Like, I know we had a similar thought when Hot Mess took on Vacuity, and Vacuity absolutely bodied it just by getting around to the side.
Well, chat is split slightly on Jaws of Death's side.
So here we go. Let's see how Jaws of Death does.
Big collision
Hot Mess
flips
immediately
Hot Mess
flips over.
over. It is trying to get turned so it can spin the drums down onto the top
doing
of
a very effective job of it.
Jaws of Death, but it is taking damage to the wheels and the motors
There it
as
goes.
Jaws of Death has it pinned to the wall by that wheel guard.
It just got a little unhappy
Physics,
there. That looks all right.
We're going to let it slide as Jaws of Death loses the front defense. Hot Mess still very dangerous with those spinning drums as Jaws of Death gets
Goes
to the
for
other
wheel.
motor. Loses the whole right side axe, though.
That's bad.
Jaws of Death still trying to get around the side and get to that wheel. Not really able to. Hot Mess is kind of stuck to the wall. Can it get free? Does it have the drive power? It does.
Just barely did.
Jaws going for that remaining drive motor. And it's taking it off.
Wheel. That's Hot Mess wheelless
Hot Mess
now.
losing all of its drive. Jaws of Death,
Just has to leave it alone at this point.
more or less. It needs to avoid driving into that weapon, and
It's
it's not
getting-
doing so.
It's not doing so at all.
It's trying to get Hot Mess into the grinder for a knockout to get Rebels some more points. It's
Possible.
taking the drum apart on Hot Mess here.
Still got to back off because it's only got one control board hit remaining.
I
do
think-
hear a count right now.
I think there's a count. I think Jaws of Death is going to get a
But
TKO
because
here.
Hot Mess does not have wheels, it is not a pin.
Yep, and Jaws of Death backed off
Yep, there
anyway.
you go.
So
91 second TKO.
Jaws of Death pulled out a TKO win there.
It was shockingly a very messy win,
Yeah.
but hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. That's the scary thing with Hot Mess is like even when it's wheelless, the drums because it goes around the chassis is still in play entirely.
Yep. Hell is as Jaws of Death wanted 3 points. It did. Couldn't get them,
Gotta be really
but
careful.
it tried. One fight remaining in this match.
I see Zester, Jaws of Mess. I like that. That could be a sequel.
Right. The match is currently 5-2.
Ah, Logan the 9F51 has arrived in chat. Good to see you in chat, my friend.
You're just in time to see the conclusion of the Rebels versus Commandos rematch with the Rebels leading
They are indeed leading.
5-2. Orlando needs a knockout to draw. They have King Drillosaurus in the Super Heavyweights, 3 horizontal spinners on top of the robots. Not as destructive as Drillosaurus was last season, but still able to get its knockouts. It's facing Heart Attack, the 6-wheel drive rammer from the Robot Rebels. It has the wedges, it has spikes up top to protect it from attacks from above. It's good at scooping and ramming things.
Is indeed.
So, chat predictions for Heart Attack and King Drillosaurus here.
Notable issue going into this for Heart Attack is that it has fixed wedges. While they are very good, King Drillosaurus has burst-mounted wedges, which we've seen it has been able to make good use of against other non-burst wedge robots.
Yes.
But Heart Attack does have the drive power and arguably better control.
Yeah, and King Drillosaurus has the burst wedges, but the rest of the wedge isn't particularly great.
Yeah, I would have to rely on Heart Attack kind of driving up on top of it to have any chance.
Yeah. Chat is mostly on King Drillosaurus' side, probably because it has the weapon power advantage.
Does indeed.
Well, they need a knockout to get back into this match, or the Rebels will win. What do you got, Heart Attack? Heart Attack
flips
pole
right
vaulted over the top of King Drillosaurus. Ended up on top of the wall. Now it's upside down. And it can run on spikes kind of as a wedge, and it's gotten under King Drillosaurus.
Just only has the back 2 wheels on the ground in this configuration.
Yeah, so Heart Attack does not have the drive power advantage
It's able
any
to
longer.
break.
And King Drillosaurus going into the side and getting to the front wheels of Heart Attack now.
Heart Attack's still doing a good job just kind of stalemating. It looks like it got both of the wedges off.
Both of the wedges
Drillosaurus.
off of both of them. And Heart Attack being pushed into the grinder. It has that plow in the rear to absorb grinder hits. And
They break
King
the count
Drillosaurus
very
going to
nicely.
break away. Heart Attack much slower with only its rear wheels on the floor.
It's doing a good job pointing those spikes that are facing downwards to prevent King Drillosaurus from getting to the side.
Yes, it's keeping King Drillosaurus at bay for the moment. King Drillosaurus getting
He's
around
just
to
gotten to it
that
now.
front corner and lifting Heart Attack into the grinder once again. Trying to get those drills into play. It has gotten one of the wheels off of Heart Attack, who has spun away and is trying to get those spikes into play once again.
Another big hit. I believe that's the ram plate off of Heart Attack, actually.
Yes, the front ram plate on Heart Attack came off in that charge. Both robots are stopped for the time being. Heart Attack is going to break free
Try to
first.
break the count. It's having a hard time with King Drillsaurus in the way. Ooh, it just did.
Yeah, they both just broke free from the count. And the battle continues with King Drillsaurus being the aggressor once again. Pressing Heart Attack back into the wall.
Not able to get under those spikes because they're facing downwards, and Drillsaurus doesn't have its wedges anymore.
Yep. 1 minute remaining, and this, if Heart Attack can just draw this out to a judge's decision, wins the Rebels the match.
Oh, indeed.
Because King Drillsaurus needs a knockout in order for the Rebels to draw. So Heart Attack effectively stalling for time here after that opening box rush failed it. And King Drillsaurus just unable to do anything with Heart Attack.
Yeah.
Because Heart Attack's driving well enough to keep it in front.
Heart Attack's making up for its lack of drive power upside down just to stall, basically.
Yes. I mean, that's what they need to do to win the match. Just stall and absorb hits with 10 seconds remaining here.
Both robots noticeably down on battery power.
Oh, the whole spike setup on Heart Attack came off, and now all its wheels are on the floor, and it can push back as we run out of time and go to the judges. Well, I don't know if Heart Attack is going to get the nod from the judges on that one.
But it did seal the match win for the Rebels.
But it sealed a win for the Rebels.
Huh.
Sometimes it's all you got to do. Wolby says didn't expect it to be this slow.
You know, that's
Sometimes
what happens when Heart Attack gets inverted, I guess.
Sometimes that's how robot fighting goes.
Honestly, that's been pretty impressive for Heart Attack to perform that well.
Yeah, normally Heart Attack gets ripped apart. So, all right, one more match before our break. We have the meme team.
The memes have arrived.
The meme team is facing the West Elizabeth Warbears. One of the teams that surprised us at the start of the season.
Yeah, they're sitting outside of the playoff spot at the moment. They're going to need a big week here. Because Halifax got, 5 points? So, even with Orlando losing, the Warbears need at least 2 wins here, pretty much.
Yeah. So, the meme team brings to lightweights demagnetized internet. It is a rammer with a set of spikes on the front. It's not invertible. I don't expect that to be a factor here, though. The West Elizabeth Warbears have Ursa Minor, a wide horizontal spinner that is asymmetric, single tooth. Allows it to really get around on the side of robots that have weaponry in the front. Predictions chat for Ursa Minor versus demagnetized internet, please.
A lot of chats actually going for the internet here. That's fascinating.
Yeah, the internet's been good to us so far this week. We've
Yeah.
not had connection problems.
The demagnetized version in game here is got a decent. It has really good kind of armor. It uses more of the spikes more as armor in the front, so it's got a decent shot of taking off Ursa Minor's singular spike on its spinner. But will it be able to capitalize and get a lot of points? I don't know.
That's a good point. Well, chat's firmly on the side of the memes. So let's see if they can meme their way to victory here. Ursa Minor gets up to speed and lands a shot around the side of the spikes with that extra reach the asymmetric spinner gives them.
Ooh, big hit from demagnetized.
Both of them are landing big chassis shots to each other, though. And Ursa Minor's weapon is notably slower and pouring smoke now.
Smoking now. Ooh, but it caught a wheel on the internet.
Okay, so that extra reach from the asymmetric spinner has given them the advantage here by taking off a wheel from demagnetized internet, and they are continuing to pound away at that vulnerable right side. Despite the damage that their chassis has taken, they've knocked one of the spikes off of demagnetized internet now, who's just struggling to keep mobile at this point. And smoke pouring out of both robots.
Control board hits now on demagnetized internet.
Yep, I don't think this is going to last much longer. There's
There
the
it
knockout blow for Ursa Minor to take the win.
7 seconds. Ursa Minor proving chat wrong.
And the Warbears are off to a quick start.
Indeed.
Well, now we have kind of two memes.
Yeah, we really do.
The meme team has On Your Own, which is a big, boxy, undercutter horizontal spinner, and it is facing the West Elizabeth Warbears robot Grismo. Incredibly fast, incredibly aggressive four-wheel drive rammer. Chat, predictions for Grismo versus On Your Own.
So On Your Own is winless on the season. Hasn't been faring too well in a very stacked middleweight class.
Correct.
But I just remembered something dumb that happened last season. Because Grismo was previously Gizmo from Hive Academy. It faced a similarly sized robot to On Your Own called Iron Curtain.
Just a big vertical wall of armor.
Where it hit it so hard that it pole vaulted over and out of the arena. I think there's a decent chance that might happen.
On Your Own is a big, well-armored box.
Yeah, and
so
depending on how it gets propped up there, like I could see Grismo actually pole vaulting over. Unlikely, but like that would be very funny if that's how On Your Own gets its first win.
absolutely. Chat's on Grismo's side, but they think it would be funny if there was a Gizmo Fest. Or a Grismo Fest. Let's see how it goes. Big charge from Grismo is flipped On Your Own over completely. Now the spinner is up top.
Actually
As
spinning much faster as a result. Not
Grismo
dragging on the
shoves
floor.
it over to the wall. Not able to do much with On Your Own at the moment, although On Your Own has
Bear
knocked
claws have come off.
some of the weaponry right off of the front end of Grismo, who
Huge
rams
ram again.
On Your Own into the well once again. Reversed itself into the wall, Grismo did. Getting some big charges into On Your Own, but that armor plating on the front is holding up quite well. Grismo's struggling to come up with a strategy to attack On Your Own here. On Your Own just kind of slowly moves towards it. A big charge.
Ooh, but it lost the disc.
Took off the disc and some of the armor. And now
what a
Grismo
ram.
going for the kill. And it's going to
Huge
get
hit.
it after nearly throwing itself at the wall again.
Wow, that was sheesh.
Oh man, Grismo.
Those were some cinematic impacts.
Grismo, probably the coolest rammer we have, just because of how freaking hard it hits stuff.
Yeah, when it lines up charges like that, it just goes just full straight in. Yeesh.
Chat says highlight worthy.
Oh, it's in there for sure. That was awesome.
So the Warbears are up 6-0. And we go to Multibot for the heavyweights here. If Grismo had thrown itself over the wall with the shot that killed On Your Own, who would have won?
I believe it would have been Grismo winning because On Your Own would have been like the match would have stopped when On Your Own died.
Yeah, it would be over the instant the last control board hit.
Yes, even if Grismo went over, that would just be like a victory Huda.
Yeah, that would be a victory sludge fest.
Yeah.
Liam says a shutout could put the Warbears up into the playoff spots
I
convincingly.
was saying they needed points. They already got 6.
Yeah.
Maximizing points to get in the
And-
standings.
Well, it's going to be hard to get 3 points against a multibot.
Yeah.
The meme team have 4 pound 90. 4 pound the vertical spinner, 90 with the side axes on the wedge. The Warbears have Warbear itself. Side axes, one a sledgehammer, one a bear claw, and ground scraping forks on the front. Who do you predict to win this one, chat, and how do you think it's going to go?
Well, Warbears previously gotten a knockout over Multibot. I believe that was Dunning and Kruger. And 4 pound 90 has been rather underwhelming as a duo.
Yeah.
Kind of lack of weaponry and mistiming attacks and such.
Chat. Some of them are saying 4 pound 90.
It's possible. Warbear's not been the best driven.
Here we go. Warbear going after the wedge of 90 first, going side axe to side axe.
Taking a shot immediately to the wheel from 4 pound.
4 pound trying to snipe the wheels, while Warbear tries to eliminate 90, going with the divide and conquer strategy.
4 pound's doing quite a bit of damage. Now broken one of the side axes off.
Yeah, so Warbear's strategy is not working out great here for it, as 4 pound is sneaking in all this damage.
They kind of swapped
And now 90 going in and attacking 4 pound and taking its wheel off. The self-inflicted damage is funny as a meme, but it is not great for winning fights.
But it broke the other side axe off of Warbear.
So now Warbear is just a wedge with some spike strips on the front, and it's going to pin 90 to the wall to exercise control as 4 pound spins uselessly trying to get free. Might end up getting a TKO counted.
Ooh, a huge ramp from Warbear right
Yeah,
there.
and Warbear is going to push 90 back
Right
into
over
the
to a
grinder. 90 sitting on top of the grinder trying to fight back. As Warbear takes damage from the grinder itself, I think.
4 pounds over there just trying to stay mobile.
Pretty much. Warbear, I think, has judge's decision on its mind, just exercising control and aggression
Yeah.
mainly. Trying to keep 90 in a
Ooh, a
spot where
control
it's
board
not
hit.
going to land damage to it. Trying to hold 90 up in the air like this so that the axes cannot land hits.
4 pounds trying to stay mobile just to force Warbear to also take it out.
Yep. And Warbear once again forced to break the pin. 90 lands 2
The
axe
knockout
blows
shot.
for the
Wow.
knockout.
112 seconds for 4 pound 90. That I think is only its second win. Wow. Multibots were able to pull it out somehow.
I mentioned that Warbear not the best driven.
Honestly, that's only part of it. I think it's mostly down to 4 pound taking off that side axe to start.
Yeah.
De-weaponing the Warbear so they could get the long game going.
Multibots are tough to fight.
It can be.
Probably 90's best performance so far, says Mr. Circuit. Yes.
I gotta agree, that was actually rather impressive from those two.
Both of them actually did pretty good, with the exception of 90 taking off 4 pounds wheel.
Yeah, and even so, like, they still put in the work they needed to get the win.
Okay, final fight of the match. The main team needs a knockout to draw.
Indeed.
They have Monk Eat Banan, the rear-hinged flipper with a lot of defensive features around it. The West Elizabeth Warbears have Smashy McSmash Base 2 with 5 overhead hammer axe things, similar to what robots would look like if they were built in Robot Arena 1. Smashy last season was a meme.
It was quite the meme. It was the lovable loser.
This season, Smashy's brutal.
It is brutal, but it's kind of gone full Abram because it's 4-4 right now.
Yeah.
When it kills you, it kills you. But when it doesn't do so, Bit of a mixed bag.
Chats, the Flipper, Monk, or the Hammer of Smashy, who you got?
We'll say noteworthy here is that Smashy cannot really self-right from certain positions.
Correct.
And Monk is a flipper.
Most people have Smashy for the weapon power advantage, though.
All right, Smashy, who you got?
Can Smashy seal the win for the Warbears? It
Ooh,
goes straight up the
over.
wedge. And Monk is going to push Smashy over near the wall, so it has more difficulty
It's
self-righting.
taken off the flipping arms, or the axes as well.
Absolutely. It's actually tearing up the top side of Smashy McSmash face. Is Monk going for a KO here to get the
could be.
3 points they need? It's getting
Doing a lot
Smashy
of
over to the
damage.
grinder.
Although Monk's taken a lot of damage from those sledgehammers retracting on Smashy.
That's true.
He's gotten Smashy's rear stabilizer wedged under the grinder.
Oh,
now.
wow. Smashy is properly wedged under the grinder here. And Monk is not touching it.
It's
This
not
is
touching. That's
going
gonna
to
be a TKO
be
officially.
a TKO for Monk Eats Banan.
42 seconds. So that still seals the match win for the Warbears, but the meme team has gotten points.
It's a 2-2 split match. The Warbears won it, but they didn't get as many points as they were hoping.
Yep. Be curious to see where that puts the Warbears in the standings now with only getting 6 points.
Yes. 'Cause a lot of the top teams have been making big moves. Well, we are halfway through our matches.
Indeed.
We've done 8 matches and we have 8 more to go, so it is the halfway point of the stream where we take our break.
It is indeed.
So once again, thank you to our Patreon sponsors for supporting this RRL, making it possible for us to keep doing this, letting us buy our drinks,
Yes.
and keep the internet running. We are halfway through the stream, so we are going to take our break. We're going to be gone about 10 minutes, so we can rest our voices, use the bathroom again,
Yes.
get some drinks and such. We recommend all of you get something to snack on and drink as well. And we will be right back in about 10 minutes. We will see you all then. We back.
We back, baby.
Yeah.
I'm back, baby.
Welcome back to the stream. If you are listening in the background, get back over here and watch.
Yes, it is time to start the second half of the stream. We will be starting off with the Moscow Mantines and Team Sanctuary. Hoping Nightmare's still alive in chat somewhere.
Welcome, Rook, to the stream. You are not at the start of the stream. You are at the start of the second half of the stream. All right. We've had good fights so far.
We've had some fantastic fights, possibly a fight of the season, as some people in chat were saying. Let's see if the second half provides the same.
It'll be pretty interesting.
Yes.
We still have our feature match coming up later.
Yes, our feature match will be coming up. You get to beat up on your sister, maybe.
Or the other way around.
It could be. We don't actually know.
Ghost 473 made it to the second half. Excellent.
Oh, perfect. Your team will be popping up soon enough.
All right. Robert needed triple pepperoni pizza. That sounds delicious.
Nice. Oh, I see Captain Mantine himself has arrived in chat.
About time. We ready to go?
Indeed.
All right, here we go.
So shirt referencing Uppercut versus Sawblaze asked Vimming. No, this is from Uppercut blowing up free shipping from last season. They sold it like as soon as the episode aired. Made sure I grabbed up a few. Alright, so Mantines taking on Team Sanctuary Moscow versus San Antonio of all places. The Mantines have Metallica, the formerly undefeated lightweight rammer with, I believe, 5 iron spikes, kind of in a W shape to a degree in the front. Very damaging, but is mortal, as we have discovered. It lost last week to a flipper. Team Sanctuary has Excavator in the lightweights. It is kind of an overhead crusher weapon. We classify it as an overhead axe. Has a pretty decent wedge and sword wheel guards to the side, but it has basic aluminum armor, which is significantly weaker. What does chat think is gonna happen here?
I think Metallica definitely has the weapon advantage.
I do believe Metallica has the weapon power advantage especially, but in the event it goes up the wedge of Excavator, it's gonna feed right into that claw. So unless it rams all the way up and takes it off, I can have a fun time.
Well, the speed metal is very fast. I expect it to take it off.
We shall see.
But then it might throw itself out of the ring.
It could, yeah. Chat seems to kind of be split, actually. A couple people going for Excavator, thinking it'll be able to take advantage of the lack of top armor on speed metal.
Shall we find out what happens?
I think we should. We'll see if Metallica can continue a new winning streak, or will it build on a losing streak?
Let's get the second half of the stream underway. Metallica going to the side to avoid that claw.
Not very aggressive to start.
Yeah,
Excavator just kind of following it.
Metallica kind of being really leery of that weapon,
That's
and
not
we can see
smart.
why.
Went right into the crusher, took some huge hits already. Excavator just content with chewing on speed metal as it's sitting in its jaw.
Yeah, Metallica was not being very aggressive, and Excavator
That's been its
taking
mistake.
it full advantage.
Metallica trying to go for that weapon motor just to take off the whole claw, but Excavator chewing away, getting control board hits, and it has knocked out Metallica in 37 seconds. Oh no, speed metal is on a losing streak.
That's officially a losing streak.
Suppose I should have left my metal shirt on to support my fellow metal brethren. Ah, Rookie has arrived to the stream. You get to watch your team die eventually.
Well, Zester asks if there are any metal songs about pancakes.
I kind of want to look that up now.
I mean, you listen to some weird, obscure metal. There's got to be some.
There's got to be some. If not, we can just make our own.
You're not wrong.
Heard songs about, like, getting the mail from the mailbox and shit. Like,
We need to clear out the rest of the garage and put a drum kit in there.
hell yeah.
Right next to Fucking robots.
Right next to the robots, right next to the workbench, right next to all the bowling equipment.
Ooh, record a metal song with like percussion on the robots.
Just, it's like, kind of like a cowbell, but it's just super clear. That'd be hilarious. Alright, time for the middleweights.
The background bass is just a weapon spinning up.
Holy shit, that'd be incredible. Alright, anyway, virtual robots anyway. Falcon Punch is the middleweight of the Moscow Mantines. It is a sit and spinner with 8 Iron Fists. It can be very destructive, but it also relies on the opponent kind of charging into its weapon. Not the greatest at getting knockouts and everything. Is invertible. Team Sanctuary has the still undefeated RAL. It is a rear hinge flipper with 4 spikes. Very similar to Yeetus from earlier, but this one is totally undefeated. It's been making everyone's bitch so far. What does chat think's going to happen? I think this could be quite the test for RAL.
Yeah, Falcon Punch can bring a lot of weapon power to bear quickly. And it can keep spinning even while it's in the air.
Yeah, for sure. Even though I believe Falcon lost to Overthrown, a similar wedge to RAL earlier this season, I could see Falcon Punch clipping the corner of its wedge with a fist and just kind of keeping it away, doing damage over time. Either way, we have an undefeated streak on the line.
So far, chat is kind of split. And they're talking about dinosaur metal.
Oh shit, Helen just brought up the song Minotaur that's about Minotaur from BattleBots. I remember that. It has Minotaur's death in it.
Yes.
I remember that. It was so good.
More BattleBots metal needs to happen.
Yes.
Chat split.
Understandably so.
Let's go.
Ooh, Ariel slid straight under Falcon Punch and immediately got it up in the air. Falcon is trying to get spinning and now has. And is really going in at the front of RAL, but RAL remains
RAL
somewhat in
missing with
control.
those flipping arms.
Taking a ton of damage to the front so far. Trying to get Falcon Punch over to a grinder to the wall, but it just cannot. Ooh, got a big hit on the chassis there, moving Falcon Punch around the arena now. Trying to keep Falcon Punch off balance to keep it from spinning. Although RAL is on control board hits now, so is Falcon Punch. This is going to be very close. And it looks like RAL was able to pull it out. My goodness. That was incredibly close between those two.
Fight of the week candidate, please.
Oh, yes. That was a fantastic close fight. That reminds me a lot of the undefeated streaks we had with like Creighton last year, where like there were a lot of ones that were very close, but it just got through it.
You know, I don't mind if a robot goes undefeated if that's the kind of fights we get.
Yeah, if we get fights like that, please. That's why Creighton was so fun, is it had, I think, 4 Fight of the Week wins? Even for being undefeated, it was putting on a great show. Hey, Tamaris, fuck the poll, that's Fight of the Week. Love that.
We might get a better one later.
Who knows? We've had some fantastic ones. A lot of people said the one fight with Pelagic earlier this stream was fight of the season, so. Alright, well. We have now arrived at the heavyweights. Nightmare is correct. Team Sanctuary cannot lose. They are at 6 points. Best the Mantines could do is tie. Ooh, that's very dangerous, especially since Team Sanctuary is in their division, too. Make up a lot of ground.
The Mantines dropped out of first place last week.
They did indeed.
Can they drop further this week?
Very possible.
Are they going to suffer what Heavy Metal did and drop all the way out of
no.
playoff spot? This is the wrong time of the season to do that.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if the heavyweights can provide anything for us. The Mantines have their own rear hinge spike stripper in 917. However, this one is 4-wheel drive and it has, I believe, 5 of the rear hinge flippers. It can be very destructive and very fast in controlling, but it has a lot of exposed chassis on it. Team Sanctuary, on the other hand, has Fireprints, a 2-wheel drive, dual vertical spinner with kind of these stabilizing forks on either side. Can be pretty destructive, but it hasn't won a whole lot to warrant what it's been doing. Like, it's gotten very unlucky. Does chat think Moscow can come back here?
So I think 917 has spike strip flipping arms, and they're going to intermesh with Fireprints as stabilizers, and 917 won't be able to get a good flip.
I think that's reasonable.
That's what I think.
I could see, actually, when they intermesh and everything, 917 is going to try to flip thinking it's underneath it, misfire, and Fire Prince slides right underneath. Very possible. Either way, Mantines need a KO to stay in the match.
If this goes the way that the season has been going for Fire Prince, it's going to get like 13,000 damage and get KO'd.
Yeah, you know, for that would be Fire Prince's luck, honestly. It's had a rough time. A lot of people going for 917, it looks like. We shall see if the Lamar-style flipper can do chat justice. They do meet in the middle. 917 using its superior drive power to just force Fire Prince into the wall. Not winning the ground game. It looks like Fire Prince's stabilizers are actually either side of the flippers on the Lamar flipper. Ooh, but it just used its drive power to upend Fire Prince. Got it caught on the wall now. Ripped at least one side stabilizer off. A huge toss there. Fire Prince is now smoky from all the damage. These stabilizers are just getting yeeted every direction. Fire Prince is definitely on the ropes now. Just getting tossed every which way. Ooh, another stabilizer now. Fire Prince is able to run somewhat inverted, so it's not going to get counted out here, but 917 doesn't care. Going for control board hits. All the stabilizers are off of the Fire Prince, and it is knocked out in 51 seconds. That's rough, buddy. Them's the breaks. But importantly, that keeps the Mantines in the match. They
6-3.
Get a KO and tie with the super heavyweight knockout.
And they've got the super heavyweight to do it.
Dude, that was a very impressive showing from 917. Aha, I was going to say it is super heavyweight time, but it is not super heavyweight time. It is time to visit our stream sponsors. They have arrived once again. Thank you once again, stream sponsors, for sponsoring our Crash page and our stream. $10 a month tier sponsors the league, helps us keep the lights on, keep the internet going, helps us have more mysterious beverages and everything. You have no idea how much your support actually helps us. And the gold tier members at $15 tier gets to see the IRL robots that we are building and improving upon. There will be much happening and many updates in the future. I'll tell you that.
The very near future, we're going to be working on the heavyweight.
Yes, we got a lot going on.
You guys are going to, if you ever consider updating to the $15 a month tier, now is the time to do it, because we're going to be working on the
Got a
heavyweight
lot
soon.
going on. Also, quite a few of these patrons will have their teams popping up soon.
Yes.
We'll actually have one in the next match, oddly enough.
Helen says if Fire Prince didn't have bad luck, it would have no luck.
Honestly, yeah. Our Prince is having a rough time, as we say. Vimming, one of our patrons, I proudly enable both your mysterious liquid addictions.
Thank you.
It is appreciated. Alright, back to the super heavyweights that we were talking about. Mantines have Bolshevik Barracuda. It is a four-wheel drive overhead axe. Has kind of curved axes to a degree, but it uses its wedge to trap stuff and just absolutely kill. It can be very vicious, very similar to Abrin to a degree when it gets stuff up there. Sanctuary has Comatose. Six-wheel drive rammer. Lots of damaging components in the front and kind of on the sides of the front, but has basic aluminum armor similar to Excavator from earlier. What does chat think is going to happen here?
Helen calls for a tactical sledgefest.
A tactical sledgefest would win Sanctuary the match. I counter with the fact that the Barracuda has spike clubs over its weapon motors to stop stuff from going all the way up. But it's still very possible. You never know how rammers go. Sludgefests are very odd in their own nature.
We've seen Bolshevik Barracuda end up kind of immobilized vertically.
Yes, when Barracuda gets tipped backwards, it can have issues too.
Comatose might just hit it hard enough to knock it over.
It's possible, who knows? This could be more even than chat thinks. Well, actually, chat's really going for Comatose here.
It's about back and forth. Let's find out what happens. Moscow need 3 points.
And they get it. Comatose goes right up the wedge on the Barracuda, but its weaponry is long enough to prevent the Barracuda's axes from getting into the chassis.
And it's backing away.
Comatose being very patient, even though it's stuck here. It's kind of using its rammers to de-weapon the axes to a degree.
Weapon on weapon, yes. The
Ooh,
axes are
axes
coming
are really
apart.
coming apart now. As are the spikes on Comatose. Ooh, it's lost a wheel now. And without that weaponry, Barracuda can just catch the corner of the chassis.
Comatose needs to rely on
more
its
big
driving,
hits.
and it's not doing much driving.
Can't do much driving when you're stuck on the wedge in that orientation. Control board hits now for the Barracuda. Is this going to tie the match for Moscow?
They got to the side.
Got another wheel that'll balance Comatose's wheels, but Comatose has to get off in order to have a chance here. Can't sit in this microwave forever.
Or can they?
Barracuda broke it slightly, but
Comatose is like, I will microwave as long as I need to.
that is a valid strategy.
Oh,
Now
no.
the Barracuda has gotten the kill shot. 67 seconds, and we have yet another tied match. A 6-6 draw of nothing but knockouts.
Look at the damage points.
Barracuda accruing those points now. Let's see where Barracuda's totals are so far. compared to the
Blackbird
rest of
says, ding.
them. Ding.
Or as my microwave says, beep.
Yeah.
Hey, Tamabris is back. Welcome, Tamabris.
Yeah, Barracuda is roughly around average in terms of damage in the super heavies, but I think that total puts it over 60,000 for the season. That'll be very instrumental for them later. Tamabris with a 17-pound super chat. Making it for missing last week, so here's a share of my betting profits from Chester. 5 winners in 2 places. Hey, good for you, actually winning some bets. Glad you are not addicted to gambling, at least.
Sounds like Tamabris gambles responsibly.
Which is how you should.
Yes.
Always gamble responsibly. Thank you once again for supporting the channel and the league. It is very much appreciated.
We will spend the $17 super chat on mysterious liquids and heavyweight robots.
Yes, we will. Alright, well, we are on to the next match. It's going to be Plan Z out of the Galar region in Pokemon. They have Geohash in the lightweights. It is a rear hinge flipper, but instead of using, say, a spike or a flipping panel, it uses a snowplow to flip stuff. It's been surprisingly effective and very entertaining for being more of a pacifist, actually. On the opposite side of the spectrum, the Invaders have Kang, a dual side axe robot with 2 kind of Warpick style axes, the highest DPS in the lightweights by a mile. It kills everything, and is taking on the pacifist. Rotterdam against Pokemon.
So, Nightmare 27, referring to his match with Mantine, says, both me and Cap were doubting if we could win, and then we proceeded to tie.
It's almost like you guys knew you weren't going to win.
They're both right, technically.
Geohash currently has 666 damage points.
That means nothing. It's just a number.
It is indeed a number.
It means Geohash is a pacifist.
It means Geohash is a pacifist.
Okay.
Let's get this lightweight matchup underway and see which of these teams can start off here. Will it be the pacifist or the murderer? Ooh, Geohash tried to get Kang up in the air. It's gotten it flipped over with its snowplow, but it is kind of on the top
Smothering
of it.
Kang.
Might be the wrong website for this partner.
It's well, what it's doing is it's messing up the wheel physics of Kang and stopping Kang from.
Yeah, making it hard for Kang to turn around. Geohash now gotten down. Ooh, Kang got a really weird grab on the snowplow, and it led to Geohash kind of tossing itself over. It's trying to get underneath Kang and fire almost a full body flip style on the side axe, but Kang is going for the wheels on Geohash. Left side wheel is off. Geohash is propped up with the wall and its stabilizing spike, and is getting a TKO'd right now. Kang drove into the grinder and lost a side axe.
Geohash, how do you never fail to surprise me?
That's going to be a 56-second TKO for Kang in one of the weirdest things I think I've ever seen Geohash do.
It was trying to flip Kang, and it was just throwing itself over.
Yeah, so literally Kang would grab the snowplow, and Geohash would use the torque to just go over it.
And then it loses its... It's like, okay, you were screwing around, and you paid the price for it, and then it gets stranded in a spot it should be able to get down from.
Yeah, and it can't because it lost a wheel. Alright, well. Although I will say, Geohash maintained its pacifistic tendencies, getting 0 points.
Yes.
I'm also going to note that for the highlights, because what the fuck?
Yeah.
What a weird fight.
Man, I made Geohash to just have another lightweight flipper, and, like, it didn't even make any of our teams, not even our, like, backup teams for Season 1.
Yeah, it was not great.
I was like, this robot is just going to lose everything, and it is so funny to watch.
It's been really fun.
I love watching Geohash fight.
Alright, well, notably, that is 2 points for the Invaders as we go to the middleweights next.
Fine.
What do you mean fine, huh? Your mouse is over there. I can't fucking reach it.
Yeah, that happens.
Playing Z. The Zeds.
The Zeds.
In the Z number, 26.
Yes.
Almost like that was planned.
Yes.
Alright, we got a bit of a mirror match here. In the middleweights, Plan Z has a Planetary Conqueror. Overhead bar spinner with 4 iron spikes on there. Lots of front defense. Try, hopefully, to prevent stuff from going through the front of it, yet it has failed on occasion. The Invaders have Sleeve, 1 exclamation point, question mark. It is also an overhead spinner, but it is asymmetric. Larger version of Ursa Minor from earlier.
It's the only asymmetric in the middleweights.
It is indeed. Hammerheads on one side is the counterweight, and 2 spike strips, I believe, on the other side. Is also surprisingly fast. As is Planetary Conqueror. This is quite the mirror match, actually. Spider-Man is indeed pointing at himself. An Invader up against a Conqueror that invades. Invader's going at it, huh?
Chat likes Planetary Conqueror for this one.
You know, it's reasonable. I think the Conqueror can get its weapon into play more often, but Sleeve's weaponry hits lower and can get the chassis easier. This could be a fun matchup.
Well, Mr. Circuit says don't have many horizontal versus horizontal matchups.
We really don't, mostly because we
try to balance the league.
We balance the league as much as we could for weapon types, but
that way every episode or every stream isn't just a bunch of vertical spinner fights.
Yeah. So this way, it's not like a Spider-Man meme every fight. Let's see if Plan Z, the free agents, can get some points back here. Well, Throwbot's up to speed. Sleeve's weaponry does hit lower, but it's already been ripped off by the Conqueror's weapon. Although Sleeve is kind of using the sledgehammers to block Planetary Conqueror's spinner, it is definitely down on weapon power already. Back up briefly. Ooh, Planetary Conqueror saw an opening and took it. One of the whole weapon is now off of Sleeve, so now it is just a fast box. Using that drive power got the Conqueror over to a grinder, but the Conqueror is remaining steadfast. Got some hits to the chassis.
Wedge.
Sleeve is using its wedge to its advantage. It has turned Planetary Conqueror upside down. It is not invertible either. Now
You gotta take it easy here, Sleeve. Don't kill yourself.
Gotta leave it alone. It is very difficult for the Conqueror to get back upright from this position as well, even if Sleeve does hit it. Although, with a bit of help from the wall... Oh no! The Conqueror is stuck! It's wedged up against the wall and between its spinner, and its wheels can't touch the ground.
Sleeve, how did you do that?
If Conqueror can't break this, that is a TKO victory for Sleeve. It is 77 seconds. Even without the weapon, Sleeve uses its superior drive power and wedge to take the victory. What a fantastic come-from-behind win.
Man, the Invaders... This is like guerrilla tactics. They're like,
yeah.
We're not going to come at you with superior weaponry. We're going to come at you with tactics.
Very tactical win right there.
Wow. Even 4,000 for the Planetary Conqueror.
Love to see that. Rookie, very funny. Sleeve is now an honorary member of the Nightvale Bullshit Club.
You're not wrong.
Pulling out bullshit to get the wins. Who knew? Why even bother with the spinner when you can just have a wedge? Yeah, you know, that's how it works sometimes. Like,
That's how Polybius works.
yeah, pretty much. All right, well, as KJ has put it, it is time for the Mad Train. Plan Z is Mad Train in the Super Heavy, or Heavies, sorry. 6-wheel drive rammer with a battering ram of axe heads. It can do a lot of damage or throw itself around and look very silly. Kind of a wild card here and there. The Invaders have a Pathfinder. It is very fascinating weapon type. It has 2 front hinge swords within the chassis, and has 2 rotating vertical discs to do a bit of grinding damage when stuff is stuck on top of it. Very unique shape of a robot and weapon type.
Logan says this fight's about to get derailed.
You know, the Mad Train's been derailed quite a few times already this season.
Is it run by Norfolk Southern?
Could be. An out-of-control train up against a D&D expansion.
More or less.
Well, for those of you that have eyes, you might notice that Pathfinder has a wedge. And it's fighting a rammer.
Oh, Logan's a rail fan. Train puns are his thing.
Look at that. Endgamer, what is this? This is the Robot Rampage League, my friend. Virtual robot combat, while IRL combat is not televised widespread.
Yeah, BattleBots is just starting to do like a summer series for like a few weeks, but like we do 16-week regular season. It's run like a sports league.
Yeah.
There's teams of multiple robots. They have matches together. We're halfway through a match between the Rotterdam Invaders and Plan Z. And Rotterdam is up 4 points to none right now.
Yeah.
So we're about to see the heavyweight fight here.
See which of these two pulls it out. Mad Train goes. Ooh, it missed the opening charge.
Avoided the Sludge Fest.
That could be to its advantage. It's gotten to the side of Pathfinder. Pathfinder has a tough time turning. Only 2-wheel
Doesn't
drive.
need to turn if it allows Mad Train to bounce over its
Mad
wedge.
Train is having a bit of issue. Mad Train stalemates using those axe heads with the flipper. Ooh, huge hits already from Pathfinder. Taking 2 wheels off. Mad Train's going to be horrendously unbalanced in its drive power now. And Pathfinder's keeping it by the grinder. All of the right side wheels have come off of the Mad Train. The Mad Train is indeed getting derailed at the moment.
Pathfinder using those vertical spinners to pull Mad Train up on top.
Pathfinder has a little bit of issue getting deep underneath Mad Train due to its lack of drive power, but I got a huge hit there. Another one to turn the train back over.
Train is pouring smoke like it runs on steam.
Does indeed. But because of the lack of drive power here, they've kind of locked into a microwave, at least briefly. They have broken it now. The train has tried getting away, but they are now right back into it.
See how long this lasts.
Fortunately, Plan Z essentially needs the points here to have any shot. And
Broke some defensive work off of Pathfinder.
yeah, the defensive features kind of guarding the side of the wedge have come off of Pathfinder now. Pathfinder's got Mad Train to the wall, although wheel physics did not mess with the Mad Train.
I think Pathfinder's trying to encourage it to the grinder zone.
Doing his best, but with that drive power, Mad Train can just turn away from it pretty quickly.
All Mad Train can do is turn.
Pretty much. I didn't know trains could turn. What is this? Blasphemy.
Yeah, Mad Train is just trying to push a decision here, I think. Endgamer plays, this is for you. The way that the league works is points are earned based on the method of victory. A control board knockout, as the game calls it, is 3 points. A TKO, where a robot is counted out for not being mobile, is 2 points. Throwing a robot over the wall for a ring out is 2 points. And a judge's decision win is only 1 point.
Yes.
So what Mad Train is trying to do here is push this to a judge's decision so that the other team only gets 1 point instead of 3.
Yes, despite losing in that manner, it is a good way to prevent the team from scoring points. Fortunately, Plan Z is already on the back foot here, so
Yeah, that single spike is actually doing a lot of damage to the side of Pathfinder.
Yes, indeed. They broke briefly. The wedge has now come off of Pathfinder.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to be able to slide under Mad Train at all now.
No, but there's only 15 seconds to go.
It's not going to matter as much. Pathfinder trying to get that right side disc into play. I think it's catching the spikes on Mad Train now.
Well,
But that is not going to matter in the end, as
we go to the judges.
We now go to the judges.
We do not have live judges' decisions here because our judges have things to do and lives to live. So we will get with the judges during the week and get those scores later. We'll post them to the Robot Rampage Twitter account at Robot Rampage. We'll post them to the Discord server, which is linked in the description.
Yep.
And that will be later in the week, usually on like a Tuesday or a Wednesday.
Somewhere around there, yeah. Fantastic.
And Gamer says, I'm subbing. Awesome. Thanks
Excellent.
for subbing.
Thanks for
We
joining
do
the
this
stream.
every Sunday at the same time.
Mhm.
We're halfway through the season right now. So playoffs are going to be coming up in a few weeks. Well, that wins.
Technically, that does not win the match for
Technically.
Plan Z. Pretty decent chance that'll go to Pathfinder, but in the event Mad Train does win that, Plan Z could theoretically tie here.
Yeah. So, yeah, Rotterdam's got 4. We don't know who has the judges' decision
No,
quite
not
yet.
yet. No.
There's only 3 points maximum left.
Yeah. It is time for the Super Heavyweights. Plan Z has Giant Enemy Crab. It is a dual kind of drum spinner to a degree. It has spike strips rotating around the high-powered motors it has. 4-wheel drive, similar to Barracuda from earlier. It has 2 wheels in the center that you cannot really see. Pretty solid ground game, but it can't really get up when you flip it over. It's going to be important because it is taking on Boolean for the Invaders. It is a piston flipper. Although unlike Event Horizon from earlier, instead of using flipping arms, it uses ram plates kind of as a shield and shoots stuff out at an angle. Can be pretty good. It's gotten some ring outs, and it can add up damage over time just using that stuff. So what's chat think's going to happen?
Crab.
The crab, yes. Everybody here loves the crabs.
There are
So many
numerous
crabs.
crab robots, and chat loves their crabs.
I want to say, I think it was last week, all of the crab robots won.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I just knocked my drink over.
Oh no, mysterious green all over the keyboard. Thank you, Aaron.
I didn't need quite that much, but thank you. Welcome to the stream, people who've never been here before. Nonsense happens here.
Yes.
Okay, are we ready to go?
I think we are.
Okay, let's see who wins this fight and who wins this match. Rotterdam has the advantage.
I got jump scared by a towel.
Ooh, Boolean was able to kind of get Giant Enemy Crab up on it briefly, but they have now stalemated with their wedges. This is going to be a very long, drawn-out match, it looks like. Both of them have equal drive power.
They
Boolean-
break the
they do break it.
stalemate.
They kind of mismatched with the wedges this time, but Boolean can't quite slide under that right side corner of the crab. Yep, and they've now locked
And
again.
they're back to the wedge stalemate.
Both of them have anchored static wedges as well, so really going to rely on sliding to somebody's side. Or in this case, Giant Enemy Crab popped over Boolean's flipper and has now been tossed over. Boolean is absolutely tossing the crab around.
Oh no, you needed to take advantage.
Ooh,
It
Boolean
has.
slid under it again, gotten it over to a grinder. The crab has taken massive damage on the spinners and the chassis.
Oh, but the spinners are hitting Boolean's
Both
wheels
of the
sometimes.
spinners came off on the grinder for the crab.
Okay, so the grinder does a lot of damage. Took Giant Enemy Crab's weapon apart. Boolean looks like it's having drive trouble.
Yeah, and Giant Enemy Crab can't really move from that position.
Oh! Almost got a ring out. I think they're stuck on top of each
I
other.
think they are at the moment.
Giant Enemy
the
Crab got down.
Boolean tossed it right back to the corner and has gotten it stuck on its own severed weapon motors. Boolean's gonna go back in. It is not. It's gonna leave it.
Crab is kind of shuffling. No,
No, that looks like it's stuck.
that's stuck.
As a result of there is space between the two, and Giant Mini Crab could not move from that position, so that is going to be an official TKO for Boolean. 100-second W for the Piston Flipper.
And that's another 2 points.
82 points.
So Rotterdam, 6 points, maybe 7
Yeah.
with the judge's
And
decision.
Plansy
That might be a total shutout.
Yeah, Plan Z currently has no points. That could be a shutout for the Invaders. Which could be huge for them, actually, because they're currently 6th in Division 3. And, 6, 7, 8 points there puts them in the playoff race.
Division 3 is so even with the points
Yeah.
that a shutout is a big deal.
That's going to be huge for the Invaders there.
All right. That was a good match. There's a lot of cool stuff there.
A lot of cool, a lot of silly stuff as well.
The first 2 fights were wild.
That was a whole thing. Logan has to dip. Thank you for joining the stream while you could, Logan.
So, next match is between No Beanie Robotics from Sheringham Point, Canada.
And they're going to be taking on the C4 Circus. It's actually a bit of a high-profile matchup between these two.
Yeah, both of these teams are doing pretty well.
No Beanie is currently 2nd in Division 3. The Circus is 3rd in Division 4. All of which are relatively within striking distance of the leaders.
Or within distance of falling out of the playoff race.
That too as well. Yeah, it's going to be a
Only the
pivotal
top
match.
4 teams make the playoffs.
Yep. All right, so No Beanie Robotics has non-binary star in the lightweights. It is a dual front hinge flipper with spike strips, very damaging, as we saw last week when it killed Metallica. Mostly here is that its wheels are enclosed and has a wedge. Why is it important that it has a wedge? Because it's fighting Clown Car, which is a 4-wheel drive rammer, has 2 iron spikes in the front and a ram plate over top for a little bit of defense. But it's a rammer.
It's long. It's not wide, it's long.
It's a very long rammer. It looks like a stick of butter, to be honest.
Candy bar. Chat, who do we think is going to win between non-binary star and Clown Car? There are no beanies at the circus today. You don't have one.
Yeah, I took my beanie off. Sorry. I'll tell you what. If No Beanie can do this, I'll go throw my beanie at Ashley. They can have it.
Where do you download this game? GameTechMods.com has a download section. It's called Robot Arena 2 V 1.4.
I believe so.
Is the stock normal version of Robot Arena 2. There's also
Yeah.
several modded versions available.
You think it'd be a decent idea to include the Season 1 RRL pack like in the description for these videos? I think it's possible to do that.
Yeah, we could probably do that. We have the entire Season 1 game, all the teams from Season 1 in a download in the Discord server, which is linked in the description if you want to get that and play with the RRL bots. Okay, let's start this match.
See which of these two starts off stronger. Clown Car misses the opening charge and barrel rolls. Fail Race would be proud of that one. Non-binary star just going to town on the underside of the stick of butter. Interesting. Clown Car kind of using that ramp blade to stalemate with the wedge of non-binary star. I don't know if that's doing any damage. Well, it's now slid up on top. Non-binary very briefly had its own beanie. Put up again, another huge hit from non-binary.
Ooh, is it going to try for another ring out?
Non-binary's got the Clown Car by the wall. It could throw it out for a ring out. We've seen it happen before. Bizarre little twitch from the car there.
Clown cars do strange things.
Backs up again, misses another charge. Goes right over the wedge. Very pretty pirouette in the air there. Star is definitely in control of this fight. Throwing the Clown Car around every which way. Another huge hit.
Non-binary stars pushing Clown Car back into the grinder zone. We've seen the damage the grinders can do.
With those exposed wheels, Clown Car is not going to have a good time if it gets to the grinder. Oh, back up to break a count, and Clown Car lost a wheel to the grinder.
And non-binary star is going to capitalize.
Another wheel has come off on the other side. Non-binary is just playing with its food at this point. Control board hits now on the Clown Car. Very nice start. Briefly backed off.
Look at all the smoke coming out of Clown
Clown
Car.
Car just pouring white smoke right now. There's definitely a battery fire in there at this point.
Don't breathe this.
Very slowly moving the car to the other side of the wall.
Still a minute to go. If Clown Car lasts, it's only 1 point.
It would be if it goes to a decision. Binary has backed off.
Clown Car literally can't
Can
move.
Clown Car even move? I don't know if it can break
It's
the count
taking
here.
too much damage. This is going to be a TKO.
It is indeed. Clown Car took too much damage and got TKO'd as a result. 42 seconds left. 168.
That doesn't sound right.
Correct. 148. Fuck you.
Math.
I don't do math on weekends, alright?
Yeah, that's a good strategy. So, No Beanie Robotics takes the lead with 2 points in the lightweights.
Indeed.
And we move to the middleweights.
Ooh, this could be a very interesting matchup. Cora, the owner of the C4 Circus, did not think they would lose in this particular way.
Correct.
You know, when your lightweight takes that much damage, it just doesn't have the drive power to move. How much you can do about it?
Yeah, the lightweight motors in this game don't have a whole lot of power to start with.
Not at all. So we move on to the middleweights now. No Beanie Robotics has remote control. It is a quad piston poker robot. It has 4 iron spikes on pistons that are hidden within the chassis. So as a result, it has very, very exposed chassis, but it can put on a lot of damage when stuff gets in front of it. The C4 Circus, on the other hand, has Noise Bomb, which is a dual rear hinge flipper with spike strips and dual front hinge with Bushido swords. Kind of almost like a bear trap, but it kind of throws stuff instead. Very potent weaponry as well. What does chat think is going to happen here? Who do they think? A lot of people already going for Noise Bomb.
All of chat has Noise Bomb on this one. Is this game available on Mac? No, it is a .exe file. It only runs on Windows. Supposedly, some people have gotten it to run on Linux.
I saw someone say they got it to run on a Steam Deck. That was bizarre.
Yeah, we just had somebody in the Discord server the other day trying to get it to run on Mac, and they had a bad time.
Yeah.
So
That's what happens when it's an old game, you know?
it's a game from 2004. So like, if you have a brand new PC, you probably can't even run it.
Yeah. Chat seems to be going mostly for Noise Bomb, a couple for remote control, but who knows?
Here we go.
Ooh, Noise Bomb slides right under remote control, who's just tossing itself up into the air, and Noise
7
Bomb
seconds.
puts it over the wall with a bit of help.
That's a ring out for 2 points.
That's a 2-point ring out for Noise Bomb. And now we have a tied match. That's a bizarre way to get 2 points.
So, because I know that we have somebody who's never seen this game before in the chat, I'm going to explain what just happened. The pistons in Robot Arena 2 don't work the way pistons work in real life. They're missing some of the laws of physics.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have a whole lot of power extending.
Not quite.
They have a tremendous amount of power retracting. So what was happening there is remote control fired its pistons out, and then when they retracted, they
shot the whole
pulled
thing
the
in the air.
chassis up to the
So
spikes,
the whole thing just launched.
rather than pulling the spikes down.
Yeah, so Noise Bomb did help get it up at least to the wall, but that was mostly remote control just yeeting itself out.
How many ring outs does Noise Bomb have this season?
I think it's only 1 so far. Let me check.
You check that. I'll set up the next thing.
That is actually its second, I should say.
That's its second ring out.
I believe it had Panther previously, which makes sense.
That'll do it. Multibot time.
Oh, good God. This could be brutal.
It's going to be very brutal.
All right. So, No Beanie in the heavyweights has the multibot, Phobos and Deimos. Phobos is a dual rear hinge flipper with spike strips, kind of similar to Noise Bomb's setup, very similar motors and everything. Long pontoon wedges on its chassis. Deimos is a full body spinner, well, overhead full body spinner, I should say. 3 spike clubs, both of them around 300 pounds each to fit into the class. Can be pretty good at pushing decisions, I've seen. They're fighting against Random Axe of Violence. It has 4 side axes with spike clubs and iron spikes and a saw blade undercutter spinner. Very bizarre and unique weapon combination. It is also the most damaging robot in the league by a mile.
Yeah.
Ton of damage on it.
The acts of violence are not particularly random. They're mostly brutal.
No, they are very brutal. And
Interestingly, and I'll explain it because there's new people in the chat, the way that the multi-bot rules work here is if the multi-bot's defeated, it's the lower scoring method that one of them is defeated that is the official one. So if one of them is KO'd with the control board and the other one is immobilized, it's only 2 points for an immobilization.
Yes.
You have to knock out both of them to get the full 3 points.
yeah.
Conversely, you have to ring both of them out to get a ring out, otherwise
Yes.
it's just a TKO. So it's one of the very few advantages that multi-bots have, because generally just having smaller robots is a disadvantage.
Yeah, because especially in this case, like, both of these two have very exposed chassis with their limited armor, and if they're fighting up against just a wall of axes.
Yeah, the most damaging robot in the entire league
Yeah.
against 2 little robots. So
I mean, it does have very exposed wheels, so it's remotely possible.
yeah, the main thing that the multi-bots tend to do is they prevent points from being scored by like pushing judges' decisions, because it takes a while to kill them both. So okay, ready to go?
Yeah.
Chat is entirely on Random Acts of Violence's side.
Well, you know, these multi-bots can be surprising sometimes. We've
Is-
seen
are
some
the-
upsets already.
Are the acts of violence violent enough to take out moons?
Ooh, Phobos got a very nice toss on Random Acts of Violence. I believe that is the saw blade motor smoking on Random Acts of Violence, but it is going to town on the wedges of Phobos.
Deimos is not getting around to the back of Random Acts of Violence.
Deimos isn't quite able to get over to the side. I believe one of Deimos's weapons has come off.
Look at the shape of
Random,
Phobos.
RAV's taking a ton of damage. It's already on control board hits for Phobos, though. That was physics.
You
So
gotta
unfortunately,
restart
that's
that.
going to be a restart. So, as you will very quickly learn, my friend Endgamer, this game isn't exactly finished
Or stable.
or stable. So, in that particular case, that was the physics engine having a fit. And when that happens and it affects the fight, we restart.
Sometimes it happens in a way that is not unfair.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the time it's extremely unfair and like throws
Yeah.
a robot into next week.
Yeah, and in that case, it popped Random Acts of Violence upwards on top of them. So that
So-
is a restart.
We're going to restart it to make sure we get a fair fight out of this.
RAV going for the spinner first. Phobos trying to get to the side of it, although Random Acts very quickly spun around. That right side wheel
Ooh.
has already been taken off by the spinner. RAV is now down a wheel and has to fight 2 robots here. I don't know if it's going to be able to do so. Well, physics has decided that this is bullshit. We need to restart.
2 restarts.
2 restarts.
We have a maximum of 5 restarts.
Yes.
And then we skip the fight and run it later.
Yeah, 'cause we have
Ooh,
time to
Deimos got a
restart
shot on the
fast.
wheel.
RAV trying to kind of stalemate with Phobos. Just kind of dueling weapons here. Deimos is doing a lot of damage actually to Phobos. Ooh, although Phobos fed its teammate right into the Axes of Death. Trying to get underneath the axe bot. Now it has. Got it upended a bit, but Random Acts of Violence is still on the offensive. Control board hits now on Phobos. A huge cinematic toss. That was beautiful. Fortunately,
And it got it killed.
Phobos has now died, and it is just Deimos who has lost both of its wheels. Just spinning in place. Control board hits now. And that is a knockout. So, because both of the multibots were knocked out, that is the full 3 points to the circus. Sheesh.
Yeah, you go ahead and type that one in.
Gotcha.
So that means C4 Circus has 5 points.
They do indeed.
And No Beanie Robotics has 2 points. So they're leading by 3
Yeah, they need a knockout.
with 1 fight remaining. And that means that the best that No Beanie Robotics can do here is to draw the match with if they get a knockout.
And you know what? I think they might have the robot for the job.
They just might have the super heavyweight for the job. You good there? I heard that over the music.
It's just my neck popping, nothing fancy.
Sounded like a machine gun. Huh? No, Steve did this, and I heard his neck pop. Good job.
Hey, I'm old, I can't help it.
Okay.
Well, it is time for the super heavyweights to decide this match, and oh boy.
Yeah.
No Beanie has Ace of Spades. It has 8 axe arms, 4 side axes similar to random acts of violence, 4 overhead, long wedges at the front, and some ramp plates in the front.
Ace of Spades can put a tremendous amount of killing power out very quickly.
It has so much power that it throws itself upwards when it hits. It's very destructive. The Circus has Freak Show in the Super Heavies. It's another unique weapon combination. It has a drill spinner in the front, which is a vert, but it's mounted on a piston, so it shoots outwards. Very unique weapon combination, and it uses that with kind of spiked wedges in the front for defense. It's more for pushing fights to the judges or shoving stuff into the grinder, etc.
Freak Show, I think, is one of the leaders for TKOs. It's really good at getting under other robots and using that drill spinner to like take out wheels and grind away at the underside.
Yeah, Freak Show is really good about technical victories.
Yes.
Whereas it's fighting a robot of death.
Yeah, Ace of Spades, if it gets anything in front of it, will kill it.
Yeah,
if Freak Show's not in front of it, Ace of Spades is in trouble.
Yeah, and Ace is currently on a 6-fight KO streak.
Yeah.
It is KOs a lot of stuff very quickly.
What's its DPS?
Fucking holy shit. It's gotta be a lot. Could you scroll, please? Its DPS is 173.
173
Which
damage per second.
I believe that's the second in Super Heavies. I don't know if one that's above that.
All right. So a lot of chat at first was on Ace of Spades side. A lot of chat is on Freak Show's side. They're split.
Yeah,
honestly, yeah, that's how Ace of Spades works. It either kills or dies.
pretty much.
Well, Nobini needs a knockout to draw the match.
Show goes in. What a bizarre collision that was. I don't believe that was physics, though. That was just so much power going into that. Huge hits now from Ace. Going to town on the kind of underside of the front of Freak Show. Although, Freak Show has now gotten around the back of Ace. Ace cannot
Going for the
turn around very
wheels.
easily. Ace has now lost a wheel.
Ace has very little drive power, and it can't get turned.
Freak Show is going over the top to remove the top axes. I think it's only one of them is left now. Freak Show has lost all of its wedges, but it is now on top of Ace.
Doing damage to the top with the drill spinner. It's got Ace in the grinder, it looks like.
Ooh, but Freak Show has lost a wheel to one of those side axes. There's a count going on right now. I believe it's going to be for Ace. Even though Freak Show has gotten down, I believe that is going to be classified as a pin.
Yeah, so the game will count out a robot if it stays put for 20 seconds, regardless of whether or not it's being held there by the opponent.
Yeah.
Which isn't fair.
Yeah.
So if a robot holds the other one in place until it's counted out, we just restart the fight, because that's not fair.
And that's definitely what happened there.
Ace got launched into next week while I was explaining that.
Unsurprising.
So that's a pin. We're going to restart it.
Very promising fight, though.
Look into an alternate reality.
Another huge hit from Ace, although Freak Show has gotten underneath the wedgelets. Even though Ace is firing very heavily, Freak Show has gotten that drill underneath it.
Doing damage to the underside, doing damage to the rear.
Right in at the side axis, trying to go for the wheel almost.
Ace just does not have the drive power to turn and face it.
Yeah, because of how narrow those wheels are, Ace cannot turn very well.
And only 2 drive motors and a super heavyweight.
Ooh, but the spikes getting in the way took off one of Freak Show's wedges. Well, the Freak Show's definitely getting to the wheel now. Going to carve up those side axes too. Both of the wedges are off of Freak Show. It's not going to have the wedging power. Ace is absolutely chewing up Freak Show. That glitch was not too bad. We're going to let that one go. Freak Show is now basically just a rammer ramming into the maw that is Ace of Spades. A couple more huge hits, but Freak Show has those spikes in the front for defense, using them effectively to ram Ace to the wall.
Hitting and backing away before it takes damage.
Trying to get maybe Ace upwards and flipped over maybe, because Ace is not able to self-right. He's trying to go in, but does not have the drive power to keep up with Freak Show. Some of those spikes are starting to come off of Freak Show. The chassis damage is definitely piling up.
Yeah.
Ooh, it showed its side briefly for a hit.
Freak Show's definitely struggling with drive power now.
Ace is definitely starting to get some hits in there. And although now, well, Freak Show slipped underneath it briefly. Ace has got it kind of cornered. A wheel has come off of Freak Show now. Not going to be able to drive straight. Ooh, huge hits. Got a control board hit there. Another one, and Ace is going to get the knockout. 111 seconds right there.
That was the longest Ace of Spades fight ever.
Yeah, and look at the fucking
Holy
damage
crap.
totals. My goodness.
Is this the most damaging fight we've ever had?
No, I don't think it is. I'm going to check that right now. Once you get it in. So that is 32,000 damage points. Our record in the league is... Where are you? The record is 35,000.
Oh, that's so close to the most damaging
That
fight
was
ever.
Hygiene against id.
That might be the
season one.
second most damaging fight ever.
It's pretty close for sure.
Wow, what a
fight.
Put it in the
Yeah.
highlights. Put it in the
fight.
notes. That was a hell of a fight. And that drawed the match. It's
Yes.
a 5-5
5-5
draw.
tie.
And the way that we run the league here is the winner of a match gets a bonus point for winning. In a draw, there's no bonus points. So that's points being missed out on. Or in the case of No Beanie Robotics, clawing back to a draw, they're preventing the other team from getting extra points.
I just noticed Endgamer popping up. Someone earlier told me I don't need the game to participate. So the way this works, how you can do that is we have what's called free agency, where you could draft robots that other people have built and submitted to the league, and have them on your team. Plan Z from earlier is one of those teams. All of those robots were drafted onto that team. The builder didn't make any of them themselves.
Yep, you don't need to have the game to be part of the Robot Rampage League when we do sign-ups for
Or
a season.
you could have the robots commissioned, for example. So like last fight, Ace of Spades was actually made by Cora of the C4 Circus for No Beanie.
Yeah.
So you could do that way too.
I think somebody built like 15 of the robots that are in the league for like a whole bunch of different teams.
Yeah, we have KJ was really good with helping people out
So,
with that.
yeah, you can get other builders to make robots for you. You can draft robots onto a team. You don't have to have Robot Arena 2 to be part of the Robot Rampage League. It'll be a while until there's anything about Season 3 because we're halfway through Season 2 right now.
Mhm.
So, commission's expensive. No, you're just asking somebody if they can make a robot
Yeah,
for
you're
you in
really
the
just
game.
making them like.
It only takes like an hour to make in the game.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
So, we all do this for fun.
Mhm.
Speaking of fun, we have another match.
We have another match. It's going to be the Egyptian Legends and the Perth Hellrazers. Egypt, Heliopolis up against Perth. That's an international battle I didn't expect.
Yeah, that's not one that was part of World War II, or World War III, or World War IV.
Yeah. So the Legends have definitely not tut-tut in the lightweights. It is a pyramid-style overhead axe with kind of a Warpick-style axe. It's supposed to look like tut-tut from Robot Wars Extreme Warriors, but it is definitely not tut-tut. Don't tell anybody. The Perth Hellrazers have Stone Imp in the lightweights. It is a vertical spinner with 4 razor tips on there. It has a bracket wedge that kind of props it up in the air, kind of like this. It's similar to a Backlash from classic BattleBots. Very damaging robot. I think it's scored like 80% of Perth's points so far.
Yeah, it's been carrying Perth.
Yeah,
all
it's been
season.
doing a lot. Also funny, the builder of Perth, Razor 259, just competed at, I believe, it's an Antwaiter Beataway tournament in Australia with a robot that looks like Stone Imp.
Cool.
It's actually really neat looking.
Hope he did okay.
Yeah, that's why he's not here today, because he had to sleep after the tournament. But
Chat is mostly on Stone Imp's side.
possibly not tut-tut. Potentially not tut-tut. It's possible.
Well,
I
see
can't believe
how-
it's not tut-tut.
let's see how it goes.
in the middle. Stone Imp has the reach to
Big
get
hits.
to not Tut-Tut's chassis. It's already caving in the front of the pyramid. The War Pick is definitely doing some work on the weapon of the Stone Imp. It's smoking already, but Stone Imp has gotten to the underside of definitely not Tut-Tut and is ripping it apart. Stone Imp using its weapon to great advantage. We've seen it time and time again just carve up these lightweights. Already on control board hits. And
There's the
that
knockout.
is the knockout. 33 seconds for the Imp. Proving that definitely not Tut-Tut is definitely not going to be as good as the Robot Ward version. It is
Hey, Perth got
definitely,
points.
definitely not going to get us a copyright strike.
Perth got points.
Gotta love Perth getting points.
They've been so unlucky. They have decent robots, and they're just not getting the wins.
Yeah, they have some tough teams in their divisions too.
Yeah.
At least they're in Division 3 where it's at least close. Alright, it is time for middleweight fight. The Egyptian legends have Thoth's Wisdom. It is a rammer with only 2-wheel drive. However, it's kind of in an H shape and has these kind of V-shaped spikes on either side. Very unique setup for a rammer and can actually be pretty good against stuff that has weaponry to the side. The Hellrazers have Marauder, which is kind of an overhead horizontal spinner, except because of how it's perched on the ground, it's also somewhat tilted as well. It can hit a little bit lower on occasion. Although, because of its drive power, it's had some issues getting TKO'd when it loses a wheel. So what does chat think here? I think I'm gonna burp.
That was a noise. And Gaber might join next season. Cool. That'd be great to have you.
Hell yeah. A lot of people did the commission free agency route. Love to have you pop in.
Chad is mostly on Marauder's side.
Earth could use the points. Both of these teams are struggling too.
All right, Marauder, let's see what you got. Toth bounced on the floor.
Bouncing on the floor, it's wedged up perfectly underneath the Marauder to get its weapon off the ground, and it's just shoving it up against the wall. But the Marauder did catch it at least once on the top. With them reset. Yeah, it looks like those V-shaped iron spikes on Toth are right at the corners of Marauder's chassis and can just shove it back. Got a hit on the weapon motor of Marauder. It's now pouring smoke. Although Marauder's gotten a couple hits on the right side of Toth's chassis.
Look how slow the weapon is now.
Marauder having a tough time trying to get in the match. It's doing some damage to the chassis of Toth, but it is getting shoved back relentlessly. And there goes the weapon motor on Marauder. Physics broke them apart briefly, but didn't really affect a whole lot because they reset. Although now with it facing downwards, Marauder's spikes kind of slot underneath Toth. And it's able to push it up against the wall. Interesting. Although Toth responds in kind. Gods do not take lightly. And that threw Toth out of the ring, so we got to restart. That was very unfortunate.
Physics. Mini Duck says, if I get the game, how confusing is it to build? It's fairly self-explanatory. It's pretty easy to build,
Yeah.
but a lot of the buttons are not particularly well labeled.
Yeah, and there's a couple quirks in the game that it would be helpful to know.
Like, once you know the controls, you can build a robot in like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Um,
Like seasoned builders could do stuff very quickly.
yeah. So it's not that confusing. It's actually one of the best robot builders that's ever been made in a game.
Yeah, that's why it's still being played all this time later. Ooh, Toth got a big hit to the left side pontoon, but is still going into the front of Marauder and shoving it to the wall. Very even matchup between these two.
Drive power versus weapon power.
Huge hit there from Marauder, even though his weapon is now smoking.
Got to the side. Look at the shape of Toth's Wisdom.
Top is really getting caved in from the spinner, but I don't know how much longer that spinner has to live. Some of the defensive work has come off around the spinner on Marauder. It's now been shoved into the grinder. It does have some rear protection, but the spinner has now come off of it. Toth was not heavily affected by that. Marauder also lost a wheel on that last charge, and we gotta restart that one because Tothen's gonna get stuck. Oh, very unlucky. Hit the button.
Button.
Thank you. Going again. This time, Toth is all the way under Marauder and pinning to the wall. Just kind of holding Marauder in place, not letting it do anything.
Sliding it over to the grinder zone.
Very slowly working to that grinder. That big fat wheel is about to go right into it, and there it goes. It is already off.
Wow, that grinder barely brushed it and it came right off.
Those large wheels are very easy to take off.
And now the chassis is getting hit by the grinder. Look at the smoke coming out of Marauder.
Fortunately, I do hear a count going on. This is going to be a pin if they do not back off.
Yeah, this is going to be a
And
pin.
they're not going to. So we are on to restart number 3 now.
Who would have predicted these robots to be a restart problem?
Of all things, right? Getting again a couple of big hits from each of them, mostly on damaging components and such.
Marauder's landing those blows with the spinner, but
Some of the defensive spikes have come off of Marauder now. Toth has taken quite a bit of damage to the right side. It's still hanging in there. Although now I believe that the weapon motor on the weapon motor on Marauder is now smoking. Another huge hit.
oh, what a
Ooh.
shove.
Fortunately, Marauder does have some minor back protection for the grinder.
Oh,
Though Toth has now caught a wheel.
that was a great attack.
Very well-timed ram from Toth's wisdom. And now the weapon has come off of Marauder. And physics has thrown a fit over that. And yeesh, we are going far. Where is Marauder gonna land? We'll never know. Look at him tumble. He looks so happy.
I kind of want to see if he lands.
All right, this is our 4th restart.
Welcome to the unstable mess that is Robot Arena 2, the unfinished game from 2003.
Yes.
It's the motor that does it when the motor
Yeah.
breaks off.
Ooh, but this time Marauder's been shoved into the grinder immediately and lost a wheel.
Toth is absolutely brutalizing.
Letting Marauder stay in by the grinder.
over here.
Not sure Marauder's going to be able to get away from there with its lack of drive power.
Yeah, Marauder is struggling just to get free.
Ooh, just broke the count spinning around, and Toth goes right back in and ramming into the grinder again. Just letting Marauder stay by the grinder.
Just waiting for a TKO count.
Yeah, trying to get this match finished. Oh, and Marauder, you idiot! Drove its last wheel into the grinder to break a count, and that's going to be an official TKO in 52 seconds. We have avoided having to take this fight off stream. Thank goodness.
So somebody in chat said we need to mark down that previous physics bomb for the highlights.
Oh, definitely. These have been quality so far.
Okay, so the Egyptian Legends get 2 points back. They're still trailing.
Yeah.
So Perth is still leading 3-2. And we go to the heavyweights.
And restarts was at Asclepion. That was 4 restarts. We were 1 more away from having to...
If you want a good example of why Robot Arena 2 is an unstable mess,
Yes, please. What do you got?
it crashed.
It crashed.
Thank you, Patreon stream sponsors, for sponsoring our crash page, which is here specifically for when the game crashes. $10 a month on Patreon to sponsor the league. The gold names are $15 a month. They are getting the behind the scenes of us building our actual robots.
Yes.
We're going to be building. We're going to be working on a heavyweight soon. So if you want to go to the $15 a month tier, that now is a good time.
Yes.
This is what most of the Patreon money goes towards, is working on robots. Like, we've got a bunch of beetleweight robots up here that we've made and
All
then
mangled,
destroyed.
Mangled.
So, yep. Thank you, Patreon stream sponsors, once again, as we get the
Game
game
back up.
fired up again.
And poor hit and run. Tried so hard, got so far. But in the end, it didn't even matter.
It be like that sometimes.
I like how our words of wisdom was Linkin Park and you followed up with Mick Foley. Alright, so we now move to the heavyweights after that very long middleweight matchup. The Legends have the Nile King, triple rear hinge flipper with 2 sets of spike strips on each one. It is pretty potent as a flipper, can do a lot of damage to controlled robots very well. Perth Hellrazers have Revenant in the heavyweights, dual overhead kind of raptor style claws with 2 kind of other claws, static, but they're just kind of there to keep robots from getting away from it. Notably, does not have a wedge.
What do we think's going to happen here? Nile King against Revenant, chat. Who you got?
I suppose I just realized I am kind of repping the Hellrazers by having a shirt full of Hellfire.
Yes.
Kind of neat. Uppercut would be fantastic on their team.
What do you think Stone Imp is? It's a lightweight uppercut.
Yeah, it basically is. Yeah, it actually really is.
I hope Razor259 watches the stream back. If anybody's curious why I'm not talking much, it's because my voice is kind of shot after the first half of the stream.
Luckily, mine has somewhat recovered, but next week I am fucked.
Yep. Yeah, chat's on Nile King's side.
Here we go.
Nile King slides straight under
It was a
Revenant.
Dukes
What
of Hazzard moment.
Dukes of Hazzard moment indeed. Revenant is not really able to self-right when it's up on its back like this. Nile King is content with just leaving it here, it looks like.
That counts as a pin if it's sitting on top of it, though.
Well, Nile King
It
has
backed
backed off,
away.
and Revenant is not able to right itself from this position.
That's a free TKO.
Nile King will take the 2 points. 30 seconds exactly. Very nice. Clean, efficient. Tamabros, no singing rock songs for you then, Burnout. You have no idea how torturous it is driving 40 minutes here every Sunday and not being able to sing in the car.
We have a lot of metal,
Yeah.
and we like to do metal vocals,
Yeah,
and that
and, like,
destroys our voices.
I have to pick artists that have vocals I don't know, just so I do not sing to them. It is awful.
So that gives the Egyptian Legends the lead, 4-3,
It's 4-3,
with 1 fight remaining.
and oh boy, could this be fascinating. So, the Egyptian Legends Super Heavyweight is Anubis. It is a dual angled spinner, which is classified as both horizontal and vertical as a result. Very defensive setup around the wheels and the front. Has put on some incredible fights this season. Very fun to watch. The Perth Hellrazers have the Baron of Hell. It is technically a rear hinge flipper with a singular spike in the middle, but it's a 6-wheel drive box similar to Gladiator from Classic Battle
Mostly a
Box.
rammer.
Mostly a rammer as a result. Has some issues getting TKO'd on debris on the floor. Not a whole lot of ground clearance on the top or on the bottom when it's inverted.
Chat, predictions for Anubis versus Baron of Hell. I see Mad Psycho 6 saying they might enter next season as well. Yes, so
Love
the way
that.
that it worked for this season and the way that it'll probably work for next season is there's kind of a staged entry where you submit your team, you submit your robots, you do the free agency draft, and then we pick the robots, or we pick the teams that get in.
Yeah.
It's a selection process.
Mhm.
Because there are going to be teams that just literally don't function,
Yeah.
or there will be teams that are super overpowered because they're being entered by people who have played the game for 17 years.
Yeah.
We want to keep a good balance of entertainment and competitiveness, so we
Yeah.
pick and choose the teams accordingly.
Yeah, for
so-
example, for this season, we had 47 teams entered, not from any of our teams at all, and we had to limit it down to 32 total.
yeah.
So,
I think we have a total of 8 teams in here.
yes, 8, 7.
Might be 7 because I know some of our
I think
teams
we
with
have,
other people.
yeah, we have 7. Yeah.
So. Okay. Oh, Nitro says he's going to steal Geohash if it's in the free agency again.
Yes, take the pacifist.
That is up to the current team owner.
Yeah, we'll see if they keep it.
Let's end this match. It's 4-3. It's a low-scoring match.
Both these robots look incredible too. Anubis got a couple of hits on the side already, but the Baron of Hell is relentless and shoves it back to the wall. One of the horns has come off of the Baron of Hell. Those angled spinners are doing work on the front of it.
Not able to get that rear hinge lifter in play.
Not quite. That angled spinner is actually doing well repelling the Baron of Hell.
Doing chassis damage to the side.
As indeed. Well, Baron of Hell is using its superior drive power, just kind of stalemate. More features coming off the front of the Baron of Hell. Ooh, it bounced on the floor and has gotten wedged on its own debris coming off. Anubis was sporting, though, and did remove it. Very nice.
Very kind of Anubis to do that.
The front is...
Whole front end of
The whole front end of the Baron of Hell is coming off, but it slid underneath Anubis, at least briefly. Anubis is now unbalanced because it's lost part of its spinner. Baron of Hell trying to get that rear hinge spike in there, do a little bit of damage.
It might be able to use that misbalance to get Anubis flipped over.
Yeah. Although Anubis is doing a good job of backing up and not letting the Baron of Hell get a good shot on it. Smoke pouring out of the Baron of Hell now.
Ooh, big shot from Anubis.
Anubis is still just letting that front spinner do the work on the chassis.
And now letting the rear spinner do the work.
Control board hits on the Baron of Hell, and that is going to be a knockout. 99 seconds. And the Legends have taken the match as a result.
Conclusive win there. 7-3.
7-3 for the Legends. So the Legends were last in Division 3. Only a point behind the Hellrazers. And with that win, that at least put them up maybe to 6th.
We'll see.
Depending on how everyone goes. Depends on how the rest of the Division does, because Division 3's actually done pretty alright so far.
Well, we've got our featured matchup.
Yes, we do. We are on to the quote-unquote main event, and dear God, is it going to get weird. Because it's the Night Vale Spiderwolves taking on the NYC Pride. Spiderwolves owner being Rookie K13, which is our sister. NYC Pride being your team.
My team, yes. One of my teams.
Yes.
So the Spiderwolves have Kevin in the lightweights. It is a sit and spin robot.
It is.
It's off balance.
Mhm.
It only has 3 damaging components.
Yes.
They're close to the chassis.
Yeah.
The robot has no drive power.
No.
It's on a massive winning streak.
Yeah, it's won like 6 straight. It's disgustingly good.
There's no reason for it to be as good as it is.
No, not at all.
NYC Pride have Bicerabot. It is a rear hinge lifter type of robot with the long lifting forks. Not doing great this
No,
season.
not at all.
Also can't self-right. Doesn't have the power for it. Chat, Kevin versus Bicerabot. What do you got?
Endgamer's happy there's a bot named Kevin. So normally I would have some sort of like prediction as to how these type matchups would be, except Night Vale throws all predictability out the window. You have no idea what's happening when they enter.
Every Night Vale match is just weird, and we don't understand why, other than just Night Vale.
Yeah, like Kevin looks honestly kind of like shit. And it's won 6 straight fights. It makes us all look dumb. Like, I don't get it either.
Like, we selected this team as like our one of like 2 or 3 like entry level, beginner level teams, and see how the beginners do, and it's just winning.
Yeah, it's the weirdest thing ever.
Okay, so here we go. Bicerabot against Kevin.
Can the flipper work against the non-invertible spinner? Ooh, got Kevin up briefly. And Kevin
got
has
Kevin over.
fallen over. Bicerabot is the first robot to actually flip Kevin over.
Took 9 fights to do it.
He's just sitting here. While Bicerabot is underneath it, Kevin is not invertible and cannot self-right from this position, so this is going to be an official TKO.
That is not a pin because Kevin cannot move or self-right under any circumstances while upside down.
Who knew the honestly pretty poorly performing by Cerebot is what it took to beat Kevin. Cerebot has not been doing good.
Is that its second win or first win?
Second. Cerebot's been very poor this season, and it just ended Kevin's winning streak.
Kevin can't handle the bye pride.
Unlucky.
We move to the middleweights. Spiderwolves have Sheriff's Secret Police. It is a triangle with a piston-poking weapon setup of kind of a battering ram of axe heads. Invertible robot. Does a fair amount of damage. Not very fast or good drive power. It's facing Panther from New York City Pride, which is in the Pan colors. And Panther is an incredibly fast four-wheel drive rammer. Chat, predictions for Sheriff's Secret Police versus Panther. I think Panther's going to get pulled over for speeding.
Panther's definitely going to get pulled over for speeding here.
These puns, says Endgamer. Yes, the NYC Pride team. It's all Pride-themed robots. Every one of them is a pun. The entire idea came about because of Panther, actually.
Yes, entirely.
Because I was wondering if pansexual women are considered panthers instead of cougars. And then I came up with Bi-Cerebot. And then I came up with Transfusion. And then I came up with Friend Be Fire.
Yeah.
This is all Pride puns.
It's all puns.
And I'm repping the Pride team with my TekonoAxe shirt going on.
Indeed.
So hopefully my team wins here. We're up 2-0. God damn it, rookie.
Rookie with the trans joke. Love to see it.
Why don't robots have brothers? Because they have trans sisters. Okay.
She's been waiting to use that joke for so long.
Probably.
You have no idea.
Let's get the middleweight started. Chat is kind of all over the place on who they think is going to win.
Panther goes charging right in.
Oh, what a ram that was.
Gets Sheriff's Secret Police into the grinder. Does a bit of damage. Ooh, mistimed a ram there. Trying to get to the side of the Secret Police, but it gets away. Huge ram again. Sheriff just trying to kind of stay centered, starting to take the claws off of Panther. Some of the spikes off of both robots now, although Panther seems to be the one losing the most of it, although it's using its drive power to shove the Secret Police to the grinder again. Ooh, and now it's gotten to the side of the Secret Police, briefly underneath. That was interesting.
Both getting hits on each other's wheels.
Panther taking a wheel off of the Secret Police now. Still using that superior drive power to just shove the triangle around the arena.
Look at the damage that Panther's taken, though.
Both robots have taken quite a bit of chassis damage already. Panther not really sure where to go at this point. He's lost most of his weaponry. Ooh, another big ram. Control board hits now.
Oh, no!
Oh, but Panther killed itself on the piston of the Secret Police, and that is a 68-second knockout for the Spiderwolves. Sheesh.
And that means the Spiderwolves are up 3-2.
Oh God, rookie's winning again. She must be stopped.
Blackbird says Panther resisting arrest. Well, Panther just got tased.
Panther really got tased. Thank you, Helen. Welcome to Night Vale. All right, it's time for the heavyweights.
Okay. Spiderwolves have Koshek. It is 2 side axes, an overhead axe. It's kind of cat themed, but without the poisonous tail that cats have.
No, it doesn't have it.
It does a fair amount of damage, but it doesn't really have a ground game. NYC Pride have Transfusion, which is a triple front hinge flipper. Very fast, very aggressive, undefeated.
It's undefeated, 8-0 so far.
Chat, predictions for Koshek versus Transfusion.
Well, Koshek doesn't have much of a ground game, and isn't very fast either, has some slower motors. Transfusion is just a wedge, and has tremendous drive power, and is very efficient.
What's amazing with Transfusion is that even when it's losing, it still somehow wins.
Yeah, like it's had quite a few come from behind victories.
Chat's on Transfusion's side. Hell says, "Oh God, imagine if Koshak was the one that beats Transfusion."
No.
It's Spider.
It's the Spiderwolves.
It's Night Veil. That's how it would go.
It's Night Veil.
Come on, Transfusion, do it for Sporkanock.
Fusion goes right under. It's stalemated with
Oh,
Koshak.
look at the damage Koshak did.
Koshak got a huge hit on the chassis, but Transfusion has thrown it straight over the wall for a 9-second ring out. Transfusion saw that and went, no, we're not having this. No.
We're going to talk about DPS.
Yeah, 2,700 damage in 9 seconds. Jeez. Let's see where that actually puts Transfusion's DPS in. We'll look.
All right. So that is 4-3. NYC leading. 1 fight remaining. The super heavyweights.
That bumped Transfusion's DPS to 127.
Okay. It doesn't typically do a lot of damage, but it has short fights.
Yeah, and especially because a lot of those fights it has to come from behind, like it just gets to the control boards quickly.
So, super heavyweights. The Spiderwolves have Glow Cloud,
All hail.
which is a Sawblade spinner. We classify Sawblade spinners differently than other kinds of spinners because the Sawblade components do steady damage over time rather than big monstrous hits at once.
Yes.
So we classify them differently as 2 horizontal saw blades, 2 vertical saw blades in the middle, which aren't supposed to hit anything but somehow do.
Yeah, weird.
Invertible robot. It's facing Friendby Fire from New York City Pride in the non-binary colors. And it has 2 double vertical spinning discs, 4-wheel drive, aggressive. Doesn't have a good time when it's upside down, but it can still move.
Yeah.
Chat, predictions for Glow Cloud versus Friendby.
Everybody hailing the mighty Glow Cloud. Never count Glow Cloud out, says Mr. Circuit. Glow Cloud, despite its design, has been resilient. In its
Resilient
losses.
is a good way to describe it.
One thing I did notice here with Glow Cloud spinners being up high, they might be at the right height to catch the motors on Friendly Fire and the weapon. Not sure.
It is Night Veil. Weird stuff happens.
Weird stuff tends to happen.
Here we go. 4-3 match. Who's gonna take the final points? Friendby Fire up to speed.
Huge impact
Big
immediately.
collision is underneath.
Glow Cloud.
Glow
And
Cloud
already
takes
took
off the saw
both of them.
blades. It's flipped Glow Cloud over.
And Glow Cloud's not able to touch the ground with that. Well, it can now that Snowplow's gone, I guess.
Or can it? The wheels look like they're spinning.
Friendly Fire is.
Friendby gets it down. Now the ram plates on Glow Cloud can touch the motors, except Friendly Fire's going after the wheels.
Yep, and it's lost one of the large wheels, so it's not able to really drive that well. Friendly Fire nearly got it perched on the wall.
Friendly Fire's wheels are exposed to the grinder, but it's going to push Glow Cloud some more.
Some more side and chassis hits to the almighty one. Another wheel is off.
Glow Cloud pouring smoke, perched on its front end.
Chemical X vibes right there.
Yeah. It's going to manage to get down, and Friendby's going to dig into the side once more.
Control board hits now on Glow Cloud, and that's going to be a knockout in 64 seconds. Jeez,
Another
Friendly Fire put up some damage.
5-digit damage total.
Sheesh.
Although I should expect that from the super heavyweights, to be honest. So New York City Pride wins 7-3.
Glow Cloud did what they could, but you know.
I beat my sister's team.
Yay, the sister that's played this game like 5 times since it came out.
Yeah, like seriously, she played it for I think all of about a month when it came out in 2003.
Almost like you wouldn't let her play it or something.
Yeah, that's how that happened.
Big sister, big brother things. Anyway, we have moved on to our next match, which features another one of your teams.
Yes.
It's going
This
to be
one's
Pink Chaos.
leading Division 4.
They're going to be taking on Team Permanganate.
Chemists. TK Bomber said Friendby wanted to get an Uda. It tried for the ring out,
I was doing it good.
but I mean it got the 3 points for the knockout anyway.
So, Pink Chaos enters the lightweights with Firestarter. It is an asymmetric overhead spinner similar to Ursa Minor from earlier. Sledgehammer counterweight, Iron Spike on the other side. Doesn't have a wedge though, so if that spinner gets stopped, it is very exposed. Team Permanganate has Chloe the Crustacean. It is yet another crab-themed side axe. 2 side axes on the side, Warpick style, singular spike sticking through the middle. It is, I think, the smallest robot we have here. That's not a mini-bot anyway.
Maybe other than Dainsleif.
Yeah, like, it is an incredibly compact robot. But it puts up some damage numbers.
Well, chat mostly says crab.
I appreciate Tamavris with the Prodigy reference.
Yes.
The Twisted Firestarter.
Well, we know chat wants crab to win, so let's see how Chloe does.
Can the crab do it? Ooh, Firestarter's weapon got to the side of the side axes on Chloe. Although Firestarter's taking a ton of chassis damage to the front already. The right side axe is off Chloe. Although Chloe's so persistent, Firestarter can't get up to speed really. The right side of Chloe is now smoking very heavily from the asymmetric spinner. Ooh, and there goes the right side wheel on Chloe. Firestarter's weapon is really getting into the right side now. Slow but steady damage. Oh, but the spike has come off on the remaining side axe. And now that Firestarter's unbalanced, it has fallen over on its face. Oh, just briefly got it, but still going to be very unbalanced here. And we now have a bit of a cripple fight going on here, because Firestarter's not going to be able to move around very controlled. And it's now also lost a wheel. Well, now we have a cripple fight on our hands.
Firestarter can usually self-right, but we've also seen it fail to self-right. So
Yeah, and Chloe still is very mobile with its one wheel.
well, enough to avoid a count.
Yeah. Now Firestarter's losing some of its spinner just flailing on the ground.
They're getting
We're
closer.
getting somewhat closer, but are they gonna make contact? Contact! Well, Firestarter is completely inverted now. I have a feeling this is gonna continue for a while.
We have a minute remaining.
Firestarter's back up, but has no way to move in a controlled manner towards Chloe. Chloe was able to move. Ooh, Firestarter was just got enough torque on its weapon to get back up. It's now lost the remaining part of its extender. Ooh, Chloe got a control board hit on Firestarter. Can it get more before it moves? Not quite. The remainder of the spinner blocked it from moving closer. The Firestarter's still kind of within range.
You say that as it makes its way over to the grinder. 27 seconds to go.
There's a count on Chloe right now. I don't know if it can break it. Oh, it just did. And Firestarter
KO'd on the grinder.
Pirouetted into the grinder and died. So that is a 160-second knockout for Chloe in one of the derpiest fights I think we've seen so far.
Put it in the notes.
Do you really want that in the highlights, though?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I do.
You know what?
I won't put the whole thing in the highlights. But just watching two robots just derp for 3 minutes.
It's a bit of a DDR fight.
Yes.
Alright, so that is one way to start a match. But Permanganate's got 3 points.
Liam says it's great stream with no dull matches. Yeah, every match has had some cool stuff. It's been very fun.
It's part of the fun with how we balanced everything out. Is like we can get some fun stuff in here sometimes.
We've got rules that require different weapon types, so you don't always have just vertical spinners fighting each other.
Yeah.
You get cool weapon matchups and upsets. And, yeah, cool stuff.
It's time for the middleweights. We'll see if they can put on a similar show. Pink Chaos has overthrown a dual front hinge flipper with spike strips. Was pretty dominant last season. It has been pretty impressive this season as well. Very exposed chassis though, and it's facing Quasar from Team Permanganate. It is a vertical spinner, but more of a drum spinner that uses Bushido swords to kind of spin upwards. Axe is a bit more of a rotary lifting device to flip stuff over, but very long spike wedges on the side. A very wide robot in general.
Quasar specializes in getting a robot on top of it and grinding away at the underside.
Yes, or getting something trapped in those forks and just shoving it around doing damage over time.
Chat seems to be mostly on overthrown side. So the weapon type ratios predefined or is it arbitrary based on owner preference?
It depends on what you mean by that.
Not sure what they mean by owner preference. We do not have a quota for weapon types in the league. We just kind of looked, for this season, we just kind of looked at what the most common ones were, and we tried to balance.
Yeah.
Because, like, in the lightweights, we had a lot of rammers.
Yeah, like, there were very obvious trends in the weapon types, but, like, you're only limited to, like, one of each type per team. So, like, it's not like you have a team full of all verts or anything. Like, you have to do something different.
So, like, if we have one category that's, like, all piston flippers, then it's like, okay, well, maybe one of these teams with a piston flipper won't get in, and we'll get in a team that has a different kind of robot there.
Yeah, and even so, like the Kinetic creatures, like, we recognize 4 different types of spinners, and they have one of each.
Yeah.
So, you know, you can still kind of do it, but... who knows?
Yeah, we try to keep... And then where we put them in their divisions was to balance out the weapon types in each division, too.
So you're not facing the same weapon types over and over.
Yeah. Because variety is what makes robot fighting interesting.
Yeah.
Because, like, one week you've got a type matchup you're good against, and then the next week you've got a type matchup you're weak against.
Yeah.
You know, fun stuff. Like here, Overthrown's good, but how does it do against a drum?
You never know.
We're gonna find out.
A wide drum at that. They kind of stalemated there. Quasar's fork wedges are enough to keep Overthrown at bay, and it's grinding away at the front wedge, doing a ton of damage already. Overthrown's trying to take off the drum, but it's taking massive amounts of chassis damage. Already on control board hits. And Overthrown has gotten knocked out in 21 seconds. It was not able to get through underneath Quasar enough and got KO'd as a result. So even though flippers are rather good up against vertical spinners sometimes, in this particular matchup with how they're shaped and everything, Overthrown didn't really stand a chance, I guess.
So, Permanganate is leading 6-0.
They are indeed.
They cannot lose.
They cannot, and even though there's like a 20-point difference between these two teams, Team Permanganate with a big week here is got a shot to get in 4th place and get a playoff spot.
Get into the playoff spots. We've got a long way to get to the playoffs, but every point matters.
Yeah, so they're
last season we had 2 teams tie on points.
Yeah.
And one of them had more fight wins than the other, so they got in on the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
So every point matters.
Yeah, and they're still going to need it because the other teams just behind Pink Chaos all got 5 or 6 points, so they're at least keeping ground.
Okay. Pink Chaos has Second Amendment. 4-wheel drive aggressive rammer. Spikes are kind of angled down a little bit, wedge-like. By popular demand, it is equipped with bare arms.
Yes.
Team Permanganate has Roadman, which is a saw blade spinner. Has 4 vertical saw blades on the front with forks to get the ground game.
Very effective forks.
It's
too.
like if Roadblock from Robot Wars was updated to modern day. Predictions, chat.
Whoever comes up with these names are geniuses as endgamer. Yeah, we have a lot of very punny names in here, and a lot of just fun stuff too. You know, instead of just being like super like polished, basic robotic stuff, we're having more decorated fun with it.
Robot Rampage League is all about fun.
Yes. Entertaining matchups. Rather than trying to necessarily be the best, it's about having fun.
Chat split.
Second Amendment charges straight in, meets a wall of saw blades though, on top of the wedgelets on Roadman. Already taken off one saw, 2 saws now. Saws are not the most durable of components, but Roadman is still definitely winning the ground game over Second Amendment.
And it's cut off one of the bear arms.
As indeed. Left side bear arms got a threat too with that remaining saw blade. Kind of stalemating though.
Second Amendment,
Second Amendment backed
has
off. And
greater drive power, but its front wheels are off the floor, so they're
yeah,
pretty
so
even.
Roadman's able just to pin it to the wall. Second Amendment tried backing away, but Roadman still applying the pressure, just stalemating the best it can. Got Second Amendment to the grinder. A little bit of damage to the chassis, I believe. Although Second Amendment's getting Roadman to the grinder, and it took off the left side wheel. The exposed wheel's not helping Roadman in the slightest here. All the saw blades are now off of Roadman, and now it's effectively just being able to spin in place. Ooh, and a huge ram from Second Amendment. Kind of propped Roadman up against the wall and gotten it stuck. That is a very unique kind of attack to have. I don't know if Roadman's able to get down. Second Amendment does prop back underneath it, though.
Trying to get grinding damage, pushing the spikes into it.
Unfortunately, Second Amendment's going to need to move to break a pin here. And even though Roadman has gotten down, is it able to break the count? It did, okay. So we're not going to have to restart for a pin. Roadman just kind of spinning in place.
Second Amendment going for that wheel, trying to get it.
Second Amendment has gotten the remaining wheel off of it. Second Amendment going to try to go for more, though. It's propped.
Propped it on its own wheel.
It propped Roadman on top of its own wheel. So because Roadman has absolutely no way to move, this is going to be an official TKO for Second Amendment.
52 left.
158 seconds.
That was Second Amendment wearing down Roadman.
Unfortunately, though, as that was only 2 points, Pink Chaos has lost the match.
Yep. They needed 2 knockouts in order to draw.
Yeah.
They got a TKO instead.
Second Amendment didn't quite have the firepower to get through that, so it's what it is. At least take 2 points out of it instead of potentially ramping up the back of Roadman and out of the arena.
That was definitely a possibility.
Well, they're saying with that win, Pink Chaos will remain first in their division. At least with 2 points.
Moscow was second in the division. They didn't have a good time.
I mean, they got 6 points, but I think that put them equal with Pink Chaos. They just had to score there. So maybe that's what Second Amendment was going for, just trying to score in general. Speaking of scoring, super heavyweight time. Pink Chaos has dysfunctional stepsister. 8 rear hinge spike flippers. A very powerful, potent flipper here. I believe it's only lost once or twice this season. Been very good compared to last season. Team Permanganate has their namesake, Permanganate. It is a 4-wheel drive overhead axe, kind of a raptor claw, but it's more defensive. Lots of ramp plates on the sides and over the side. It has 2 self-righting arms on either side as well. So we'll be able to self-right should it get flipped over.
Who you got, chat? The flipper or the axe spot?
See, what can happen here is if dysfunctional stepsister misfires, Permanganate has the wedge to slide right underneath, and then it could just go on it and just wail all at once. I see Blacksburg is enjoying TekonoAxe's music in the background. Liam pointing out you need a very good ground game to beat DS. As the one who beat Dysfunctional Stepsister, I believe in its only loss so far.
Sometimes Dysfunctional Stepsister misfires.
Mm-hmm.
That was its weakness last season. It didn't do very good last season. Well, almost everyone's on Dysfunctional Stepsister's side.
Can the DS win?
Yeah, can Pink Chaos get some points back here?
Permanganate slides underneath the flipping arms briefly, but it is getting absolutely tossed now by Dysfunctional Stepsister. Although now it's kind of gotten, at least briefly, was hitting Dysfunctional Stepsister on the top. Although Dysfunctional Stepsister now has it pinned over by the grinder. The fork was caught underneath it briefly, preventing Permanganate from moving. Now DS is just kind of sitting underneath it. Taking some grinder damage, though. It's got to be careful. Although it has left Permanganate stuck.
The self-righting arms are stuck forward.
Yeah, I wasn't quite able to use them.
You need to back away, Dysfunctional Stepsister.
Dysfunctional Stepsister is stuck underneath it, though. I believe this is going to be a pin. Because Permanganate does have the ability to self-right.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I believe that is a pin.
I don't think it could have self-righted in that situation, but there was the potential to, so we have to restart to be sure.
Because that could have put the arms back down. Who knows?
Yeah.
Dysfunctional Stepsister gets under it again. Another huge toss. Second one. Smoke already pouring out of Permanganate. Does a full flip this time.
Permanganate landed behind Dysfunctional Stepsister this time.
It's hiding behind it. This is, huh. Wrong website, partner. Ooh, a huge back toss from Dysfunctional Stepsister got control board hits. That was a fantastic strategy. Permanganate trying to use those arms to self-right, and Stepsister is going to get the knockout in 32 seconds. Well then.
So PKS get back some points. It's a 6-5 loss. It's not as bad as it could have been.
Still got 5 points out of a loss. That's not bad.
So we have 2 matches remaining.
We do have 2 matches remaining. And while you set up the next one, I need to go get a little bit more water.
You get some from me as well.
No, but I will anyway.
Fair. Next match is the Wiltshire Magnums, the ice cream team. And they are taking on Sinister Creations, Steve's team. Who I hope lose because he's not here. Sinister Creations is number 1 in Division 3, and they have not relinquished that lead since the beginning of the season. So, see if what fellow Division 3 team, the Magnums, can do here. They have Acidic Lemon in the lightweights. It is a front hinge flipper, a double front hinge flipper with a very steep wedge. It is facing Cavity Search for Sinister Creations with a vertical drill spinner mounted high up on top of the robot. Cavity Search has difficulty getting its weapon into play. We'll see what it does regarding being flipped over here. Can run inverted. Chat, Acidic Lemon versus Cavity Search. You do not want acidic anything in a cavity. That's a bad time.
It's almost like that's how cavities happen.
Makes Helen want to get an ice lolly. I'm too American to know what that means,
Sounds like ice cream.
but it sounds like ice cream, and ice cream is delicious. In fact, I'm going to have ice cream after this stream is over.
Oh yeah, why not?
Chat's a little bit split. I think it's mostly on Acidic Lemon's side.
The Magnums had a good start to the season, and they've kind of tapered off.
See if they can get their form back in the second half of the season.
Cavity Search was able to get kind of to the side of Acidic Lemon. I think it's getting a little bit of grinding damage in there. Now it definitely is now that Acidic Lemon's pushed up against the wall. Acidic Lemon's wedge is a little too steep for Cavity Search to just slide right up it, though. To break a count, and both of them appear to have. Cavity Search, again, is met up unevenly and is just going to town on the front wedge. I don't know if these hits are going to be able to produce any control board hits over time, although it's gotten Acidic Lemon to the grinder. Definitely pressing it in there. It's gotten huge damage to the front of Acidic Lemon. Now it's just a straight mountain instead of a wedge.
It's not a wedge, it's a wall.
Now both of them have kind of stalemated.
Yeah, we got us a standoff here.
Wedge stalemate, eh? Looks like they were able to break TKO count, though. Ooh, but Acidic Lemon left its side exposed, and Cavity Search has gone up it and taken the wheel off. And now Acidic Lemon is wedged under the grinder and between Cavity Search.
Well,
Okay, Cavity Search backs off. Going in for more. Just drilling into Acidic Lemon, although Acidic Lemon has a count on it now. Although it was able to break it. It was able to slide out of there. We are halfway through this fight. Very one-sided fight so far, but is Cavity Search going to be able to finish off Acidic Lemon? There's a pin right now. Cavity Search is getting in the way. Ooh, but Acidic Lemon was able to break it, so there is no restart.
Cavity Search being a bit of a dick.
Just playing with its food at this point. Although it's got to be careful, because it's only got a minute left to get those control board hits, and it's having trouble getting into that chassis. Acidic Lemon is smoking heavily now, but Cavity Search does not quite have the reach to get its weapon into play.
As Cora says in chat, the geometry just isn't there.
Yeah, it doesn't quite have the geometry, and it's not able to slide the fork wedges under there either. It's going to be a very long, drawn-out fight. Cavity Search has Acidic Lemon back towards the grinder. There's control board. It's now.
It's going to use the grinder to kill it.
It's only one hit away from it. Only got under 20 seconds to get that last control board hit. And Acidic Lemon drove into the grinder for another shot.
10 seconds.
Can break the count. It just barely did, and it doesn't look like
I think
Cavity
Acidic
Search.
Lemon's going to make it to the buzzer.
Ooh, Acidic Lemon barely made it the full 3 minutes.
That's a judge's decision, technically.
Yeah, and despite being heavily one-sided, that's only going to be 1 point available.
That's only 1 point. Acidic Lemon pushing the decision to prevent points being scored against it.
So irregardless, that's likely 1 point for Sinister, but they really need more points than that here.
Did you say irregardless?
I mean, you know, it's possible. There could be a judge somewhere that votes for, that scores that for Acidic Lemon.
I'm going to score you poorly on using the word irregardless.
No, fuck you.
So, the middleweights. The Magnums have Mint Chalk Crusher, the double vertical drill spinner. Pretty powerful weapon-wise.
I think it's one of the most damaging middleweights at this point.
Yep. It's against Cycloid for Sinister Creations with the 2 Warpick side axes and the ramming spike in the center. Chat. Mint Chalk Crusher versus Cycloid. Who you got? Personally, I want some Mint Chalk ice cream.
I would love some of that right now. So notably here, with no Beanie scoring 5 points in their match, they're ahead of Sinister by 3 points right now. They need at least 3 points to remain in the division lead. And they might have one. They're really going to need to put up some wins here.
Yep.
And I'm not sure Cycloid is the right robot to fight a drill spinner like this.
Vimming ain't easy saying we found a grammar pet peeve of mine. Yes, I do my best to use correct terminology whenever possible. And it bothers me when people don't give a shit about correct terminology.
You know, it's hard to do correct terminology when you're just spouting words quickly.
Yeah, we tend to do that
happens.
on stream and in my videos where I just, like, vomit out words.
Yeah.
Those are my live review videos mostly. It's just, a thought occurred. Bleh.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hard to tell who chat's predicting for here. Cora found an Africa-shaped potato chip, though.
Fascinating.
Wait. I don't know what continent Cora's from.
I think the answer is a yes.
Is that a chip or a fry?
I don't know. Either way, Cycloid and Mint Chalk have met, and both are going to town with their weapons. Cycloid is getting upended very slightly by the drill spinners. I think it's taking chassis hits. It's already lost both of its side axes, actually. Now it's just the ramming spikes and the ramp plates on top. It's gotten Mint Chalk to a grinder, but its chassis is very exposed. Already pouring smoke. Another huge hit. Lost one of the ram plates now. Starting to take off spikes off Mint Chalk Crusher. But it's... Oh yes, the entire left side drill is down now. Ram plate's gone on Cycloid now. It's just the ramming spikes. Fortunately, those ramming spikes fit perfectly in that gap in Mint Chalk's chassis, so Cycloid's taking a lot of damage from the remaining spinner. Trying to get away. Ooh, there's control board. It's now on Cycloid, and it has gotten knocked out in 55 seconds. Huge damage totals for the middleweights here. My goodness.
And the Magnums have the lead.
Do indeed. So Mint Chalk currently leads middleweights with over 50,000 damage points. And it just got another 8,000. Yeesh. That's not good. So there's a chance that Sinister could claw back some points here.
This is an interesting matchup.
So, heavyweight matchup. The Magnums have a multi-bot, Banana Splitter and a Cherry and Creamer. Banana Splitter has 3 overhead axes with a very nice wedge setup, a very sleek looking robot that is known for pushing decisions using its wedges to shove stuff around. And Cherry and Creamer is the mini-bot that just flails into shot when you're not looking. Very cinematic robot. Goes for that spectacle point every time. Sinister Creations has Omnipresence, which has 4 flails on its sit and spin chassis. Can do a lot of damage when it's up to speed, and multi-bots don't like sit and spinners. Can have a tough time fighting them.
Yeah, sit and spinners don't like robots with wedges.
They really don't. I'm not sure if Banana Splitter quite has the wedging or the drive power to get under Omnipresence, but the main thing is that Omnipresence can attack both of these robots at the same time. The real key is, will it be able to knock out both for the full points? Because Sinister needs 3 points probably to get back in the match here.
Sit and spinners struggle to chase down damaged robots to get KOs. Most of chat is on Omnipresence's side. A lot of chat wants ice cream.
You're making me hungry. I'm gonna eat the shit out of something after this stream. Omnipresence is going in the direction of Banana Splitter. Banana Splitter has it stopping on the wedge, and it has encouraged it over toward the grinder, but it is now up to speed. Absolutely smacked Cherry and Creamer away.
Two of the flails are off.
And now they're kind of stalemating Banana Splitter and the side of Omnipresence. So Omnipresence is very slowly going up that wedge.
Cherry and Creamer
Took a shot to the wheel now. Although now it's gotten free and is trying to get up to speed.
Cherry and Creamer is helping keep it stopped.
Yeah, and Banana Splitter's doing a great job of stopping Omnipresence. Cherry and Creamer's on control board hits now already since it's such a small robot. Omnipresence has now gotten free and up to speed. The mini-bot has been knocked out now, and as is Banana Splitter. 46 seconds, and it is a KO because both robots were knocked out.
It says destroyed for both.
Yes, that might be the most damage points Cherry and Creamer has ever scored with its face. Sheesh.
Match. Math time.
Oh, yeah, we actually have to do math because Cherry and Creamer scored points this time. Endgamer has to dip. Thank you for joining the stream, Endgamer. I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah. Always love seeing new people in chat. And so this is 3 points to both teams and a judge's decision in the balance. So this next fight will decide the winner of the match.
Indeed. What an interesting matchup this is going to be. Oh boy. Huh.
3 weapons versus 3 weapons.
Yes, the duel of the triple weapons. So, the Magnums have Ice Cream Sandwicher in the Super Heavyweights. It is one of our 2 triple weapon robots. It has 2 rear hinge flippers in the center and 2 horizontal spinning side axes on either side. On the converse, we have the other triple weapon type robot in Eldritch Horror for Sinister. It is a rear hinge, side hinge, and front hinge flipper. It's like a bear trap coming up. What does chat think is going to happen here? could be fascinating. Because Eldritch is known for mistiming its flips and letting stuff get underneath it, but it has a superior drive power here.
But it has chassis wedge.
Well, it does have the rear hinge ones in the front to do a little bit, but I do believe Ice Cream Sandwicher's wedgelets are better.
And Ice Cream Sandwicher's weapons are going to be hitting chassis rather than
so
components.
Eldritch has to get under Sandwicher to do any damage, whereas Ice Cream Sandwicher could just sit from afar and do damage with those spinners. Although chat seems to be going for the Eldritch monster. I mean, it's possible, but as the builder of it, I have no faith in it.
Fair. Well, more or less, the winner of this fight wins the match.
Yeah.
So, here we go.
Beat up. Ooh, Eldritch slid right under Ice Cream Sandwicher. That's surprising. And because of how wide it is, the Sandwicher can't face Eldritch Horror quite yet. Although now it has and was able to flip over the Eldritch Horror, which caught one of the spinners while it was upside down. Eldritch is able to run inverted, so although it's trying to self-run, I can't really tell. Although it's gotten stuck on top of the grinder now. And it's definitely taking grinding damage. There's a TKO count on it now.
Oh, Eldritch Horror, why?
And it looks like the Eldritch Horror is going to be counted out.
It just couldn't get any of its flipping arms timed up.
37-second TKO for the Sandwicher. That is a match win for Magnums.
Yes, it is. That is at least 5 points. Maybe 6. Probably not 6.
Sinister has 3, potentially 4.
Probably a 5-4 win for the Magnums.
So I think, in the event Sinister wins that decision, I think they retain the division lead by 1 point. I think.
Well,
That was a yikes. Either that or they're tied.
one match left
There's indeed one match left.
in Division 4.
There's indeed in Division 4. It's going to be Powerhouse Robotics up against the Lads. Where do these teams hail from?
Mini Duck says the Magnums are such a sleeper. They kind of are.
They
They had
are,
a
like,
good start to the season.
For being one of the more beginner level teams, the Magnums have been pretty impressive.
Yeah.
So we have Southport, UK up against Rozmitl pod Tremsinem out of the Czech Republic.
I don't want to know how long it took you to learn how to pronounce that.
Literally 5 minutes.
You know what? Shoosh.
I just know how to roll my R's.
Well, shoosh. Poor Liam. Your team is going to have a bad time.
Powerhouse not doing so well this season up against the Lads, who are in potentially getting a playoff spot. So, Powerhouse has Impact V6 in the lightweights. 4-wheel drive rammer can be pretty quick, only has 2 damaging components, and has plastic armor. Not very durable. Lads have 1 o'clock in the lightweights. It is an undercutting horizontal spinner with 3 razor tips on the weapon. Can do a lot of damage when it gets in there, but it has some trouble making use of its weapon sometimes. What does chat think?
Chat thinks, I think 1 o'clock's not going to win because it's technically 2:40 right now.
Yeah, it's not 1 o'clock here, so 1 o'clock doesn't have the time on its advantage.
Yeah.
That would be massively funny if Impact honestly wins this. Somehow wedges 1 o'clock up on top of the wall or something.
I mean, if Geohash can beat 1 o'clock,
You know, it's distinctly possible.
everyone's on 1 o'clock side.
Goes in for the ram. It's gotten 1 o'clock stopped.
Okay, went around the side.
Definitely controlling 1 o'clock right now. I think 1 o'clock spinner's doing a tiny bit of grinding damage to the left side of Impact, but for the moment we are locked into a microwave fight.
Interesting that Impact went for the microwave as a deliberate strategy.
Yeah.
Maybe hoping that the other robots get some points, and they're
Could
going
be,
to
yeah.
limit the points that the Lads get out of this fight.
Impact has lost its left front wheel and is slowly taking grinding damage, but is definitely in control of 1 o'clock at this point.
suffocating this fight.
Yep.
Just smothering it.
Not Liam, ignore that wheel. Nobody knows the wheel came off there. Shush. So actually, Impact is very close to getting a spike into that extender setup on 1 o'clock.
Absolutely. Slightly different geometry, and they might be able to get the whole weapon off.
Even though Impact has taken a ton of grinding damage to that left side of the chassis getting caved in, it has been in control of this stalemate.
Okay, chat. Question time.
Indeed, question time.
Do you have questions for chat?
Fuck it. I have at least one kind of question. For those of you that saw the first BattleBots Champions episode, what did you think besides that it was fucking crazy? I haven't been able to see everything in full, but the clips I saw on Twitter were insane.
The whole thing was insane.
From what I'm hearing, it was basically a Robot Arena 2 like episode. It was insane.
Death matches every match. It was Nightmare 27 put his thing in all caps. That's how it was an episode of all caps.
Pretty much.
As 1 o'clock has
It broke
clawed
the
away at the
microwave.
side of Impact.
117-second knockout for 1 o'clock, but it took a while to get there.
Impact tried to smother the fight as much as they could, but didn't have the durability to maintain it.
Mr. Circuit has not seen it yet. Core is apparently giga broke. Hey, get some money, get a job. Stop being lazy and freeloading or whatever. I don't know.
Donate all your money to the league.
Yes, we'll use it on Mysterious Blue. Maybe we'll send you some too. Ha.
That's what I get for clicking the wrong team.
So of course, as we're mentioning funding the league, our sponsors have visited us yet again. Thank you once again to our patrons for supporting the league. $10 tier on Patreon, literally letting us do what we do here. Letting us have the internet stay on, the lights stay on, and letting us have more of the mysterious liquid that we keep drinking.
It's going to buy me some more ice cream.
Yes, buy you something to heal that throat of yours.
Yeah, not having a
that
good
voice.
time right now.
Also funny that the stream crashes during one of our patrons, as the owner of Powerhouse, Liam, is one of our top tier patrons, actually.
Yes, Liam is going to get to see what heavyweight work we're going to be doing very soon.
Yes, be having some fun.
We get review videos for the new series. If I do review videos, it won't be until after the league season, because this takes up all of my week.
I mean, maybe if anything, I don't know if Robot Champions will be fully done by then. You could maybe do like a summary of how each of the kind of bounty episodes go, and then go into whatever the golden goal thing is at the end.
We'll see how it goes.
Alright, so middleweight time. Powerhouse has Side Strike in the middleweights, dual side axe robot with a very effective plow in the front. It was pretty good early in the season to stall robots out with a plow and kill them from afar. Not sure how that'll work here against the lad's shock therapy. 3 pistons on it, has some razor tips in the front and some swords out to the side of it. Has a weapon to go through that plow on Side Strike, and because of the swords, I'm not sure if Side Strike can get into the sides of it, but it's possible.
Chat is mostly on shock therapy side for this one.
You know, I think that's pretty reasonable, but Side Strike could surprise us.
Side strike surprised us a lot.
You know, in the event it could get to the side of it, Shock Therapy's got a lot of exposed chassis.
What do you got, Side Strike?
Will it survive? Shock Therapy going right in at the plow. Already taking it off. Chassis completely exposed on Side Strike, and it's not able to use its axes to get around those swords.
It has the potential to break the extenders, but
As a result,
not the time.
18-second knockout for Shock Therapy. That's what happens for side axes, unfortunately. They don't quite have the durability up front to withstand that.
And the lads lead by 6.
Very quick. 6 points to the lads over Powerhouse. Not having the best time this season, but the Powerhouse was also built off of aesthetics almost purely. Like, all of these robots are IRL beetle weights and ant weights that Liam has made. They look fantastic. So, in the heavyweights now, we have Death Grip for Powerhouse. Dual overhead axe robot with kind of a couple of spikes on each one. A bit more of a control bot, kind of clamp down on the wedge and move stuff around if it can. The lads have TekonoAxe in heavyweights. Dual rear hinge flipper. The flipper segments themselves don't have any damaging components, but has lots of spiky and armored bits on the front of this wedge. What does chat think could happen here?
Honestly, I think Death Grip's got a good shot.
Especially if TekonoAxe misfired its flippers, Death Grip definitely has a chance, but Death Grip is only slightly invulnerable. Like, it can kind of self-right, but maybe from some positions it can't.
The thing is, if it does self-right, it can kill TekonoAxe.
Yeah, it could.
TekonoAxe can't really kill Death Grip right away.
Yeah, and TekonoAxe can't really self-right on its own. Like, it kind of has a horn setup on the top that doesn't really let it flip back over.
Well, chat is split. Let's see what happens.
Ooh, TekonoAxe immediately flipped underneath Death Grip. Very fascinating toss there with the leverage that it got. Really throwing Death Grip around, but because of how it fired, Death Grip has gotten underneath it and is wailing away on TekonoAxe. Although TekonoAxe's got it pressed up against the wall and off the ground. Death Grip was able to get at least free off of there. It's not quite able to self-right because of the wall being in the way. TekonoAxe's trying to get it perched on top of the wall to get it out. Fortunately, was not able to. It's now gotten Death Grip over to a grinder. Although TekonoAxe is driven straight under the grinder, I'm not sure if Death Grip's even in it now. Both of the flipping panels have come off of TekonoAxe. Though, they're going to have to break for a pin here. And it looks like both of them have. Although now TekonoAxe is losing the ground game to Death Grip, and Death Grip is going to town. Although, pinned up against the wall like that, Death Grip's not quite able to retract those axes fully. The defensive features on TekonoAxe are starting to come off. Although it has now been sandwiched between the grinder and Death Grip. And Death Grip is going to town with those dual axes. Control board hits now on the Chad, who has also lost a wheel to the grinder. Currently got a count on it, although Death Grip comes in and gives it the Death Grip. 82-second knockout for Powerhouse. Keeps them within striking distance of the match here.
That was a great comeback by Death Grip.
Fantastic from Death Grip. I'll put that down as a possible fight of the week contender, because that was still a nice back and forth between the two of them.
Yeah, that was good.
Fantastic.
Liam is celebrating as he should be.
Absolutely, that was fantastic. Death Grip is starting to get better. Had a really rough opening part, but it's starting to face robots that are good type matchups for it.
I don't think any robot is a good type matchup for Rhino.
You know, yeah, it happens. We have arrived at the final fight of the stream. Powerhouse brings us Caraboss in the Super Heavies. It is a very large rear hinge flipper in the center. Absolutely fantastic wedgelets on the side. Was the key to it beating Dysfunctional Stepsister and ending its undefeated streak before. The lads have Rhino in the Super Heavyweights. It is also a dual overhead axe, but unlike Death Grip, it has two very long burst-mounted wedgelets and two very long axes that just come out and kill stuff from afar. What does chat think is going to happen here?
I think Rhino cannot self-right.
Rhino cannot self-right.
The Caraboss is a tall enough robot to get it over.
It does. It is, for sure.
We've seen the little flippers get a robot up and then just hold it up.
Mm-hmm.
But Caraboss is tall enough to actually get it all the way over.
Yeah. We also just saw in a fight that had a dual rear hinge flipper and dual axe that the axe won. So.
Helen was wondering if they'd finish the row of knitting that they're working on before the last fight, and then they see Rhino and they're like, yeah, no chance.
Yeah, you know, we'll see.
Yeah, chat's mostly predicting Rhino.
Will Rhino gore a Caraboss, or will the Rhino get gored in kind? Get this final fight of the stream underway. Rhino did not get under Caraboss, although the flipping arms are stuck in between the wedgelets on. They're kind of intermeshed, so
Tangled.
Caraboss is not quite able to take advantage. They both back off to break the TKO count and have to size up again. Although this time, Rhino was able to slide underneath, but it's stuck on top of the wedgelets on Caraboss. It's gotten propped up by the singular remaining flipping arm. Well, Caraboss isn't quite able to do anything with them intermeshed like this.
I think Rhino still has wheels on the ground. Or maybe
Although
Caraboss
now
has.
Caraboss has the drive power to just shove Rhino around. Although the flipping arm came off, perched up between the weapons like that. However, with Rhino firing, it's given Caraboss the chance to slide underneath and control the fight a little bit more.
Caraboss can do judges' decisions.
Caraboss is fantastic at pushing decisions like this. Part of the reason why that wedge setup is so good for it. Maybe if it can get Rhino over to the wall here, it could possibly topple it over. It's gotten it propped up a little bit.
Prop it on top of the wall.
Could get it stuck just propped up on the wall. Who knows?
Caraboss being the wedge. It's a vertical robot with a wedge.
Yes. Yeah, Rhino has nothing for that wedge setup that Liam has put on Caraboss. Very, very efficient. We were saying that if Helen could get that done before a Rhino fight, except we're halfway through right now, and all these robots are still alive. Caraboss got Rhino briefly perched on the wall. Ooh, now Rhino was able to slide underneath Caraboss now, and is going to town at the top armor. Took a little bit of time, but Rhino's starting to add up the damage. Although it has now gotten on top of Caraboss yet again.
Caraboss exercising lots of control.
One of the robots known for killing stuff very quickly. Ooh, it's now got control where it hits on Caraboss. And it has now KO'd it. 127, sorry.
That was a very hard-fought battle from Caraboss.
A very hard-fought loss for Caraboss. That was getting very close for Rhino, though. Took a long time.
And that's a 9-3 win for the lads. Good try, Caraboss.
That was very well fought.
All right.
So with that win, that could vault the lads into a playoff spot.
Maybe.
And how that is. Could be 4th or 3rd, who knows?
One last time, thank you to our Patreon sponsors for supporting the league financially, making it possible for us to keep doing this, keeping the lights on, and so on and so forth. The top tier of Patreon is $15 a month. Those are the gold names. You get all the information and details about the robots that we're working on and building, and we're going to be working on the heavyweight soon, so you'll definitely want to be supporting us at that level. The rest of these names, that's $10 a month, or you can support whatever amount that you can afford. You don't have to support us the full amount. All the money goes into robots.
Yeah, pretty much.
So thank you very much to everyone there. We've got some wrap-up.
What an absolute week that was. Every match had something interesting happening in it.
Yes, like even what we expected to be a Rofel stomp.
Yeah, like Caraboss put up a fantastic fight over there.
Yes.
And like honestly, in like a weaker week, that could have been a fight of the week. Honestly,
yeah,
it was.
We've had
very
so many
well
good
hauled
fights.
Probably some of the best fights of the week, season so far. So
I won't be surprised if we do a fight of the season poll, and it comes from this week.
I would not be surprised at all. Actually, we had some fantastic ones in there. Breach up against Rosewater was arguably what people have been saying the fight of the season. Had some other really good ones in there. So
Chat, what was your favorite fight of the stream? What was your favorite
Yes.
match of the stream?
let us know.
What do you guys got? Mob was saying Geohash was hilarious.
Yes, that Geohash fight was hilarious.
Absolutely. That was really entertaining. Can't believe it's over, says Mr. Circuit. Yeah, we're right about the 5-hour mark. This is about our normal time that we get to. Rookie says Kevin getting wrecked was fun.
Fun watching your own robot lose. Okay.
Yeah.
Nightmare being biased with RRL's victory. I mean, yeah, take pride in your undefeated robot. Right, well, this is the fun part where we get to plug stuff. So, if you would like to follow and comment on more of the Robot Rampage League, you can follow us on the Discord server that is in the description. We have channels for discussing the league and everything going on in the week, discussing builds that people have been building, a lot of stuff for potential 3rd season, or just updating new and old robots alike. We have a social feed channel where we put out social posts as the captains of the team thematically off of how the teams have been doing and everything. Could be very fun kind of social media aspect of it. And we have a fan zone for fan games like bingo and keeping track of other silly stuff.
Yeah, fan art, anything you want to do
Fan art,
as a
everything
fan
like
of
that.
the league.
You can follow us on Twitter at Robot Rampage, where we put up the standings for the league and various polls for Fight of the Week, which will also be up on YouTube once they are made. And if you would like to follow the IRL stuff that we are building after putting on a Patreon, you can follow us on Facebook at Heavy Metal Robotics.
Yes.
Dev-
We will be posting that soon because I have a Robo Nerd robot to finish.
Yes, we have the Robo Nerd Robot, and once the heavyweight robot stuff starts to come along, we'll put it up there as well.
Yep. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I appreciate all of it.
Yes.
Appreciate all of you. Teme saying Falcon Punch had a great fight. Mr. Circuit like that one Havoc glitch.
Yeah, the one from Marauder, that was fantastic.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody who could be here, everybody who came in and out as they went.
Yep.
We know 5 hours is a long stream, and you guys have busy lives, so
Mhm.
we appreciate spending any time here.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
As always.
Check out all the stuff that we plugged, and we will see all of you next week and leave you with your schedule for that.
Yes.
Take care, everyone.
Take care indeed.